I don't promote hate speech on my channel, dude. My fucking asshole YouTube trolls love to mass flag my videos. Yeah, man. Yo, I'm on the scene with more Mosey. Don't give a fuck if we get mean, cause the trolls are mean. We get lean, punching them back. They can't handle how we stack. So we coming at these trolls like a fucking heart attack. The shit they spit is whack. I told these fucking trolls to suck my fucking ass crack. Yo. Drinking that rum, these trolls are nothing but a bomb. Mad cause I'm about to bust a cum load in your mom. When I unload these mad rap skills like shells. Shotgun blast, leave them in the past. 12 gauge cobras out of this cage, ready to hit the fucking stage. The trolls trying to cause me to have an autistic rage. They can kiss my ass. Burgers, spitting rhymes from nickels and dimes. Chilling like a rockstar villain, killing time while I bust a rhyme. Yo, they're just mad cause I won't be their new stepdad. And they know Cobra and more rad. Yeah, but my bad, step back for a second and listen. Cause I got these trolls kissing my ass while they hit that grass and spit the rhymes and drink the rum. Mad cause I come inside their mom, cause she said my dick and lyrics were the bomb. Blowing your mind, wanna rewind this track. Got these trolls sucking me and Mormo's nutsack. These trolls is whack. Yo, fuck the trolls. Me and Momozine on the scene. Don't give a fuck if we get mean. Cold clock these motherfuckers clean. What time is it? Momozine time when I bust a rhyme. These motherfuckers can't handle. They're jealous of our rebellious spirits. Punk scene never dies. Gonna punch these trolls till they cry. Motherfuckers already know why. Momozine on the spot. Yeah, matters flow in the 307. Sending these trolls to heaven, to hell on a one-way shotgun shutter to shell. Well, put them on blast, leave them in the past. Yeah, cause the bullshit ain't gonna last. We drinking this liquor to spit quicker, to perhaps be getting sicker. Goddamn, wait a second. Yo, yeah, we know how this shit goes down, motherfuckers. I wear this crown with my fellow kings and queens of YouTube. Trolls just mad cause they're sucking on their mom's boob. But wait a minute, sucking on their mom's click and I'm too legit to quit when I spit this mad rap shit. These fucking trolls can suck their mom's clit. But wait a minute, stupid motherfuckers. They're nothing but cocksuckers. Goddamn, wait a second. Don't gotta wait cause I'm not irate. I'm gonna fucking clean these trolls and cold clock their plate. And that's where it's at cause these raps be great. Chilling out in our home states. Busting a mad flow like nobody knows. These trolls bullshit blows. Or their mom blows them. Cause they're much of nasty cocksuckers and motherfuckers. Nothing but wannabes and suckers. I said fuck the trolls and that's where it's at. Yeah.
And then he got evicted. His rhymes went too hard. And it fucked him over. Maybe we should change it to mature streams. I don't know. Anyways. Back to, how's it going? How's it going? Subaru Banhai, Sense of Kuroi. Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. Another meme Monday. But yeah, Cobra got evicted again. Let's take a look at this before we get into catching up with things. Not using the VTuber setup today because I got some editing. If you can see, I got an email from Gundam yesterday wanting me to edit a video about the new Stellar Blade shenanigans. But he didn't even send the voiceover. It's fine, it happens. Sometimes they send an email and you forget an attachment. It happens to all of us at least once. But I replied being like, hey, yeah, sure thing, except you didn't send the voiceover. And so, like, it didn't send over until hours later, so I'm not done with this yet. I'm just going to do some editing behind the scenes. Get this done. As you can see, we got some Stellar Blade booty and some hypocrisy from IGN to go over and discuss. But I'm going to be editing this in the background while we look at our content as usual. You know how we do. take a look at this first. Actually, let me pull it up. Hopefully, let me pull it up over here first. What up, YouTube? Hello, your bloated majesty. What sort of gourd-related
Cobra's
activities
live.
are we up to?
Ooh. One of my fans sent me a pretty sweet tiki cobra glass to my P.O. box, and I appreciate it.
I appreciate
People
that.
been sending me alcohol like crazy lately, and I appreciate it.
Appreciate that.
Like yesterday, I got a knock at my door, and someone handed me like a
Yeah.
reusable shopping Walmart bag full of shit. And I was like, okay, cool.
What? Reusable shopping bag? They must have stole it from DSP's grocery store. All right, let me take a look at this. Pull it up
And then
over
today,
here.
someone DoorDashed me some more booze. So I've got plenty of booze. I'm going to be working on that over the
Cool, awesome
next month or
enablers.
so, very slowly.
Enablers are cool, dude.
Still got like half a thing left of my habanero peach mango mead, which turned out delicious.
Buddy Troll sending him
Do I miss
alcohol.
Jessica?
So cool,
to a
dude.
degree, yes, when she's not, you know.
You know.
You do not have to donate to Cash App or PayPal or Super Chat or join memberships, but if you do, it is
Greatly
greatly
appreciated. Yeah.
And I could definitely use the money in these next couple of months.
Maybe
I'm
should have
also
sent him
on
money instead of
Cameo.
booze.
Say what you want to say, though, but Jessica is a good woman. I mean, she has her moments like I do. People are telling me all this crap about Jessica, and I'm like, well, here's how I look at it. I have my moments, too, and she freaking cares about me, so what do? You know?
No.
Like, me and Jessica are very similar in a lot of ways.
Yeah, no
In
shit.
some ways, we're not. Check out that tactical soap, coupon code King Cobra.
Nah, I don't feel like it, buddy.
But I appreciate y'all tuning in to watch me go live. My birthday was kind of shitty to be honest. It was beyond shitty. My birthday fucking sucked. And I don't want to get into it right now. I've only let a couple people know.
A birthday tradition. Last year for his birthday, I think he got thrown in jail.
Situation.
This year he got evicted. We're keeping the streak going.
And I don't want to get into it.
Sure, bud.
But just because my birthday was shit doesn't mean the rest of the year has to blow, you know? So it's going to get better. Just keep on keeping.
I mean, hard for it to get worse.
It wasn't entirely her either. It was also my YouTube troll.
What was that? Just got Josh evicted. LMAO for $2.
Entirely her either.
It wasn't her. It was me too. Okay, yeah. I mean, you could have told her to shut the fuck up, or else you're gonna get evicted. But you're too nice a guy.
It was also my YouTube trolls, for that matter. But let's not get into that.
Oh,
Again,
I thought they didn't do anything to hurt you.
PayPal or Cash App, but if you do, it is
just wasting your life.
Appreciated.
Beg.
Jessica just needs people to love her in her life. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
It's very apparent that she suffered some psychological abuse issues over the years. I'm not sure to what degree, but it's none of my business.
I mean, it kind of is if you're gonna devote yourself to her.
Well, Lilith, that's your opinion. Thank you for your $5. All will be revealed when the time is more appropriate. No, that was not cool of Jessica to say that, but she apologized and she made what she said was wrong. And I apologize for what I did.
Hey, good
Who
Roberts.
the hell's Mustard Squirrel? But shout out to Mustard.
We're getting caught up on King Cobra losing his apartment because him and Jessica were way too loud, and his neighbors called the cops on him. And I'm editing in the background. It's another Gundam video
Squirrel
about Stellar Blade.
I guess. Thank you for your $2.
Hey, Darkman Lord.
Not necessarily because of her. because of my YouTube trolls are assholes.
Right.
But it is what it is.
It is what it is. Exactly. It's not what you made it. It just is what it is.
I'm not gonna fully get into it.
Shit just happens.
I'm gonna leave you in the dark on it for a hot minute because I don't want to talk about it.
Like, how stupid are you? Has he even said that he's being evicted yet? He's like, hey, are you got evicted because of Jessica? No, I didn't. It's because the trolls did, and also me. But I'm not going to talk about how I got evicted. I'm just going to keep you in the dark. It's like, everyone knows. Yeah, it's the same DSP logic where if he doesn't say it out loud, then somehow people don't know it's happening.
The whole thing just makes me want to fucking pull my hair out, or what's left of it.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what's going on.
And I'm not trying to be a dick, but I suspect that Jessica has been in a lot of relationships that were super abusive and unhealthy, so that's all she knows. So her reaction, is going to be to, she's not used to having a guy who cares about her, that kind of thing.
Well, I mean...
What the fuck is a priest?
Like, this is what I said when he was being all just pushover towards her. She's like yelling and acting crazy, and he's just like, stop that, Jessica, you're not ugly, stop it, you're beautiful. And it's like, this is not gonna work out.
Oh, thank you for your $2.
Like, you should have been like, hey, shut the fuck up. If you don't, I'm gonna get evicted from my apartment. If you can't figure that out, then get the fuck out of here. But instead he's like, hey, you're awesome, Jess, you're so cool. It's like, well, this is how you get to this situation. And I'm sure you're not going to resent her for putting you in this situation. And she's totally going to keep respecting you after you let her put you in this situation. No, they somehow put her on a plane and she's back with her parents who don't want her to be there.
I don't want to marry Jessica until
I'm
in a much bigger place. Like, I don't want to marry anyone until I've built my clock tower dream house.
Bro, when are you going to grow out of this?
Please.
I don't want to marry anyone until I have my Barbie dream house that I bought by winning the lottery.
I don't want to marry anyone until I've built my clock
Okay, sure, buddy.
Tower dream house. Thank you. But like I said, I'm not going to get into it. Or say when I gotta be out, or any of that. That's just... Or if I found a place, or anything like that. That's just none of your damn business.
Uh-huh. I mean...
If your troll donation doesn't get shouted out, you're just gonna get blocked.
You're just gonna get blocked.
I'm not gonna be fucking
arms folded, siege mode.
It'll be fine. Okay, I don't want
Things
to
will be fine, okay?
Oh,
the trolls didn't win, you guys. The trolls didn't get a massive W from this, okay? If I cross my arms and say I'm not going to talk about it, then no one knows that I'm fucked.
Happy my birthday is. Because you basically got the details, the deets.
Uh-huh, yeah.
You don't get to hear why I got a move because my trolls are fucking assholes and just... You don't get to hear when I gotta move because my trolls are...
You don't get to hear when you've gotta move. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the standard eviction date that everyone gets after they've been served an eviction notice. But sure. Nobody knows anything, Cobra. You're the smart one who knows everything.
Fucking assholes, and I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Just gonna be the standard.
And we'll discuss these things at a much later date when I'm settled and everything's more, you know what I'm saying?
I'm saying.
But I've been taking this...
It's like, dude, you're gonna not be streaming and everyone's gonna know that you're gonna be moving in that time. And we're gonna know when you're done moving, when you're actually streaming again. What the fuck? What is this, like... This weird, I guess it's just the oppositional defiance disorder. He's like, I'm not gonna tell you anything. It's like, we already know everything, idiot. You might as well just talk about it. Yeah, I'm gonna totally own the trolls by being mystic and mysterious. They just they didn't win, okay?
I need to make it happen, Captain. Moving's gonna suck ass. I love living up here, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. It had nothing to do with mine and her behavior. It's just literally an act of God. Or whatever. This person, sky, magic, whatever.
No, she's not, but
She's making you believe her behavior is normal. No, she's not. Her behavior is normal. It's like, okay, well, you've fallen for it then.
thank you for your $2.79.
Nuh-uh.
I know it's not normal, but
It
I
is
see
what
a
it
lot of
is.
myself in Jessica. That's why I don't judge her, to be honest. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that she's toxic for me, and quite frankly, I don't
Yeah.
care.
Okay,
I'm not going
but
to go
she
into
is,
fucking
though.
detail on any of it, but we're getting it taken care of.
Yeah, totally. You're getting the fuck
Yeah,
out of there.
except she doesn't do that crap, so I'm going to have to ban you from chats. Am I moving to Virginia? No, I am not. Lap dance fund. Thank you for your $10. Okay, I can get a lap dance from Jessica next time I see her, which may not be
Gross.
for at least 2 months, and it is what it is.
Yeah, it's what it is.
No, you cannot, because I fucking hate that piece of shit.
So he's gonna have to move within a month, and then he's telling you that he's not going to be able to get settled in until another month because he'll have to get like everything sorted out, and he moves as slow as a fucking sloth.
How about fuck Syrax?
She won't be able to come over for like 2 months. It's like, sure, buddy, it'll be great. Clint's just gonna find me another low-income apartment that'll take my autism benefits to pay for the rent, and it'll be fine, okay?
How dumb do you people think I am? Jesus fucking Christ.
Pretty fucking stupid, dude.
Oh, if I see Puff, I'll definitely... No, I'm not going to leave him behind if I see him.
God, the people who put that idea into his head are so cruel. You know what, Cobra? Bearded dragons actually, they hibernate and then they return home after they're done hibernating. And now he's going to be thinking like, oh no, if I move, then Puff won't be able to find me again. Oh no. God, they're such assholes. Just be like, Cobra, I'm sorry to have to break it to you, but you're going to have to deal with the facts. It is what it is, you know, as you say. Your lizard's dead, buddy.
If he still survived.
Move on. The sooner you move on, the better you'll feel. Just drop the hope, man.
Anyways. Cool Text isn't going to help me pack. No, but thank you for your $5.
Isn't he blind?
My dad is not mad that I have to move. If anything, we're
He's just disappointed.
sick and tired of all the bullshit. You know what
He's not mad, he's just sick and tired of the bullshit. But that's different from being mad, you guys. Obviously, you know.
I'm saying? Like, I don't go out of my way to fuck with people.
You would if you could.
Oh, the message got deleted.
Homeless Wizard Art
People
coming
been
in
talking
nicely,
shit, I
tubes.
guess.
Yeah, nobody saw it.
I have more fans than I do trolls.
No, you don't.
And my trolls are just fucking losers. They really are. They are just the absolute fucking worst.
Mm-hmm. I mean, well, they
And
outsmarted
the trolls
you.
are legitimately jealous of me. Otherwise, they wouldn't care.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Why do I have to move? Because my trolls
Hitler in the bunker was like, America's just jealous of me, otherwise they wouldn't declare war against me.
are fucking assholes, and then just leave it at that.
All the allies are just
Jason,
jealous.
I don't wanna
They
get
wish they
into
had
it.
what I have.
I gave you the basic of details, but that's it. That's all you're getting.
What else is there? You're getting evicted, you have to pack your shit and go. Like, and then you're gonna dox yourself like within a couple days. It's like, what else is there needed to know?
And I don't want
I'm gonna keep you guys in the dark. That'll show you.
to fucking move because I really like it up here. The building manager is a really chill dude. You know, the staff
You
here are
know.
amazing. The view is amazing.
The view you never
Like-
see. Wow. Ain't that the truth? LOL dry spell ending came with a steep price. Yeah, I wonder if we still would have chosen that if you could go back and make the choice. Like, okay, you get a cracked out, methed out idiot who looks like a spitter from Left 4 Dead 2 to come and ride your dick. but you get kicked out of your apartment. Would you do it? That's a monkey's paw. It
I'm
is
not
what
getting
it
into the
is.
details of it.
I'm not gonna give you the
Spot, but for
details.
now,
That's gonna be his new loop, I guess. I'm not gonna give you the details. The details is you got a month to leave. That's the details.
I don't want to discuss it.
I don't want to talk about it. You don't know anything.
I like living up here, but I'm going to find something better.
Uh-huh. Tell yourself
Gonna
that.
have to.
She got him kicked out, but he still wants to be with her, even though he hates his life when she's there. Yeah, because he's desperate. And he needs to hold it over his troll's head that he's got an ugly ass goblin for a girlfriend, because it's a point of pride for him. It makes him feel like he's a big man and he's better than everyone else, which is not a very good mentality to have.
I'm not telling
Like, there's a reason DSP couldn't wait even 24 hours after Pandalee officially left to get with Kat. It's because how many times is he like, yo, the other people who hate me are losers. They don't even have a girlfriend. Oh, no, I don't have a girlfriend. Oh, no, I've got to get one now right away.
you how
Or else I'm going to feel like a loser.
much time I have left, or if I find a place, or when I'm moving. Because that's none of your damn business.
What? Or if we're moving.
When I'm moving. Because that's none of your place. Telling you how much time I have left.
Like, it's going to be the standard amount of time. It's not going to be any more or less than what's the average in your area, which is typically a month.
I'm not telling you how much time I have left,
It's a month?
or if I find a place.
Or if you find a place. You're not going to tell us if you find a place. So, I mean, if you're just going to be homeless out on your ass, you're not going to say anything about it. You're not going to be like, guys, help me. Donate to my Cash App. You don't have to, but it'd be greatly appreciated if you could give me enough money to get an apartment.
Or when I'm moving. Because that's not
That's the same thing. Like, when you need to find a new place and when you're moving is the same amount of time, idiot.
your damn business.
Yeah, it'll show you. You don't know
You need to
anything.
be fucking nicer to Jessica. That's all I'm saying.
Cobra, she got you evicted, is abusive, uses you, makes everything about herself, and you plan on staying with her. Please tell you're joking. Yeah, like, he won't be able to... He's gonna have his dad do everything for him, which is gonna be super awkward and weird, because if he does it himself, he's gonna be like, by the way, people are gonna be sending the cops over here, like, all the time, just so you guys know, just so you're prepared. You know, since you won't get mad about it if I tell you about it right away, right? And they're gonna be like, we don't want you here. Wait, what? Huh?
Well,
I'm just being
tired of
honest.
people bullying Jessica.
It
You know
is
what
what
I'm
it
saying? She
is.
doesn't fucking need more fucking mental stress.
Well, then she shouldn't
Well, my
have
current
gotten with
landlord-
you, dumbass. How do you think you fixed that problem? Like, yes, a person with very severe mental issues, anxiety, and inability to take criticism decided to hitch up with an infamous internet lolcow who has to go live in order to pay his bills and feed his addictions. Great idea, guys. Super smart.
Lord has been very patient with me. One of the best landlords I've ever
I'm not
had.
stupid.
Really super nice dude. Willing to
Jessica is currently saying your verbal abuse is what's getting you evicted on her stream. Believable.
work with you, but there's only so much you can do, and that's
Yeah, it's
not
what
fair
it
to
is.
him, and it's not fair to me. And honestly, I'm not mad at him
I'm
or
just
anyone
mad.
here. It's just the life that I live. You know what I'm saying?
Nope. How does Perry Caravello keep himself from being evicted? That's the real question. He screams way louder than Methica.
The last time my YouTube trolls got me kicked out of my last apartment, I got into a bigger and bigger space.
Yeah, but you
So
were
you
very
think they would
lucky.
learn? They're fucking with Cobra. Just, you know what I'm saying? Doesn't
No.
do.
Like, you're very lucky when it comes to finding your new place. I doubt you're going to be trading up again. Hey, Lonely Sully.
Any good.
It's all
I
good.
got nothing but positive things to say about the apartments I'm currently living in.
Can you imagine, like, him packing and putting all his, like, toilet mead into a box? Like, all his fucking giant jugs of brown water into a box and just, like, carrying it. Imagine if he drops it.
I've never complained on my neighbors. I've never.
Yeah. Well, they probably weren't loud and screaming and, like, causing problems and getting cops into their apartment. If they did, you would probably complain, too.
Gotten a complaint
Can you imagine him trying to stream and all you can hear is, like, screaming from his next-door neighbors? He would have definitely done something about it.
in like the last 5
I don't call them. It's the golden rule. They should treat me like I treat them, even though I don't act like they do. That's the problem, Cobra. That's why the golden rule is insufficient in governing an entire society.
years.
Are you selling your carpet? Yeah, like, with all the beer and shit that he spilled on the ground, he's not getting his deposit back. Like, that carpet is probably completely trashed.
But I'll be discussing details when I'm in my new spot. And I'm all unpacked and everything's set up.
Mm-hmm.
For now, we're going to focus on just doing videos like nothing happened.
That's
And then
the
when I feel
idea.
comfortable enough, I will discuss the situation either live or on a pre-record. Like the last 5 years up here have been so nice. Like I love this
Aw.
apartment complex that I'm living in right now, and it really
Boo-hoo.
fucking sucks that people just
Click.
don't understand, or they gotta be dicks or whatever, you know.
I know.
Nothing you can do about it. That's just life in a nutshell.
No, it isn't. There was
But I
something
will
you
get
could have
into
done
a
about it.
place. The biggest reason why I didn't.
You could have Tard Wranglered her and been like, hey, shut the fuck up. I don't want to get evicted because of you. And if you do get me evicted, I'm not gonna forgive you for it. It's gonna pretty much ruin our relationship because there's gonna be so much resentment and animosity that's gonna be hard to let go. So can you please stop for both of our sakes? And if she yells at you, just be like, get the fuck out. I'm not gonna let you put me in jeopardy.
Stream with Jess.
But no, instead he's like, nah, it's okay, Jessica. You're beautiful. Stop it. Stop saying you're ugly. You're not. Maybe if I, like, rub my hands on your shoulders, you'll feel better. I don't know. I'm not good at this.
Jessica very much when she was here is because I'd rather spend time with her than thinking about me streaming all the time kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it is what it is.
It is what it is. You know what they say.
I will go live when I want to.
No,
No outside
whenever you need
factors
money.
determine that. This is my YouTube channel.
Was worth losing this place because of her.
I'm getting some new glasses too. They couldn't tint them green when they transitioned into sunglasses in the sunlight, but I digress. I'm not complaining. They're a fucking sweet new set of glasses, man.
He's not
Now, I'm not
complaining.
going to judge Jessica for her mental problems because I've got mental problems too.
Well, I mean, you can judge them still.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah.
Karma's a bitch, and when it catches up to my YouTube trolls.
I mean, you don't believe in anything.
Jessica has her panic attacks, and I get that. I feel that. But it's going to be okay. It's going to be just fine. Life happens. All we can do is make the best of it.
Wow, he's so wise. He's a frontier scholar.
If Jessica's freaking out right now, I'm sorry. It's not my fault. You got to take the bad and the ugly in life and make it something beautiful. That's what it's all about.
That's what cartoons say. You're regarded.
It sucks. I gotta move out of the apartments. You know what I'm saying? But
You know what I'm saying? It sucks, but like, it is what it is. Yeah. Sure, bud. It is what
Now,
it
I've
is.
got nothing
Everything
but nice
is
things
what
to
it
say
is.
about this apartment complex that I'm currently residing in. It's a sweet spot. It's got a great view. You know,
You know, it
I'd
sucks.
recommend it to anyone who can afford it.
It's a legit trap house complex. Anyone could afford it, you homeless regard. Actually, that's gonna get you
When I get
banned.
posted up in a new spot, I'll let you know. I'll make a video and be like, I'm back.
This is this weird autistic obsession like DSP has. We're back! Like after his 1 day away. I'm back, you guys! I'm back, everyone! And he's just fantasizing about being like, I'm back! And it's like, I'm gonna be laughing.
Stay alive. I'm a
Wow.
woman's man. Ain't no time to talk.
Where did the Bee Gees come from?
I'm back.
Ha 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 ha. I'm fantasizing about my victory over the
Only when
trolls.
I move into my new place, the trolls aren't going to have my address for a long ass time or ever if I can help it.
They're gonna find out immediately based off just the interior of the room. They're gonna be able to cross-reference it with Zillow listings and know within 24 hours. I'm guessing
And then what?
they'll just be able to compare the layout with any public photos of any apartment complex within the greater area. It's really not that difficult.
You're not going to be able to send me stupid shit through DoorDash anymore.
Well, they won't know his apartment number. That's a good point. But I mean, a little bit of sleuthing is going to uncover that.
And that's what's really going to suck.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess they're just going to send it to your P.O. box, whatever.
See, the trolls do this crap to themselves if they're entertained by the fact of they know where Cobra lives and they can send him stupid shit through DoorDash. And then they do their crap to the
Yeah, is he really going to be happy about not getting sent any more alcohol? Yeah, or I guess if they really cared, they would send it to his P.O. box. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how these idiots, these buddy trolls think anyways. Do they get the satisfaction out of sending it to his doorstep, or do they just want him to have it?
point where I have to get a new place. So now you're ruining your own fun at the expense of trying to fuck with somebody who has Asperger's.
Yeah, they could. I guess that would be a little bit more difficult. I guess they could use the Wayback Machine, but they would find any rooms that are available, and once that room becomes not available, they'll be able to figure out that he's the one who moved into it.
Good job.
Good work. Good job, guys.
And I don't care if the Osbournes fucking notice me.
I mean, like, how much can you really chalk it up to the trolls, really? Because they were doing this always, and you should have taken that into account when you were making even more of a public spectacle. You should have been like, hey, like, these trolls are going to do everything they can to get me kicked out, so keep that in mind and don't make a scene. But nah, he didn't care because he's too stupid.
To be honest, I just want them to live happy and healthy lives.
Like Ozzy
I
Osbourne.
absolutely fucking worship the ground Ozzy Osbourne walks on.
Gay. Just
No,
said
she
she's
did
glad you're
not.
getting evicted. Nuh-uh. Did she
Y'all need
though?
to fucking leave Jessica the fuck alone. You people are so fucking deranged.
Well, you should have known that this was gonna
You can't
happen.
handle the fact that Cobra's got a girlfriend,
You're so
and all you
jealous.
can do is talk
You're
shit.
so jealous of the spitter from Left 4 Dead 2 being with me, obviously, or else you wouldn't fuck with me. That means that if you stop fucking with me, then I win, right? I'm just gonna keep saying it over and over again until people stop messing with me.
Yes, all
So
the
dumb.
donations I get are gonna go towards helping me move, do food hack.
Are you tired of me saying that you're jealous of me? Well, then leave me alone. Ha ha ha, I'm so smart. Circle of protection on whoever rents Cobb's apartment. Yeah. Jeez, they're gonna have to, like, scrub it from top to bottom. They're just gonna have to replace the carpet.
And get into a new spot.
They're
So
gonna have to repaint the walls.
anything you can do.
I wonder how many punch holes are in the wall. Like, there are a lot of it that we don't see. There are probably, like, holes in the drywall in his bedroom,
will be
just like Boss Man Jack's room.
appreciated. It sucks I gotta move out, but I will get into something much, 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 much better.
Yeah, totally. Keep
I got a
fantasizing.
feeling about it.
I got a feeling.
And I do
Karma's
know the
gonna come
trolls
in
for the
for
most
me,
part,
Tubes.
when they're in your life constantly fucking with you in your personal life. Eventually, they're gonna get caught up in their own bullshit.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Because people
Keep
are
coping,
gonna get
though.
sick of it. Sitting there
Cope harder.
bullying an autistic person.
Yeah, it's just because you're autistic. That's the only reason.
Oh shit.
Time to chew some tobacco. Man, I'm sure women love kissing that mouth when it's full of fucking leaf dirt.
Oh, look at that.
Awesome. Looks like something I'd never want to do.
Throw it in there.
Chew on it, get the flavor in your mouth, and then spit it into a
No,
dirty
oh,
cup.
god damn it. That is some good dip.
Oh, that's awesome, man. You guys are so jealous. You
Lucky
don't even know.
lipper.
It's so gross.
You lucky.
Ugh, God, it's so fucking nasty.
Do you punk?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I got these scars.
Yeah, it's awesome having cups full of dirty shit water around your apartment. So it smells great. People see it and they're like, oh, gross.
You can stand me up at the gates of hell, but I won't back down.
Oh, where's my soundboard? Why isn't my soundboard working? Oh, because I don't have this activated. Mop. Honk. How much do you have to pay in damages this time? 1,000-yard stare coming in nicely, Tubes.
But next week I'm going to be busting my ass looking for places and doing what I can.
Gee, I wonder what the timeline is. I'm not going
And
to
I'm
tell
confident
you.
I'll get into a place here.
By the way, I'm going to have to
soon.
keep looking for a place next week.
I got a good feeling about it. Something's just telling me to just keep doing my thing and quit worrying about it.
Yeah, pray to Satan. He's going to help you out. Oh, lovely. Burping, farting, chewing. Everyone's going to love
Lord,
that.
that fart smells horrible.
It smells not as bad as my trolls do, though.
I don't want any drama with Jessica. I deal with enough drama from my YouTube trolls. I'm just here to keep her safe
Here to yell
and
and
make her feel
scream.
loved and appreciated.
She got you
You
evicted,
know,
you complete and utter idiot.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm
Even
saying.
if I don't say it to her specifically, I have my own special way of showing that her shit is appreciated.
Your shit's appreciated, honey. How romantic.
I'm working on a new album, but
Fart.
that might take me a hot minute. Yeah, we just chilling like rock star villains.
We're coping like
And I didn't go live on my birthday, and you're like,
rockstar dopes.
oh, we missed that. I was having such a crappy birthday that I didn't feel like going live. Old Smoky Moonshine, peach flavored moonshine.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's narcissism, thinking that their shit doesn't stink. It's because they have Rich Review Tech being like, I'm going to be making music. It's like, yeah, you're not that good. You're not a King of the Ring contestant. By the way, I submitted my own song to the King of the Ring throwback, Doo-Doos, which is my favorite.
I don't have any problems with Jessica. Otherwise, I would fucking tell her. I'd be like, hey, listen here, woman.
I'd be all cool like an alpha. Trust me. I wouldn't be scared and desperate and afraid to lose her because I'm holding the fact that I'm with her over my trolls' heads.
You want to see Cobra get lit? Okay. I can work on that.
You want to see me get drunk,
My
right?
fan sent me and just drinking it on stream. Like, look at me go. A jar that'll fucking light your whiskers. I want to be using my magic to get into a new place. So it doesn't matter at this point.
What?
I feel sorry for my youth. So it magic and light your whiskers. I want to be using my magic to get into a new place.
I'm going to be using my magic.
So it doesn't
I'm going to be
matter
using my
at this
magic.
point.
Pause. I'm going to be using my magic to get into a new place. So you're going to be asking to move in. They're going to say no. And you're going to say, the power of Satan compels you. And they're going to be like, no, also, I'm calling security.
I feel sorry for my YouTube trolls.
I feel like
You're not going to
I'm
know
cool.
about how much time I got left on my eviction.
What? You don't know.
You're not going to know about
You're
how
not gonna
much
know.
time I got left on my eviction
It's
or
probably a
any
month.
of that shit. Because quite frankly, that's none of your damn business.
It's some mysterious
And
number. Yeah, Methica got him evicted, and now he's trying to play all mysterious, being like, you're not gonna know when I get evicted. I mean, for everyone, typically it's a month, and I'm gonna be looking for apartments within a week, but I'm gonna just keep you in the dark, because I'm so cool, and you're not.
seriously, fuck my YouTube trolls.
Uh-huh, yeah, sure.
They are the miserablest people on the
Miserablest.
planet. And I feel sorry for them. I really do.
Yeah, totally, you're so cool.
Like, oh, you better not go live, Cobra. It's like, dude, no one's forcing you to watch me go live. Moving day is gonna suck just because I have to do it. But
It's so dumb. You see that in comments underneath, like the Gundam videos. If you don't like the new Star Wars, then just don't watch it. It's like, how many times have you heard that? By that logic, you're not allowed to criticize anything. Because if you don't like something that you're watching, just stop watching it. Then you won't be able to talk about how bad it is. Pretty cool, huh? We'll just end criticism. You're only allowed to criticize something if you like it. Then nobody would say bad things about bad things. How dumb are you?
it'll go just fine.
It is
I
what it
appreciate
is.
everything that my dad does for me. You know, if my YouTube trolls had a dad as awesome as my dad, maybe they wouldn't be so miserable in life. All my shit moved out of my apartment one day when it happens. Oh, and when moving day happens, you're not going to know about it.
Everyone knows when it's gonna be. It's gonna be awkward when Clint is in the apartment and Cobes is like, make sure you take apart my lathing machine and my workbench. We need to move that and make sure it's all set up in the new place. And Clint's gonna be like, when's the last time you used this? And he's gonna be like,
I'm offended.
I'm totally gonna use it soon. Like, legit, when is the last time he used that? He transitioned from wand making into mead making.
I might film a pre-recorded video of my empty apartment like, well, this is different.
Punk ass bitches.
But then outside of that, you're not going to know shit.
Oh, I'm sleepy. I'm just gonna sleep on stream because I totally respect my audience. And I'm just gonna sit here and pass out and make you watch.
Oh, it's just so stream.
What?
Oh, it's just so stream.
What the fuck?
Oh, it's just so stream.
Nice fake laugh. Man, I keep saying it, but you gotta feel sorry for Boglum Chronicles having to sit through the entire stream in order to watch that. Well, that's the King Cobra update. He's getting evicted. He's getting kicked out within a month. And him and Clunt are gonna have to try and find a new place. Starting it off with the King Cobra update. Then we can get caught up on the DSP shenanigans because he's done quite a lot. I want to see him watching the ending of Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, and him just mega giga coping hard. I'm rich, you guys. By the way, I need your money. The real wealth is having friends. By the way, I don't have any friends. I'm wealthy. And you're like, wait, it doesn't work that way, Phil. Like, in order to say that having friends is wealth, you have to have friends. Man, it was so long ago at this point. DSP just made the most cringe and delusional speech of 2024. This is going to be rough.
The computers. I can't believe it. He reached another vesicle. How can he do that? Listen to how he answers this question. My butt hurts so bad.
And they do it every single fucking day because they're losers. And they come on the streams and they try to derail, you know? And
What they do,
tough
though.
shit.
They just sit there and they arbitrarily judge their own lives based off of wealth and internet fame and popularity. And they look at someone like me and they say someone who's just been made fun of so much that they think, wow, that guy's just, he's a loser, he's a lolcow. No, don't you
I mean, he is a
understand?
lolcow,
If
literally.
you have to get popular by bringing other people's
Like, this is one of the biggest confirmations that he's a lolcow ever. Huh. This is a short version. Is there a longer version of this?
down, you're scum.
Well, isn't that what you're doing now? You're trying to bring other people down?
I'm better than you. And
I don't think I'm better than anyone. By the way, I'm better than you.
there's nothing you can ever do about it. I'm never going to go away. I will
Well, the detractor community is never going to go away. So does that mean we're better than you are since we're going to last longer than you are by definition?
always be around while people like that fail and falter and have these giant fucking controversies and things. I'm still going to be here.
Yeah, I did see the Pal World April Fool's thing, the Pal World dating sim with Loviander as like the character that wants to get with everyone. That was pretty funny. They debuted it yesterday.
I've had enough. I'm not going to have anyone bitching about Final Fantasy VII at all. Zero. Every complaint I get about it, I'm going to say, shut up, because I'm not killing my business over this.
Shut up.
Because I'm not all about that. I'm different. So go ahead and say what you want. I am wealthy. I'm rich. Just not in the way that you like to admit, because you can't fact in your head your small brain.
You can't fact it in your small brain. Your black hole of nothingness in your. I can do this in your head. Ouch, that hurt. Coming up with insults is hard. I gotta take a nap.
Heads. You can never understand that there are people on
You're
this
dumb.
planet that think there's things more important than money
You think
or fame.
there's
They want you to
things.
sit here and go money, 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 like a fucking money machine. It's just not what I ever wanted to be. When I started on YouTube,
That's why you're begging for
16 years
money.
ago, not for a moment did I think I'm going to make a piece of content that's going to make me money or it's going to get me famous. Not once. And never since have I had that thought.
So delusional. That's why you complain about not making money when you don't put on your stupid hat.
Ever. I'm just
Yeah,
happy to be me
totally.
on the internet. And the fact that people care about me is amazing. And the
Hey,
fact that I have a
Mexicano.
loving family that supports me
You don't have a family. Like, by definition, you have a roommate and a cat.
is fucking unbelievable. It is. I'm
yeah,
the
it's
happiest
not
man.
able to
man.
be believed,
I couldn't
'cause
be.
it's not
the
real.
only way I could be happier is if I could provide more for my family and have more time.
If I won the lotto, I could buy my clock tower pigsty.
With them. That's about it. By the way, how about this? I don't know what the fuck idiots are talking about with memes and shit. Oh, it's like he's just like me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't follow your dumb fucking memes.
Sounds like you
So
do.
take your meme and shove it up your fucking ass, because I have the ability to make an observation that's
This is a happy person. This is someone who loves his life.
factually fucking based. Oh, I don't care about anything else. You know. So
No.
hilarious to me that so
Do
many
you
people,
know?
you know, on this in the
You
internet
know?
right now, they're working on it. Let's work on ways to make fun of Phil. Let's work on things that will expose his faults over the years. Let's work on this and that. It's all waste of time.
Well, I mean, it's exposing you. But sure. Also, this is funny. Like, He's begging people to work regular jobs in order to give him their money. That's a waste of time. Them working to make money in order to give it to Phil so he can waste it on frivolous shit that he shouldn't be spending money on. They're the ones wasting their time. Like, the detractor community is building up a fan base and has a viewer count higher than yours, Phil. And a lot of them make money off of it that they use on themselves, and they don't blow on shit that they don't need like your pay pigs do. So, like, who are you talking to? Like, the people working for their money to give it to you, they're wasting their time.
It's all fruitless. It's all trash endeavors that don't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything.
I will always be happy while those people will be fucking
miserable. You don't
miserable
sound happy.
because they have to make others look bad to get ahead. They have nothing positive to offer.
You're trying to make others look bad.
And I do.
In order for you to get ahead.
For that.
Yeah, he's so happy, you guys. Happiness.
So
this is what happiness looks like.
On this ride. And what I mean, this game.
You think happiness is sounding fulfilled and joyous and being able to not let things get to you and actually laugh sincerely instead of fake laughs that sound like, oh, quack, 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 quack. That's not what happiness is. Happiness is saying that you're happy. That makes a lot of sense.
Has been a parallel to my life. As much as these losers would like to make fun of me for trying to make that comparison, that is directly a parallel. Hear you? Excuse me.
I mean, wait, who am I again? It's like, Phil, Ichiban has friends. You have 0 friends. Can we start from there and expand outward?
Excuse me. Kasuga getting made fun of at the beginning of the game, being misrepresented on the internet. Something he's totally not, right?
Wrong.
And then all along the game, people not understanding that, even though things are going wrong, that he still believes in people, he still has happiness, people who are miserable don't get that. They'll never understand that. They won't. And at the end of the game, infinitely wealthy, even though he's not, financially rich, he's wealthy because he has people who care about him and find value in him.
No, he has friends, something that you have 0 of.
That's being infinitely wealthy, right?
Right?
And I have that, and I'm so grateful
I'm cool,
for that, guys.
right?
Thank you for that. Okay, let's finish this game.
Oh, he just like me. He just like me, for real.
He's such an idiot. It's like he's about to cry. This is my life. This is exactly like my life. And if you don't think so, you're a stupid loser. Because you have to bring down people. You stupid idiot losers who have nothing going on in your life. Because you have to take people down, that means you
Just keep beating him
suck.
up, and he'll just keep smiling back at you. Just like me.
Just like me.
Go ahead, beat the shit out of me. Say what you want about me. Do it. I don't care. I'm gonna
Yeah, you
survive.
do. If someone was gonna beat the shit out of you, you sit there and cry and bitch and moan and be like, I'm an alcoholic. I don't even remember any of the things that I said to make you angry. Please don't. You can't hurt me. I don't even remember what I did to make you mad, okay? Because of my alcoholism. Leave me alone. That was basically someone else who did that, not me.
I'm gonna keep on.
And years later, he's like, I'm just gonna keep on smiling while people beat me up. That's just like me.
Smiling right in your direction as I continue to be happy in my life
I'm
and
so
I disregard
happy.
all the bullshit that you say.
Guys, don't you get how happy I am?
Step aside as
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna.
continue on my path.
I didn't even see this. It's so fucking ridiculous. I'm gonna keep going. There's nothing you can do about it. As long as the literal one person who funds my entire lifestyle keeps shilling all my money, just shoveling all his money towards me, I'm just gonna be so happy.
And you just become an afterthought.
Yeah. We become an afterthought. Even though we have a bigger fan base and more actual supporters. Sure, dude. I'm so cool, guys. You know what I mean? See my orange vest, the symbol of my success? Because one down bad cuck gives me all his money?
Wow.
Wow. Holy shit. What's some of the comments? He's pretty confident for a guy that has 2 fans that provide him about 99% of his income. 41 years old, 41. I like how Phil can cry broke and claim success in the same sentence. I love how he sees the character being brutally beaten up, losing teeth and swollen shut eye, and says, "This is actually what I go through." People telling the truth about me by clipping me and calling me out and juxtaposing my contradictions back to back in order for everyone to see how much of a fucking bullshitting liar I am. That's exactly like getting physically beaten up, right? Yeah, sure. He's literally so Ichiban, except he has no friends, sits home all day, doesn't go outside, is not trying to fix his financial situation, is a debilitating gambling addict, and it's literally him. It's just like me, for real, for real. You're a scum, I'm better than you, and there is nothing you can do about it. A man who just finished telling us he lives a happy life and is only focused on the people that love him and appreciate him. Yeah, he doesn't get it. He just doesn't get the contradiction. Hi, Washington State native here. Is super proud that my state has been hostile to Phil ever since he moved here. DSP acting smug because he figured out the ending to one of the most generic and predictable tropes ever. It's the friends we made along the way trope. I love this speech because after all this, he has to shut off the screen and be around a woman that doesn't love him for 2 hours until he can get back to streaming on his channel, where it's the only place where people care that he exists. Yeah. And he scheduled a game night with Kat, and then he had to reschedule it because she was like, "No, I don't want to. I don't want to." That's funny. Yeah, I planned it without asking her, and then I asked her, and she was like, "Nah, fuck this. I want nothing to do with you and your stupid ass streams, full of people who just sneak diss you, and you're just too dense and stupid to realize it." How about no? How about not playing Beyond Two Souls, starring Willem Dafoe and some human being of indeterminate gender who is not allowed to be named, lest you get canceled by the woke outrage mob? Really funny. DSP's weird Easter message to his dense turned segment about Jesus into food. Well, speaking of Easter, I had a pretty good Saturday and Sunday. I had the whole family over, the sisters and the nieces and the grandma. I mean, I'm like the only male in my family. Everyone else in my family is a female type, but it's fine. I get to be the only dude, but I love him. My sisters especially. I mean, if that sounds right. I mean, you want to love your whole family equally, but let's be honest, some people you like more than others, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, we put out Easter eggs everywhere, and they went and gathered them. The small one was playing Pokken on her Switch. I was like, "Hey, what are you playing?" She's like, "Pokken." I'm like, "Hey, that's based off of Tekken. That's where Pikachu has Heihachi's moves." And she's like, "I don't know what Tekken is." I'm like, "Oh, it's a fighting game."
And awesome games. Also,
Oh yeah, I got a lot of. I don't want to make it about food, you know what I mean? But we got a bunch of leftovers, and a bunch of vodka Jello shots that we're gonna be digging into later. Don't want to drink in the morning because it just makes you sick.
today
But I got plenty of that left.
is the
I finished up the banana Nilla wafer pudding, and it's so good. Finished that off this morning.
day when I believe in Europe, many of you guys over there are changing your clocks. So
Whoa,
I think just
no
like
one
how
cares.
2 weeks ago, we in the United States sprung
God, his mouth is just like permanently slanted. It's so weird.
forward by an hour. I think you guys and gals might be doing it today. In which case, I very much wonder how many of you will be not on time for my streams today, right? Because I don't
not
know
that
how it affects
important,
things.
man.
If you went forward an hour,
No one does this, dude.
doesn't technically that
Like, who does this? What streamer starts their stream and be like, I wonder if because of daylight savings, you guys are going to show up late to my stream. You're going to miss out on the important DSPN news where I read Twitter and try to regurgitate what I think about it badly.
mean that you would be getting up earlier? So you might have been early.
I don't even know.
I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
hate the changing of the clocks to begin.
It's so
with.
complicated.
So if you're here, if you're from Europe and you're watching live, welcome. If you're watching this on demand, it doesn't affect you whatsoever, right? But also, today is Easter Sunday. And let me tell you, as I get older,
What a moron.
it's really weird to even talk about holidays anymore. And here's why.
What?
You know, when you're a kid, you don't think about this.
Yeah, well, when you have no friends or family, holidays are meaningless because you have nothing to do during them. They're just like every other day. Yeah, Phil. I mean, this isn't an issue that affects other people, but since it affects you, it affects everyone, right?
Well, as you get older, you realize holidays are so different for everybody, right? Like,
Nah.
for some people, today is Easter Sunday, a religious holiday. If you're a Christian, you celebrate that today is the day that after having been arrested, tortured, and essentially murdered by the government, Jesus Christ
The government, parentheses, but sure, Phil, we don't need to get into that.
rose from the dead and shocked everybody. Like a lot
Oh, boy. Is he going to say he doesn't believe that? Or is he going to, like, try and circle back in order to try and get the Dutch brothers back on his side?
of people
By the way, he's not a zombie, okay? I know some stupid idiots say that zombie Jesus. That's stupid. Anyone would say that? That guy's an idiot, and is totally not me.
didn't believe that he was the son of God, and in your religious beliefs, you believe he rose from the dead today, and it's a momentous day in the Christian religion, correct?
I don't
Okay.
know. You tell me.
But for other people,
You're the one raised
today's the
Catholic,
day
right?
When a giant cartoonish anthropomorphic
Oh my god. Honk honk. What are you doing?
rabbit jumps around, shoving chocolate and candy down children's throats,
What? What are you talking about? Shoving chocolate down children's throats? What did you fantasize about, sir? What the fuck? These are children you're talking about, my dude.
painting eggs and throwing them at people.
And throwing them at people? Shoving candy down children's throats and throwing eggs at people. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not what the Easter Bunny does. I'm so funny, aren't I?
You know, just like
Good God, that mouth is just like, it's not aligned. It's just, this guy like is unaware that he's had a stroke, but it's so weird because I guess it's not affecting anything else but his face.
just like Christmas, where
It's like he's got like the permanent AGP smirk. It's like Doki Bird. It's like a VTuber where the mouth is just rotated. You know what I mean? You know, Dirk, an actual entertaining streamer, Doki Bird, says like the permanent smirk.
just like Christmas,
Hey, Batman! Holy shit, Batman!
where for some people Christmas is
Some people know.
the birth of Jesus Christ, and for others it's the day when a giant fat man without your permission comes down your chimney, invades your home, and leaves you gifts, but also eats your milk and cookies. Like what?
You're not
Then to
funny.
escape before the cops show up, he jumps in a sled and he flies away with flying reindeer.
You're not
Like, what?
funny.
Where
You're
does
not
this shit come
funny.
from? I wonder who actually made this stuff up originally. I mean,
It's called mythos and fantasy. Like, like what? Odin came to Earth and had sex with a goat. You know what I mean? Like, it's called mythology. All of it is weird because it's supernatural. None of it is going to be something that you can recreate in real life, or else it wouldn't be mythology.
someone really was on something to think up these ideas.
You're on drugs. By the way, give me $100 so I can take shots of alcohol.
But again, when you're a kid,
Anyways, snort. Ugh, good lord. Also, yeah, there is an etymology to all of this, Phil. Like, Saint Nicholas was an actual saint who gave children gifts. The only difference is that it's just been extrapolated upon to somebody who can do that globally.
you don't think about any of that. You're like, oh, it's just a holiday and it's fun and there's
Like, it's just based off a real person. And you're just like, let's memorialize this person by pretending that once a year he does this for everybody. Like, is it really that crazy?
going to be all kinds of stuff. We're going to maybe celebrate with the family over here, celebrate, maybe do some religious stuff over here. We're going to have some food today. We're going to do this and that. You know what I'm saying? And like, you grow up, you're like, what the hell?
DSP thought Santa Claus was real long after he should have known better, according to his own stories about himself. Just keep that in mind. He also thought wrestling was real long after everyone else knew better. Like, he's just a gullible idiot who's just projecting onto everybody.
It's like, hey, look, here comes Peter Cottondale hopping down the bunny trail. Hey, kid, have some chocolate. Whoop, shove it in his mouth. Oh.
Again, this fantasy about, like, shoving things into people's mouths, just coming out of nowhere. So
hey,
weird.
You want some jelly beans? Rapid fire.
What the fuck? Dude, this isn't funny. This is so not funny.
Machine gun jelly beans delivered to kids. Oh. Like, what? It's
What?
Like Sugar Rush.
Like, what?
holiday.
And he doesn't even have a punchline. It's all the same punchline. He's like what? Like, huh? Uh-huh. The person who came up with this is like, was on something. Huh? It's like, you don't even have a fucking punchline. Just like, shoving things in people's mouth, and you're just like, what?
I don't know. It's,
I don't know.
For me, when I was
Anyways.
growing up,
You guys done
we did
laughing?
a lot of different things on Easter. We always went to church.
You
I grew up
laughing,
Roman
Derek?
Catholic.
You think it's
So
funny?
I always went to church for the holiday.
Hopefully someday you give
Then
me
we would
money.
come home, and because basically,
Anyways.
it was, the day when Lent ends, so you can actually you can eat meat now, right? It's time to eat meat again after fasting for Lent. We would have a bunch of different kinds of.
Isn't what? I mean, isn't it about like giving up something that you enjoy doing? Like, it's not necessarily eating meat. It's about it could be anything. But okay.
The food that day specifically for the holiday, one of which being, I told you guys, it was called the Easter platter, where it would be hard salami, prosciutto, which is a salted Italian meat, cottage cheese, and hard-boiled egg. Basically, the eggs that we had colored for
So
Easter, we would break them
stereotypical.
up and cut them up and put them in
It's such a stereotypical, just ugly American LARPer. Whenever he says a vaguely foreign word, he just pours on the heavy accent.
this giant round plate platter, finger foods. So all day you would just munch on this Easter plate for like lunch and into dinner. This would be what you ate all day. And then we would always have a big dinner. And
This is
usually it
what
would be
you
like some
ate
kind of
all
ham
day.
with homemade lasagna. My mom would make homemade lasagna of her family recipe of her own homemade sauce. Or manicotti. She would make homemade manicotti as well.
Wow.
And that was always like a super good dinner that we had, on Easter.
I doubt it.
So
If it was so
we
good,
always
then
did-
why don't you
and
make
Easter
it?
egg hunt. Yes, absolutely. My parents would get plastic hollow eggs and put either candies and chocolates or
You like how we had to specify that they were hollow? Like, yes, plastic. Dude, do you really have to pig-splain Easter egg hunts?
quarters, or sometimes later on when I got older, dollars into them and hide them all around the house. And my cousin and I would go around the house trying to find these hidden Easter eggs.
Hey, what's your cousin doing now? What's she's up to? What is she doing? You ever gonna mention her or talk about her, or like in any sort of capacity? No, I guess not. Only when you're a kid.
It was always
Hey Phil, what she's doing now? I don't know. I don't fucking care.
funny. Like 3 days later, my dad would find one that
Whoops.
neither of us had found, like behind the back corner of the couch because someone probably kicked it, and it went back there. No one ever found it.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
And sometimes we even got Easter baskets, which were full of all kinds of stuff. Sometimes it was candy, sometimes it was toys. Like that was something nice. It was kind of like second Christmas almost in our household. When you're Christian or Roman Catholic, Easter is like the biggest, second biggest holiday of the year. You know, Christmas is the biggest.
No, what about
and Easter's
Thanksgiving?
second biggest. So it actually was kind of a big deal.
What are you talking about? What about Thanksgiving? Like, it even includes food, that thing you obsess over. Like, I guess we forgot about Thanksgiving. But I guess that's not related to any sort of specific religion. But even though secular people celebrate Easter as well, just like they do Thanksgiving and Christmas. But sure.
As I was growing
Easter is second Christmas. Sure, buddy.
up.
What about birthdays?
Now, today, it's like just a normal day.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, to me, I don't do anything. In fact,
Yeah, 'cause
we had
you have no
forgotten it was
family.
Easter this week. So, you know, if we had remembered it was Easter, perhaps we actually would have done a dinner that had like ham or something, but we just didn't even think about it. So what do we have?
Doesn't he change his stupid pre-stream slide artwork and the image on his schedule in order to make it themed for Easter? But he didn't know that it was Easter. That's what happens when you have everyone else do everything for you. You have no awareness of anything.
Having for dinner today?
It's all just switching out JPEGs.
Gumbo, which is chicken sausage and shrimp with pepper.
It's a shame. I had some ideas to do something for April Fools, but I guess it slipped my mind. I don't have an April Fools thing planned out. I'm sorry.
In a roux over rice. Very Easterish,
We're watching an April Fool today, anyways.
right?
Good. Something else I want to talk about with this stupid Joe Biden thing being like, no, actually, it's instead of Easter, it's actually True and Awareness Day. And it's like, boy, I can't wait till all this gets overturned.
So anyway, no matter how you celebrate the holiday, whether it's religious for you, whether it's a day where you actually do other stuff that's very weird and commercialized and not religious, or if you just have a normal day like me, I hope that you have a good Sunday, okay? But for me, it's kind of a day of ending March and now feeling fresh for a new month, because let's be honest, these last couple of months have felt kind of tired and really droning on and on with the games that I was playing. And now that we have finished RPG Overload and we're starting new games, and we're
Which are RPGs. Dragon's Dogma 2 is an RPG. We're also going to be starting Elden Ring, which is an RPG. But yeah, RPG Overload, buddy. Not going back and playing Sea of Stars. Not playing Persona 3 Reload. Not playing a whole bunch of RPGs that are on the back burner.
New things like bringing back Elden Ring and stuff.
Yeah.
It's going to feel like a nice, fresh new month for sure.
Jeez.
And I like that a lot, that we're doing new things now this coming month. So great timing, right? It's like we coincided the end of the same old games for 2 months with a fresh new month starting tomorrow. And that's a great thing.
Arbitrary.
Right? Very cool.
Yeah, Alone in the Dark, which is very disappointing by all accounts. It's like a 6-hour game, 5-6 hours. Like, that's a fucking bummer, man. Like, how do you even let that slide? It's terrible. Anyways,
Oh, of course. Dapian says Jesus loved gumbo. The Bible says so. Oh, of course. We all know. Jesus, he had the loaves and fishes, remember? And he took the loaves and fishes and multiplied them for everyone.
It's
and
not
they
funny.
dipped it into gumbo
It's not
as they ate it.
funny.
Of course, the
Not
classic story from the Bible. I remember that.
Not
Thank you, Dad.
funny. Not funny. But make
Anyway.
sure to fake laugh at
Man, how
it.
did I forget that one?
So you
so,
can pretend that it's funny.
Let's talk. What are we talking about on the show today? Well, first of all, just so everybody knows, today is a very laid-back day. What I mean by that is after 2 days of gaming and progress and all that, today's React Day. Okay? So today, we are relaxing.
It's a complete
We're enjoying
disaster.
the day for what it
We're gonna
is.
take a look
We're
at
not going crazy.
Another absolute
It's not
disaster.
anything like that, okay?
Okay.
It's more relaxing.
This is what the great thing about Sundays is, that it's guaranteed just to have just ridiculous, embarrassing moments that usually end up with him not getting any money. And he's just scheduled it for himself once a week. I love that.
Of a day. So, first stream here is going to be the Level 1 podcast, and what I'd like to do is recap what went down in both Alone in the Dark.
Yeah, it's so weird. He's like a fucking puppet. It's like a weird puppet face where you just take the mouth and you rotate it. Like, it's permanently askew.
Dark and Dragon's Dogma 2 yesterday. You know, the first time
So
I'm playing Alone in
bizarre.
the Dark, only the second time playing Dragon.
I hate making the Doki Bird comparison because Doki Bird is actually talented, but it really is just like a cartoon face where just that's their thing. Like, one side of the mouth is higher than the other side of the mouth.
Dogma 2. I want to give you my thoughts on Alone in the Dark and my
This is getting
updated thoughts
worse.
on Dragon's Dogma 2, because after having played again,
Okay.
I do actually have a distinct update for you on that, on my thoughts, on how to
A
cover them, how to put them in the
distinct
schedule.
update
So I
on
hope that
his
you'll
thoughts.
like that segment. It's going to be pretty important if you're interested in what I'm doing soon.
It won't. Well, that's the end of that video. Thank you, Duty. Where is it? This one. More
I
Duty.
need that money. I really. I received 0.
Also, there's been an update on Sonic Soul. He was banned from Evo Japan for threatening to kill people if they walk up to him at the tournament and make fun of him. So he's just banned, and he was just having a big giant cope session. It's a huge video. It's like a 3-hour long, and the 3 hours is edited down from like a 9-hour long stream where he's just sitting there coping.
0 contributions.
He's so happy.
Literally nothing. On the late stream tonight on DSP Throwback, it was the premiere of the Retro React for Bully Scholarship Edition. Now, to be transparent about it,
I'm thinking about making a Sonic Soul video, but I want to wait and like see more things that'll happen. I don't think enough stuff has happened to make a satisfying compilation, because he's so boring and he's so repetitive. Like, I feel like you could take that 3-hour long stream and cut it down to a half hour if you just cut out the repetition. The guy loops more than King Cobra, I swear.
this.
Everything he says, he has to say at least 4 times.
Outright told everyone tonight was an experiment. What I had originally had in
No, you're thinking of Sonic Fox. Sonic Soul is different. He's not a furry, but he's more ridiculous than Sonic Fox, I think, in some ways.
vision for Retro React was that this was a show that we were going to do maybe twice a month, maybe once every 3 weeks. And it was going to be variety for the channel. That
Sonic Soul is the guy who sent me a false copyright strike for putting out a video making fun of him for gooning in Discord to Fuda.
more content on the Throwback channel.
And I was on Twitter arguing with one of his supporters, which I'm not very proud of, because I don't like Twitter. I don't like tweeting. So I just said my piece and then muted him and moved on. You can see here on Twitter. This is basically all I said. Can't be. Yeah, I just muted his post. I don't know if this is showing up because I have him muted or because he did lock his account. But this guy Button Check made a video about Sonic Soul. Oh, thank you for the resub, Samurai Sansa. Much appreciated. 30 months on a 29-month streak. I would do the VTuber costume thing, but I'm editing a video ostensibly. I haven't worked on it in a little bit. But I'll show you a little bit of the preview I'm working on. It's about Stellar Blade. It's about IGN, because you can't spell ignorant without IGN. And this time it was the French division. Oh, the French. Which I included that meme too. The Orson Welles. Oh, the French. But yeah, the French IGN put out a terrible article, and I have the Johnny Cage mime costume in order to properly express the Frenchness of it all. But yeah, Stellar Blade does look good. I need to get me a PS5 at some point here. I thought about borrowing someone, but I was like, they're not going to let me borrow it. Anyways, Twitter. Some dude, like, I left a comment on the video being like, hey, no mention of how the guy, like, jacks off on a live stream or on a Discord call with a bunch of other dudes. Like, basically, DSP. He basically does a DSP on a regular basis, which is so fucking weird. It's how the internet has degraded over the years. But everyone in the comments is like taking his side because they don't know anything about him. I think there was one comment where someone is literally like, give me one good reason why this guy should be made fun of. And I reply being like, there's a pretty good reason, I can tell you. Let's see if I can find it. It's too many comments. There it is. Someone give me one good reason that Sonic deserves to be treated like this. And I reply, he jacks at the Fuda hentai in his Discord with his mods and orgasms into the microphone. Yeah. You think someone shouldn't be made fun of for that? I think people should be made fun of for that because they should not do that. I mean, keep that shit private. Holy shit. What an embarrassing moment for the FGC that this guy is your representative. But I did leave another comment, and now it's not there anymore. Basically saying the same thing, but not in reply to someone else's message, and now it's gone. So I tweeted at the guy being like, why are you deleting comments? And he said, I haven't deleted anything unless YouTube held it for spam/review to be approved. And I said, I commented about how Sonic Soul has a Discord with him and his mods, you know, yada, 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 like I said. And one of his supporters replied, doing the usual, being like, leave him alone. You're just a troll. And I'm like, saying things that are true is trolling. Weird definition of trolling. At least you admit Sonic Soul is weak, because he's like, you're just picking on someone who's weaker than you are. And I'm like, am I? Is he really weaker than I am? I guess so, if you say so. Yeah, sure, he is. And he kept going at it until I was finally like, you know what? Let's see what's on this guy's timeline. Let's see what he tweets about. And it's stuff like this. Where it's like actual Derek posts where he's like, you can read this. I'm very apprehensive about reading this out loud because I don't want it to get clipped and quoted, but you can read it. You can see this stuff. This is you need to get Bob Starsky with his Derekisms reading this. But yeah, he's all about the D, and he thirst posts on main on Twitter. So I'm like, can't be surprised you're the kind of person who stands for Sonic Soul, the same degenerate coon brains that support DSP because they're a lot alike. Both lolcows, FGC has-beens, public masturbators, and false flaggers. Insulting you is redundant. You being you is the worst insult. And then he replies being like, if you block me, then I win. So I just muted him. I was like, I don't fucking have time to deal with these people. But yeah. And there was one other guy. This guy was like, detractors who make fun of DSP for begging but have tip jars. And I'm just like, if you don't understand the difference, then you're more dented than Phil. Obviously, there's a difference. People seem to like that. Thank you, Samurai Sansa, for co-signing. Oh, no, you're replying to something different. Okay. But yeah, there's a huge difference between having ways for people to support you and begging for money the way Phil does. Even DSP understands the difference. He understands the difference between begging too much and not begging too much, because he himself says he begs too much. Thank you, Deathcore Lover. Thank you for the resub. Good morning to you too as well. I hope you guys are having a good morning. But anyways, that's the Twitter update. Might look a little bit into what Sonic Soul's been up to, but I don't know. He's kind of a boring dude who keeps repeating himself constantly.
Rather than just these legacy playthroughs being uploaded for
anyways
being prolific or not prolific.
The white Sonic Soul. The thing is, I think Sonic Soul is more of the black DSP than LTG is when you think about it.
Posterity, because some of the playthroughs I'm doing, like Red Dead and Final Fantasy 13, don't exist anywhere else anymore.
I posted in June's tweet. Really? I didn't reply to June's tweet. Do I have to look at that? June the King. Let me look at this. Like I mentioned. June the King. Where's my post? Oh no! He's complaining about being blocked by TJ Gamebox. No, I don't see anything. Did he say anything? I mean, he's clearly going into this with a preconceived notion. Let's see. There is undeniable paranoia, but yes. I believe that any detractor page group channel made for any other purpose than entertainment always fails. Does anyone know if there's any examples of long-standing ones that can counter this narrative? So he's already got his narrative in his mind. He just wants people to support it for him. It's like, dude, do your own research. King Sly, I don't know what you mean. What other purpose is there besides entertainment? Besides the SOK, which was long gone. Hold on, let me pull up the chat so I can click this link. Is this not you? No, I'm not replying to Jin the King. This guy isn't Jin the King. Yeah, I'm replying to someone different. Unless Bieber Sucks 123 is Jin the King's alternative account that he shitposts on. But yeah, I didn't reply to this. I didn't really feel like it. Instead, I replied to Shinko Flores' video that he did on this. Basically reiterating my thoughts that I had said in Discord as well.
That's your boy.
Which is, I made my channel in 2016, and even then the SOK was done existing. There's no analogy to properly express how ridiculous it is to still be holding us accountable for them. It feels like some ancient Egyptian curse to be punished for the actions of someone you had literally no associations or interactions with. It's like, dude, like, I get it. You want to have your video show quote unquote both sides. Yeah, DSP is ridiculous, and everyone talks about how ridiculous DSP is. But did you guys know that the people who don't like him are also crazy too? Wow, crazy. And my biggest example is the Sons of Kojima, which stopped being a thing like almost a decade ago. But what other examples are you going to have? So let's just focus on them. Besides the SOK, I found groups like the Conway Convicts. Again, that's not DSP related. That's Wings of Redemption, dipshit. You want to make a Wings of Redemption video, go back and do another one on him. You don't have to lump us in together. Try to take down their opposition, whether it be troll groups or just created their trolling themselves. Entertainment is secondary and typically only reach their most niche of audiences. Well, DSP doesn't have any group like that fucks with DSP on that level. Like, you don't have people making TikTok accounts impersonating DSP, talking in, like, you know, saying really fucked up shit, and then tying it back to Phil in ways that he has to deal with, like they do with Wings. Like, really. Ugh. Hey guys, you guys know anyone who's, like, fucking fucked up? Who are you talking about? Wings people. It's like, oh, okay. I thought you were making a DSP video. But sure, buddy. Anyways. The basic rundown is this video. I'm trying to show how fractured the community really is. There are people who launch doxing campaigns. What are you talking about? Since the SOK, who has launched a doxing campaign? Like, nobody gives a shit about doxing in, like, the past 8 years. Like, literally, who are you talking about? You think if you were making a documentary and doing research, you would actually be able to provide any examples? Like, it's not a fractured community. The SOK doesn't exist. Like, there's a thing that no longer exists, and there's the thing that we have now that exists. Like, that's not a fracturing, and it's a revival. That's a rebirth. It's a huge difference. Talked about this plenty of times. Others that disagree with those tactics, few that hold personal grudges against Phil, many that just don't interact and watch it unfold. It's not a fracturing. This is people who do things and people who do different things. What are you talking about? But of course, he's decided what he wants to run down to be. He's decided that he wants to show a narrative of the community that is what he's already established in his brain, regardless of any information that he comes up with between now and the ending of the video, which is not a good way to make a documentary. You should be able to be flexible and be able to change your mind based off of new information. Even if it means going back and redoing parts of your video. Yeah, I know it's hard, but stop being so lazy. Anyways, when someone gets too crazy and somehow gets into the limelight and represents everyone poorly, then that's when there's some scarce unification. Scarce unification. It's like, just because we called out Pastor Derek for being a denthead, doing exactly what June the King is doing, by the way, saying that there are people who are doing bad shit, and when everyone else is like, hey, who are you talking about? He's like, well, obviously I'm talking about you if you had to have an issue with it. Such a doofus. This documentary is going to be super lame, which is good, I guess. Then every effeminate man, everyone can make their videos debunking it and just watching it on stream and just telling you how wrong it is. I mean, it would be boring if it was just a video that was right about everything, because then you would have nothing to respond to. But go ahead, June. Give us free content that we can react to and make our own videos about. I'm definitely going to watch it on stream. Maybe on YouTube even. Maybe. Proto Cannon, would you be willing to be interviewed on the subjects of early Evo and Darkside Phil, one of its most infamous players? Tom Cannon. That'd be interesting if he talks to the Cannon brothers about Phil, but I wonder if he's going to bring up how wrong DSP is about rollback netcode. This is from February 27th. I'm about 70% done with the research, and I admit the rabbit hole goes deep. What are some lesser known yet interesting things that are often missed? This person was never a part of the DSP detractor community. This is some random Kiwi farmer who hit up, didn't actually hit anything, but hit up Kat's sister, who is in
something like that, right? So he rolled up.
Who is an OnlyFans prostitute, basically just buying her services, which she openly advertises. How dare he? DSP being a valedictorian somehow. The Kojima water well, which, as much as you want to make fun of, is still an act of charity that is helping people. I mean, they did it to try and make themselves feel better, but it's like, it's a charity. I mean, you want to compare it to Extra Life, who've raised like $10,000 given to local children's hospitals. You want to make fun of this as much as you make fun of that? And this article making fun of him. I doubt he's going to even mention the Extra Life charity and all the money that Tevin and the others have raised in charity. He's just going to ignore it because he's got a narrative that he's already decided upon. Detractors are as bad as Phil, and that's what he's going to run with.
But I wanted more content. I wanted variety content.
But yeah, it doesn't count. Charity doesn't count if you talk about it. That's what they tell you in Catholic land.
And the first couple of streams that we did of it, like Red Dead 1 and Dark Souls 1, they did pretty good, but people always wanted something else.
You gotta love it when your wireless headphones shut off in the middle of audio playing. It's like, wow, it's supposed to go to sleep when you're not listening to audio for a while, not narcolepsy.
So when we started Heavy Rain, that was the big one. Like, that was the one that immediately when Heavy Rain started, people were showing up, watching, engaging, and supporting those streams in a huge way, and the playthrough did really good. Or I say the playthrough, I should say...
Also, god damn it really fucking sucks. For some reason, the Extra Life team page is gone. Like, I go to the Extra Life team page, and I get this. Like, god damn it. I don't know why they decided to do that, but you can't actually go to a page and see on Extra Life's website that the team page has raised a bunch of money. I don't know. Did they rework the website or something?
The retro react of the...
I'm gonna have to find my own PNGs and send them over, but you'll be just taking my word for it, which I'm a notorious liar, right?
Playthrough did really good. 6 straight weeks we did it, and people showed up.
If you've got a narrative, that's what you would assume.
So I said, hey, if you want to keep that momentum going, let's vote on a new game. And people voted for Bully Scholarship Edition, but I didn't know how it was going to turn out. I was kind of, a little upset.
I was kind of, yeah, sure. Obviously, it was kind of,
Some people showed up, not as many as for Heavy Rain, but a good amount of people. And at first we were engaging and having good conversation. But it became obvious around halfway through tonight, Bully is not as engaging of a game as Heavy Rain was. Notably because it's not just narrative, there's a lot of gameplay elements to it. Honestly, I don't think the game looks as good because with my camera, you know, a narrative-based game would look a lot better than, say, a game with a lot of action. It looks a lot more choppy and stuff like that. And
Maybe
honestly, I
should-
felt like maybe about halfway through the stream, people were starting to get bored.
Like, Tevin is too chill to bring this to June's attention. Like, maybe I should. Maybe I should break containment and actually be like, hey, just so you guys know, this is something that we've done.
By the end of the stream, it was apparent because just to let you guys know, this stream had way low support compared to any Heavy Rain stream.
Should I not? Maybe I should put it up to a poll. Should I let June the King know that Tevin and others have raised at least like $30,000 for local kids charities? Yes.
Okay. I received 0 contributions. Literally nothing. Now, I'm not complaining. This was an experiment, correct? You don't know what's going to happen with each game that I play as a Retro React. So, I'm not sad or upset or anything like that, but it definitely didn't do anywhere near as good as
This is a clip that was shared in the Discord. This is so wild. He's wiping tears from his eyes, but he's not sad or upset. Like, he's literally wiping his eyes. And he looks terrified. Like, look at his facial expression.
literally nothing. Now, I'm not complaining. This was an experiment, correct? You don't know
my
what's
God.
going to happen with each game that I
I'm not
play
complaining.
as a Retro React.
I'm not complaining.
So,
I'm just wiping
not
tears from my
sad or
eyes. I'm not
upset
sad or
anything like
upset.
that, but
I'm not sad literally as he's wiping his eyes. I'm not sad. I'm not sad, you guys.
upset or anything like that, but it definitely
Okay,
didn't
sure.
do anywhere near as good.
If you just say your emotions, then no one's able to look at your face and see your emotions for themselves.
As when I was playing Heavy
That's how
Rain,
it works.
All right.
That's the King Cobra theory. I'm not
At the end of
mad.
the night, I
gonna be
literally
great.
asked the audience, "What do you think?" 50% of the audience said, "Let's do something different next week. Let's play something new, or let's go back to Dark Souls 1 or something like that." Like everyone had a different opinion, but half the audience was like, "Let's just do something different next week." It didn't work too well. The other half was like, "Oh, let's continue it," right? But I'm skeptical because it's good that people want to see it continue, but where was everyone and where was the support tonight?
Where was the support? I'm not complaining, but where was the support? Where was the support? Big shrug. I'm not complaining though. I'm just asking. I'm just being honest with you. And people have a problem with that. People have a problem with me being honest about where was the support. I'm not complaining though. I'm just being honest. Just saying.
That's the case, you know.
Right, you know.
Basically, the demand that I saw from that half of the viewership didn't line up with the other performance of the stream. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm
So,
saying?
I've created a poll on the main channel page, community tab of the DSP Throwback channel, which you can find at
All right, I'm gonna make these
youtube.com/DSP
screenshots.
Throwback. I want to do another Retro React stream next Sunday night, and the options are as follows. Continue with the original Red Dead 1 playthrough. That was the original one I did way back when in, January, February. Continue with the Dark Souls 1 playthrough, which I only did one stream of, and I felt it was really fun, but we never continued because people voted for other stuff. Continue with Bully Scholarship Edition, which we did, and want to see if you want to see more of it. Or start The Walking Dead, the Telltale series, episode 1. And if you
Oh
say,
yeah,
"What do you mean by
that's such a
Telltale series?
flattering.
Aren't there multiple seasons?" There are. But when that first one came out, there were no seasons.
It's such
It
a
wasn't called
flattering
season 1. It
playthrough.
was just called The Walking Dead, the Telltale series, episode 1. Okay?
Okay.
So, I'm curious what you guys want. Now, you might say, well, wait a minute. Why only one new game in there, and why that one? When we were playing Heavy Rain, it became apparent that when I do these retro reacts, the narrative-based games work best. Because number one, especially for narrative games that are from a long time ago, I don't remember the choices that I made. I don't necessarily remember all the outcomes. And number two, it's funny to see my old style of commentary paired with those style of games. It just works. That retro react of Heavy Rain was genius. It worked beautifully, and everyone's like, wow, you could just do this endlessly. But it's funny because then we do it with Bully, and it's kind of like, it's just not as good, right? So,
I wonder
I'd be down
what
for any of
is
those
the
four.
difference.
Okay, please
Maybe
vote.
because you're way more racist
Your
during the
vote
Heavy
will
Rain
absolutely
playthrough.
determine what game I play next Sunday night. But I'm just going to say this ahead of time. I want to preface it with, if next Sunday night we do a Retro React stream, and again, we get lower engagement, lower support, and it's just not doing as well, I think I'm going to have received 0 contributions. Literally nothing. Go back to my older idea of not doing it as often. Maybe what's happened now is because it's becoming so commonplace, we're doing it every week. People just aren't feeling that it's special anymore. So if next week doesn't do so well, just like it did tonight, I think we will hold off on doing it again. I think instead we'll probably wait a couple of weeks, maybe even wait till like the end of April to do another one. Okay. So vote, and please show up, engage, and support with what you vote for if it wins the poll, because that's going to keep Retro React going every week. All right. Or if that's not what you want, I'm okay with bringing back more gameplay too. Either way is fine with me. You know, I really liked the Heavy Rain Retro React. I was a little disappointed with tonight. I hoped it would do better, and it didn't. So let's see what happens next week. Okay? Fair enough? Now, tomorrow, we get back to full-time gaming after a day of full-time reacting. Tomorrow will be a Level 1 podcast, followed by the continuation of Alone in the Dark on my first stream on DSP Gaming. And tomorrow night's late night stream will be more Dragon's Dogma 2. We're going to keep that going as part of the schedule for the foreseeable future. And if you're wondering, wait a minute, you mentioned Elden Ring. When's that coming back? Tuesday. Tuesday's daytime stream. I'm going back to Elden Ring for the first time in a year. I'm going to try to take the time to relearn how to play as my magic build, because honestly, I don't remember. It's been so long
It's
now.
a cheese build.
Adjust and accumulate myself to the game, or reacclimate. I always say reaccumulate. I mean to say reacclimate myself to the game. To learn how to play.
It's a cheese build. It's a build for people who don't know how to play.
A lot of people have been asking for it for a while.
Sure, bud.
Give me the opportunity to readjust and get back on my toes and get through the rest of the game before.
Okay, how about this? Hopefully this doesn't sound too rude. You know how I am. One would hope your extensive research would include the money raised for children's hospitals. For comparison, DSP donated 0 to charity according to his bankruptcy forms, but just in case you missed it. How about that? It's not rude. It's not a... It's just being informative. Like, just in case you don't know this.
Before the DLC comes out, okay? So, today was a fun day. Please let your voice be known in that poll on the Throwback channel. Have a good evening, and I'll see you all tomorrow for a full day of new release gameplay fun on DSP Gaming. Thanks a lot. Oh, one final thing. I had forgotten to upload today's podcast to this channel, so I'm going to upload it right now, but you very well may see this daily wrap appear before the podcast.
Oh my God.
My fault. I just had a lapse where I forgot to upload it earlier today along with the React footage. I will upload it tonight along with the daily wrap. Okay? Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace out.
Peace, pout. I'm not complaining. I'm just like, where's the support? Judas Priest Painkiller, but it's about an actual pink. I guess that's Falcone's April Fool's video. Jeez. Donating to children's hospitals, not an April Fool's prank. Believe it or not. Is there anything else to get caught up on? How about this one?
Last time I had financial freedom was probably 2014 when I moved out here. That was the end of it. Seriously, like 2014.
I need to get editing.
And right now, one of the big talks is that there's a show on Netflix, I think it is. I don't actually know what it's on. It's on Max, correct? It's on Max. And it's a documentary about how,
HBO.
sadly, it seems like a lot of the kids were mistreated or put into really uncomfortable adult situations they should not have been in while on these sitcoms, and it's all being exposed now years and years later, okay? So
Oh, yeah,
we already
watched
watched a video about
Thank you, Samurai Sansa, but we watched this at the beginning of the stream. King Cobra getting kicked out of his apartment.
this a week or two ago, and I told everyone I'm not interested in it. You know, I wasn't around for that era. I don't know
Rewind
any of
the
these
stream.
kids. I don't know anything about it. It's sad that it happened. Sadly, this is something that
All streams get uploaded to LWO's stream archives on YouTube.
commonly probably happens
Just in case you want to watch it on demand.
And now it's good that it's coming to light, but I just don't care about it because I'm not interested. I have no involvement in it. I don't even know anything about it. Someone submitted an ultra clip this week. Oh, here's Dan Schneider's apology for the I don't care. I literally don't care. It has nothing.
Well, you're being paid to care. That's if you cared, they wouldn't need to give you money in order to make you watch it. You would just watch it on your own time. But they're paying you like a lot of money, like $20 a month for you to care. So you better fucking care.
To do with me. I have nothing to add or comment because I'm not involved.
Then just fucking watch it. Just fucking watch it anyways and give whatever commentary you can give. That's how this fucking shit works, idiot.
In it. I don't even know anything about it. So
God, he just doesn't understand his own business model, which is why it's failing.
why you would submit this video, I have no idea. We're gonna watch it for like a minute
Because they want you to watch it.
Because I already said I'm.
What about the fucking Denthead Slayer, the guy who lives in Singapore who keeps sending DSP K-pop videos? DSP doesn't care about K-pop, but you watch it anyways. Why? Because you're paid to watch it. Fucking doofus.
Not interested in the idea. I don't know anything about it. But then you submit it as an ultra thing. It's like, oh, we'll watch the video anyway. Okay.
Well, you'll know about it if you watch it.
Okay, you ready? Here we go. Here it is.
Way to complain. Hey, it's a thing about food. Ew. Is he just putting soup on napkins?
TiVo on Nickelodeon's iCarly. I got a chance to watch the Quiet on Set program and
Ugh.
reached out to Dan to see if it was something that he'd be willing to discuss.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yes, they look so much alike. Like if someone put like a face swap filter on it, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
I really
The difference is that if DSP had a pool, it would be shaped like a giant turd, whereas Dan Snyder's pool is shaped like a foot because he's a weirdo fetishist.
appreciate you.
Like the weirdest thing about this is just how in plain sight it was. Just how, man, so even gross to talk about. The way he would make the girls on set like emphasize their feet because he was sexually aroused by feet. So we would make these underage girls put their feet front and center and have them do weird feet things.
Reaching out and
God, there's
giving me the opportunity to talk to you about what we saw over the last 2 nights.
Now,
Okay. That's enough. Like really, I don't know anything else about it. I'm not gonna watch the
well,
show.
if you watch it, you'll know. What did he stop on?
That's enough. Like really.
What is
What we
enough?
saw. I really appreciate you reaching out and giving me the opportunity
I appreciate you reaching out and giving me the opportunity to
to talk to you about
what
we
about
saw
it.
over the last 2 nights.
now,
Okay.
Why do you have to stop there?
That's enough.
It's so weird. Is he like being defensive towards this? Like, just watch the fucking. Oh my god, this dude is ridiculous.
Like really, I don't.
Is it not even a little bit interesting to see this guy who ran all these children's shows be like a weird, creepy dude? Like, why is that not at least a little bit interesting? Like, it shows the sort of corruption and perversion that goes on in these sorts of productions. Like, it's classic documentarian corruption of innocence and shit. It's like stuff you have to know about in order to just like warn people about and guard against in the future. Like that's why people watch this stuff. For some reason, DSP is offended on behalf of Dan Schneider that this is getting exposed.
I don't know anything else about it. I'm not gonna watch the show. I don't care about the show. I have no interest in the show. I was an adult when those children's shows were on. I don't need to know anything else about this.
Bro, you watched wrestling well into your adulthood. So you can't like pretend you're all too mature.
Let's move on.
And this dude has watched a bunch of children's movies and talked about a bunch of kids' movies where I'm like, dude, I'm younger than you are, and even I was too old to watch those movies when they came out. How do you know so much about these movies?
Please don't submit more videos about this. Thank you.
Thanks for the money, dummies, because that's
Like Polar Express? Like, that was too old to be watching Polar Express, but you ask DSP about it, he knows all about it.
exactly what you fucking are. A bunch of fucking empty-headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks.
There is new legislation in Congress to change the standard work week from 40 hours to 32 with no change
thanks,
in pay.
Bernie. Bernie Sanders, the guy who's never worked a day in his life, wants to tell businesses how they should be run.
Reduce the standard work week from 40 to 32 hours over
Thanks,
4
Bernie.
years by lowering the maximum
Fucking
hours
bum.
threshold for overtime compensation for non-exempt
Worthless hack, cuck. Get fucked over by Hillary Clinton again.
employees. Require overtime pay at time
Bitch.
and a half.
Cry on camera about how you got fucked over, you fucking cuck.
Boy, I can't read. Let's try that again. Require overtime pay at time and a half for workdays longer than 8 hours, and overtime pay at double a worker's regular pay for workdays longer than 12 hours. Protect workers' pay and benefits to ensure that a reduction in the work week does not cause a loss in pay. This will never work. Here's why. Because even though in our government, a lot of our lawmakers are very well intentioned, okay? Like this idea, if this worked, reduce the work week for people in the United States. Make it so that they get paid more if they work more after 32 hours, okay? It's a good idea. But sadly, here's what happens when stuff like this passes. Two things. Number one, if you're in a job that previously you would get 40 hours a week, now they're saying, well, you only get 32 hours and it's overtime. You will never receive over 32 hours. And now your hours just got cut. You just lost 8 hours a week of work that you used to get and get paid for because employers don't want to pay the overtime.
From 40 hours to 32 with no change in pay. Yeah, boy.
GoPro camera. Oh boy. Again, this is nuts. How people do this shit, man. Thrill seeking, I don't get it. Like, again, to me, the only people who I could think would like
Thrills? Who would want to have thrills? Who would want to be thrilled at all? Who would want to ride a bike through a tunnel? Like, it's not even that dangerous.
like this. Like, either you're addicted to adrenaline or like.
For all the things to accuse someone of being addicted to adrenaline, what about fucking base jumping? What about jumping off of buildings in a wingsuit? That's way more dangerous.
You have no strife in your life. Maybe this guy has a super boring life with a family and a job he doesn't like.
No. What the fuck? Where do you get this from? For all you know, they work really, really hard and they want to offset the amount of work that they put into their job with something that's fun.
Right? And so this is how he gets his kicks. All right.
Oh, with open mine shafts. Well, yeah, I guess there's the chance of falling down a hole, but I'm guessing they did a little bit of scouting ahead of time. One would hope.
Like, if you have a life that has like stress and drama and riskiness to it, and you know what I'm saying?
No.
Why the hell would you want to have artificial risk and threats in your life? Like
It's not artificial. Artificial would be playing a video game. The thing that you do.
No reason to jump on that bike and go down.
This is actual real.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what?
No.
You could easily ride your bike outside of this cave that's much safer and get the same exercise, but you won't get the thrill.
But you don't get the thrill. That's the point.
So what?
They should steal grocery bags to get their dopamine fix.
What is it with these artificial manufactured thrills that people like? I've never understood that. I really haven't.
Isn't that sort of how video games work on a certain level? Like, why would someone play an exciting video game? Can't you just go outside and fight monsters in real life? Sure, you get the same, like, exercise, but you don't get the thrill.
Get it? Like, some people like skydiving, some people like mountain climbing, some people like extreme sports, parkour. I love roller coasters, bro. To me, it's like, dude, my life is stressful enough.
Dude, you can't even have roller coasters without this guy trying to make fun of you? Like, what the fuck can you do? The guy who never goes outside. Like, people go on roller coasters, people go to carnivals. You're like, what the fuck, dude? I don't get it. It's like, all right, well, fuck you.
I don't need artificial stress and thrills.
Jesus, what are people allowed to do? Play video games, that's all?
Well, I don't. This is crazy to watch this. Maybe
crazy.
this guy has a super boring life with a family and a job he doesn't like. By the way, how about this? I don't know what the fuck idiots are talking about with memes and shit. Oh, it's like, he's just like me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't follow your dumb fucking memes. So take your meme and show it up your fucking ass, because I have the ability to make an observation that's factually fucking based.
based.
Oh no. Oh no. Wow.
Wow.
Lighten up.
No one's trying to cancel him. This happens every time. Like, he'll tell you over and over again, oh, that's fucked up. People who do that is fucked up. I'm so ashamed of what I did. I'm sorry. And I'm doing my best to make up for it. But then you see it happen and he just laughs his ass off. It's like, wait, I thought that was bad. I don't laugh like ack, ack, ack. I laugh like ha, 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 ha. Don't you see? Don't you see me laughing like ha, ha, ha? Whoa, weird fucking laugh, dude. Let's hear that again. Like, it's so fake. It's so obviously fake.
Come on, Dougal.
Like, what is the point of it then? Why go so far out of your way to fake laugh at this when the entire narrative is that you're better than this? Are you trying to just be like, no, you guys see, it is funny. What I did was funny. And everyone who called me out for being a racist, they're dumb because it's actually funny.
Lighten up.
Oh my god, that's great. If it's
Is
not,
it?
like, we're listening right now to evidence that I don't laugh saying ack, ack, ack. It doesn't happen. But right now, I'm not kidding you. There's actual idiots in my stream chat saying, yes, it's ack. It's like, are you deaf? Guys, good stuff. Right? Good stuff.
Yeah, it's fine to find it funny. Like, if you're not a wokey who tries to make yourself feel better than everyone else, you know my take on things. I think everyone is a racist to some extent. Like, it's fine to have preconceived notions and stereotypes about people based on their race and their culture, but when it becomes discriminatory, when you deny people opportunities because you don't let people show you that maybe they defy those stereotypes, then that's when it becomes bigotry, which is never okay. But I think there is a big difference between racism and bigotry. And if you look at the left and the right, they agree. It's one of the few things that the left and right have a consensus on. Because the left will tell you that everyone has implicit bias, and the right will tell you, yeah, I'm a racist.
And we're going to continue on in a
We can shake hands on that.
moment. Thanks for chilling and watching and hanging out with me. Now,
The problem are the lefties are like, everyone has an implicit bias, and everyone is like, okay, well, what's your implicit bias? And then they're like, well, I mean, I'm not talking about myself. And they're like, wait a second.
if you guys enjoy the show, I would ask if you could support it in some way. That would be amazing. Whether it be a super chat, a membership, a gifted membership, or a tip, all would be great today.
Like, it's a position that should have such little controversy surrounding it. Just being like, yeah, let's just admit that everyone has preconceived notions and stereotypes and beliefs about people based off of their culture. It's like, why can't we just admit that? You can't move on the conversation about racism if you're stuck in this mindset where, like, everyone is a racist except for me.
Particularly, I do attempt to
It's like, I think everyone's a racist, including me.
hit the tier 1 tips goal on every stream that I do. We're
Just there's differences in extent. Anyways, back to begging.
currently at $36. It would be great if we could hit the 50
Getting a
today.
little bit too
Outside
deep.
of that, anything else would be nice. And remember, if you become a member, you are the people who will be able to nominate the clips for next week. Okay?
Cool.
Who's next?
And then he'll complain about it and not watch it because it's something that he says he doesn't care about.
Seriously, 3-4 idiots all sitting there talking about money. Oh, he needs this today, he needs tips, he needs this. Shut the fuck up.
Nah.
Trying to ruin the stream for everyone.
The bodies crowded the small house, making it almost impossible to walk.
Did he poison his whole family?
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at that. I was reading chat. I would think that everyone has said the N-word with the hard R at least one time in their life. You haven't lived unless you've done it.
That's what...
One would hope that everyone would be able to say every word that exists.
Poison his whole family? That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he literally poisoned his whole family. Oh my God.
Oh my
Jimmy
God.
murdered his entire family that day. My wife Amy and I are here every week.
Someone should juxtapose the laughing over this footage. He murdered
bringing
his
you
own family.
all the crime in half the
I've never
time.
heard of this channel.
Now,
This is 2 years old. 35,000 views. I mean,
Fucking trash.
Enemy at the cargo containers.
Complete trash.
It's more views than you get on
Moderate.
anything you do.
I would argue moderate views. It's okay. It's not great. It's okay. For YouTube. But man, I find it, what's weird about this story already, my first initial thought is I thought he poisoned them all. Like they all ate the same meal and they all died at the same time. Because if you have someone who's crazy going through a house shooting people, doesn't everyone run? And if they run, they're not all going to be in the same 1 to 2 rooms of the house.
What are you
You would
talking
think they would have
about?
went like upstairs and locked themselves into bedrooms and side rooms in the bathroom. Tried to jump out a window. Correct? Like, how did this happen? How could this possibly have happened this way?
Oh, this is it for the video. Sorry, I looked away to do a little bit of editing. Gundam's gonna get mad at me if I don't finish this one today. Especially when it's when it's about the Elden Ring demo. And he opens the video being like, the Elden Ring demo released last night. And I'm like, dude, if I finish this immediately right now, that won't be true. You sent it to me like 2 days after the demo dropped. How can you begin the video being like, the demo dropped last night? I'm like, what? So I made sure to like specify what day we're talking about, at least put it on the screen. So people don't get confused. That's a job of the editor, huh? Thought it was funny, we were talking about Star Wars and how Leslie Headland was the executive producer behind the Acolyte TV series. And she was Harvey Weinstein's assistant, worked with him for 5 years. And for some reason, we put this lady in charge of Star Wars. A lady who was like 1 degree of separation away from Harvey Weinstein, knew everything that he was doing and actually helped him do some of the things that he did. And we're just going to advance this lady upwards and put her in charge of things. Like, the whole feminism grift is null and void at that point. Then you made a joke about it. It was like, yeah, I guess if you watch your typical harem manga, Harvey Weinstein would seem like a protagonist. But Gundam said shonen manga. And I was like, that's not right. He should know what a shonen manga is since he's a Dragon Ball fan. So I put text on the screen that said, actually, asterisk, harem manga. Like, there's a difference between shonen mangas and harem. And nobody in the comments complained about him saying shonen because I put text on the screen that said, oh, actually. And I didn't even have to bug him and be like, hey, can you re-record this line? I was like, I'm just going to put text on the screen that says, actually, and you could do a little bit of on-the-fly correction. That's the job of being an editor, I guess. Anyways, let's get back into editing. But in order to do that, I need to play a longer video. DSP Throwback Act Disaster Stream. Phil gets bullied by low support.
Really, Scholarship Edition does. If you guys...
Speaking of Duty, if we're going to be watching Duty videos, did you see he was trying to hit up Keemstar to be like, hey, I know you wanted me to be on the LolCow podcast, and I insulted you, but I want to be on the LolCow podcast. I was like, dude, come on. Can we at least, like, try to be on our best behavior while June the King is out here sniffing up people's skirts and trying to find controversy where there's not? Can you just relax a little bit? Can everyone just, like, keep a low profile and try and be on their best behavior until this thing drops at least?
Like it, if we get good attendance, engagement,
I'm not asking
support
for a whole
tonight,
lot.
and you guys want to see it continue, I'm considering doing this series every
Yeah, maybe that's why. He saw they had Melanie Mack on, and he's like, man, I need to get on this. It's like, she's a grifter too. Just because she looked like the most sane one out of 3 lolcows doesn't say a whole lot.
week. Originally,
But yeah, I guess
the
I would take Melanie Mack over Wings, Boogie, and Rich Review Tech any day. But I mean, they're all just kind of They're kind of in the same boat in different extents.
idea.
It was funny. Rich was like, "How can you say you're not homophobic?" And she's like, "I am. I am homophobic." And just shut him down. He didn't have anything to say.
Was essentially that
It's pretty
it
fucking
was not
based.
supposed to be once a week. This was supposed to be like twice a month, maybe once every 3 weeks. But you guys liked it so much, I started doing it weekly for Heavy Rain. So if you guys like this and it works out well tonight, I would consider doing it weekly again.
And then, like, God, Wings tries so hard. He tries so hard to sound so much smarter than the family he feels like he's better than. He's like, well, the Bible says you're not supposed to have tattoos. So how can you be a Christian and have tattoos? And she's like, well, I probably couldn't be like an ordained minister with all of this, but I could still be like a member of the faith. Like, there's different standards for different levels of devotion.
If not, that's perfectly fine. We can maybe do it 2 or 3 weeks out. It doesn't matter, right? We'll see. Listen, I got more than enough to do with gameplay that, you know, I don't have to do this every Sunday night, but I think you guys have been loving these, right? Especially when you're going out for these streams.
Apparently
So
not,
tonight,
because
if
they're not giving
like
you money.
This channel, if you like the idea of Retro React every week, please support the stream tonight in some way, whether it be a super chat, a
Please.
membership, a gifted membership,
This is
or
begging.
tip. This is where I get the majority of revenue on this
But every detractor does this, right? That means that we're no better than he is, because we all talk like this all the time.
channel is these streams. Outside of that,
Like, I'll go through entire streams where I don't even bring up, you know,
I make like $1 a day ad revenue.
But
I'm
sure,
not even
it's the
kidding.
same
You know,
thing.
I don't have enough videos built up on this channel yet to make any significant revenue. Okay,
okay.
you guys excited for tonight? What are you doing? Kind of quiet. Yeah, I know they ported Bully to mobile game services like iOS as well. I'm aware of that. That was back when they were porting everything. They were porting all the GTAs to like the phones and stuff too, which was a stupid idea. They play horribly. Almost ready to get started, everybody?
Huh?
So, no contributions to
What are you
come in,
talking
nothing
about?
to shout out, nothing to put to the
Like, PS2 games play on modern phone hardware, if they're ported right.
on the leaderboard yet. All right. I'm curious to see how this goes. Like I said, with Heavy Rain, you guys surprised me.
Like, I'm pretty sure. I guess DSP is thinking that everyone has the shitty, outdated phone that he has that he only uses for WWE champions, but he's going to have to upgrade soon because it's going to be required of him.
With how many people showed up and liked the playthrough and engage with it. We'll see how this goes tonight. I don't know. If this doesn't go as well or so well, we could maybe try it one more time next week. Maybe we'll do another poll to see if another game would work. And if it doesn't really work out that well, we'll probably do it every once in a while. All right. But I'm
right.
curious how it will go tonight. I honestly have no clue. I'm telling you, I was skeptical because I was surprised that Heavy Rain did as well as it did. But I guess we'll see how this one goes. Okay.
Because it's the novelty of it. Because it's like,
And see if people like it enough or not. I'm not sure. I received my first contribution of the night, $1 tip from He Hate Me DSP super fan, who says, thanks for
It's
playing
Canadian
this. I was
Kirk.
viciously bullied in school. This will be cathartic and therapeutic for me. Oh, I'm
Excuse
thanks
me?
for playing this. I was viciously bullied in school.
dude, this guy needs serious help. This is the same guy who was talking about going to Disneyland with his dad and being too fat to get on the rides. Gee, I wonder why you're a bullied. Probably not because you're a big fucking fat ass, obnoxious idiot.
Be cathartic and therapeutic.
Like, being fat is one thing, but being annoying as fuck probably makes it so people make fun of you for being fat. Like, if you were a funny fat guy, if you were a cool fat guy that everyone got along with, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't make fun of you for being fat. But when you're, yeah, and a racist, a bigot, I mean, you know what I mean? Not just a racist. But if you're like the annoying fat guy, of course they're going to make fun of you for being a fat ass.
For me. Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I'm very sure.
Yeah.
That this will definitely be cathartic and therapeutic for you. In every
When
single
you,
possible
yeah,
way,
why would it be
yes.
cathartic when you
So-
play as the bully? Sure.
Thank you for the first contribution of the night.
Wouldn't it be cathartic if you were
$1
beating up the
Okay.
bully?
Are we ready to begin?
Okay, whatever, Kirk. Idiot. Fat idiot.
As you guys can see, 11 years ago, I wasn't as popular as I would argue I was a few years before. I mean, you saw the Heavy Rain playthrough. Every part had over 100,000 views. This playthrough certainly did not have that many, but this was probably on average the kind of views that I got back then. where part 1 would always have giant views of any playthrough, almost 100,000, and then the other parts would trail off. But man, it was still very profitable back then, 11 years ago. This, you know,
And you
at
blew
this
it
time,
all.
2013, I was planning my move out of Connecticut to somewhere else. And it was because my videos were still getting great views and profitability. That's why I was able to save up and move, basically.
And then you blew all your money.
I don't know. It's weird. Anyway,
you went flat
so,
broke.
Yeah, it has
moving
begun.
like a
Curious what you guys
fucking
think of Bully.
moron.
That's part 1. I'm going to split the part here.
Just blew through all of his
I usually make
savings.
around 30-minute parts when we do these
Moving
retro
and
reacts, so,
like, what good has it done him? Like, literally, what good has it done him? He could have gotten a place in Connecticut, and it would have been just as fine. He doesn't even leave the house.
let me know what you think in the comments. Obviously, if
Would have been closer to his parents. Could have actually spent time with him and had an actual Easter.
you enjoyed this so far, please leave a like.
Would have been closer to Kat and where she grew up. But no, we had to move to Washington because we thought that Washington didn't have any taxes, even though that only means state income tax and not all taxes, because you're a moron.
Curious,
Yeah, he doesn't have to shovel snow, but he doesn't go outside anyways. You know what I mean?
what do you think about Bully this early on?
Everyone else has to deal with it.
But much more to come tonight. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in part 2.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah,
I guess for his weekly grocery trip, he leaves the house, but he could get that delivered.
yes. So, good stuff so far. I hope
Good
you guys
stuff.
are enjoying. Obviously, it's a little bit of a build-up start, but I think, like, ridiculous stuff starts happening, like, right out of the gates in this game, if I remember correctly. Like kind of
Yeah, I remember
madcap
correctly.
stuff. So we'll see how it goes tonight. FYI, I'll be doing this for at least another 90 minutes tonight, if not 2 hours, depending on how the night goes. Okay. Like I said, I'll shout out any contributions that come in right now. Literally, we have the $1 tip and the 1 membership, so we have nothing else right
Boo-hoo.
now. So again, if you
Beg
like
harder.
this content, if you want to see me do it,
Oh, there he
weekly,
goes.
please support these.
There he goes,
streams. This
begging
is how I
harder.
make any revenue on the channel. I make $1 a day ad revenue otherwise. So please support the stream if you like Bully. Okay.
No.
All right. Let's continue.
If you
Let's
like
jump
the
right into
game,
next part.
give me money. Like, what are
Bully
you
here.
talking about?
Okay, I think that Bully, so far, it's been a great
How does
playthrough. I hope
giving you
guys
money
are enjoying
translate to enjoyment of the
And,
game? You would
again,
love that, wouldn't
please
you?
leave comments on the video. Let me know what you think of the playthrough, the retro react. We're trying to see if this is something that you want to see as an ongoing project or not. And I will see you in the next part. Thanks a lot. Okay. What I like to do is take a brief opportunity to break here and just kind of get up and stretch my legs a bit. I see that we have a fake Derek in the chat that we'll get rid of now. Yeah, there is a fake Derek.
Oh no.
Like I said, the cockroaches are out tonight, and
You?
in force. So let me get rid of the fake.
You're
one.
the cockroach. What the fuck are you
Who
talking
looks like was
about?
gifted a membership.
You're not
Let me
allowed to
get
call
rid of
anyone
Jimmy
else a
now.
cockroach,
Get
Phil.
him
I
out of
don't.
here. Okay.
You need to.
Let me just stretch my legs for a second.
Get a grip,
and then we'll
man.
Continue on. And again, guys, I want your feedback.
You're not allowed to call other people
Would you like me
cockroaches.
to continue to do this game? Excuse
Straight
me,
up.
next week. Would you like to see a different game in the rotation?
It's like when Wings calls somebody a neckbeard. It's like, dude, get a mirror.
Or should we not do this as often? You know,
Get a
Heavy
mirror
Rain
that
did very
isn't
well.
isn't warped and bent and circular.
I'll be honest. I don't think it's doing as well. You know,
Inside joke.
I got a lot of trolls here tonight. Which is
I
kinda
thought they were
annoying, but,
cockroaches.
yeah. So let's see what happens for the rest of the night. Okay, but let's do a little stretch here.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. He should be getting whaled out soon because the first of the month.
Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Maybe you shouldn't be so sedentary. This is great. When you beg and then you just leave dead air and just get up and leave. And then you sit back down and you beg some more. That's how you really entertain an audience. What a winner. Come on. Crickets.
Phew. Okay.
Okay. And then you take a big sip.
Okay. Thank you, Eternal Napalm, for trying to help with the moderation now. Yeah, sadly, there's a lot of idiots here tonight. I don't know what else to say. There's a lot of morons, right?
Well, you're losing to them, so what does that make you? Anyways,
Yeah, I am enjoying the conversation we're having about the school days, right? I mean, it's fine. It's fun. For sure.
For sure.
I mean, I'll be honest, the game's good, but I think like this, the retro reacts that probably will be the most engaging are the ones that have like the most interesting stories or commentary. Or, for example, like I really enjoyed reacting to the Dark Souls 1 that we were doing because I don't remember the original run and the mistakes I made. It's funny to laugh now that I'm much better at FromSoft games. It's fun to watch me suck at them for the very first time, right? I think that was pretty good, and then we never went back to it. People didn't want it; they actually voted for other stuff. So, but I'm having fun reminiscing and talking about school and everything with you guys. Again, you know, this is a test to see if this does well, and you know, we'll see how it goes for the rest of the night. I'm still here for about another hour and a half, and go.
Hey,
from
Dragon
there.
Slayer.
Okay. No, we did not have auto shop at our school in high school. There's nothing like that there. That's more like trade school stuff, or like maybe like a technical college would have that. Not technical college, a technical high school would have that. If you didn't have that, I went to a private high school. So.
A private high school
ready?
typically would have more,
Let's continue.
but sure.
Hello, everyone.
Good
and welcome
stuff so
back. Far, everyone. I hope you're enjoying. It's time to split the part. I'll be back shortly with more. And if you're enjoying this on demand here on DSP Throwback,
Give me money.
Me a favor, leave some comments and let me know what you think. And also perhaps consider giving the video a like or maybe leaving a super thanks. Thanks. I'll see you in part 4.
You're welcome.
Okay, good stuff, guys.
You done?
Meaningful content hit a bit differently, like back in the nuts back then. Exactly. All right.
Meaningful.
Real fast, I'm just going to use the restroom, okay? And then we're going to continue. Probably will go for about another hour. Again, guys, if you are enjoying tonight's stream, if you could support it, I'd really appreciate it. This is going to help me to determine if I want to keep doing this weekly. And
Good
if we want to do this again
God.
next week. I don't know. What do you guys think? Honestly, I feel like we're having a good time relaxing and talking. I don't know if the game is really is the best game for this, honestly. I think it's okay, but I feel like we were having more fun both with Dark Souls 1 and Heavy Rain, right? Am I right? Like, I feel like those games we were working a little better. But think about it, all right? And let's see what happens in the next hour or two, because we're still going to be doing it for about an hour, okay? All right, I'll be right back. See you in a sec. Buzz.
How about that? I'll take that. Nice hand job. Not blow job with those fucking braces, but I'll take a hand job.
Here we go. I'm actually surprised. We are, what, 7 parts into the playthrough? So well over an hour into the game before I started making comments like that. But you notice it's 2013. So you notice in 2013, it actually was reduced. And this is what I mean. Like, as I got older with this commentary, I started phasing it out more. But at the time, like, people were looking for that in my commentary. You know what I mean? But you notice it took a while. It wasn't like every word out of my mouth wasn't that. I mean, take a look at the Heavy Rain playthrough we just reacted to, how bad it was, right?
Hey, Gary, I need to get something.
Maybe that's why people aren't as excited, because
Oh, great.
I want to go for him.
there are fewer cringe moments where you have to apologize and excuse yourself.
I just wanted to get naked.
What the fuck? Can't say that
The
stuff.
diddle diddle, if you know what I mean.
See, oh my god, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? Like, you
Yeah,
imagine someone saying
you're
that
a
today.
fucking
This is 11 years ago.
pedophile.
All
You
right?
sound like a
Imagine
pedophile.
someone saying that shit today, right? It's like,
I mean, basically you are, because you're just rebroadcasting it. You're giving it entirely new life. You're breathing new life into your old commentary, right? Just because you sit there and you're like, Also, he's like, oh my god, he's so inconsistent with this. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe this. But then he'll watch a clip of somebody making racist humor and he'll just laugh his ass off and go, ack, ack, ack. Like, which one is it then?
oh my god.
Oh, when I have to emphasize that I'm better than my old self, I have to put my head in my hands and go, but when it's someone else saying the exact same thing, I have to laugh because I have no clue what I'm doing.
Oh, it was different too. And you know what I think it is too? Is when I
Dig
started
your
doing
finger
live
in your
streaming,
ear.
and then eventually I adopted the face cam. Even when I started live streaming, I didn't have face cam, right? When you're doing a playthrough like this and it's offline, and you're doing the commentary, you don't feel as if you're saying it to like a live audience. You know what I mean? I mean, I am. I uploaded the video, right? But you don't feel like that. Like, you don't feel like you're saying that in front of a group of hundreds to thousands of people. And then here we are, 11 years later, watching it back, a video that has 23,000 views, 23,000 people heard me say, right? It's like gross, you know. Gross.
Gross,
Okay.
gross.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
so
but back to
ashamed
the
of
best
myself,
content.
you guys, right?
That I will cringe along with you guys. That's just inappropriate shit. It's so bad.
Yeah, but if anyone cringed back then, you would ban them and call them idiots.
They'll have a blue arrow above their head and appear as
That's
an X on
the
radar.
issue.
So, all right, guys. It's time to split the part, and we'll have one more part tonight of the Retro React of Bully Scholarship Edition. I hope that you're all enjoying, and I'll see you in the next and final part for tonight. All right? Peace. See you then. Okay, everyone. So, yes, I'm going to just stretch my legs one final time here, and then we'll do another half an hour. If you guys are enjoying tonight, it sure would be great if you could support in some way. As you guys can see, I'm going to be honest here. Yeah, we didn't get nearly the support tonight that we were getting for any of the Heavy Rain streams.
Boo-hoo.
So I told you we were going to try this as a different game and see how it went. It's really not anywhere near as working out as it was with Heavy Rain. I think what we'll do after this last part, we will do a poll for next week, and we'll see what people vote for and want to see. And we'll do this for maybe one more Sunday night and see how it goes. And if it goes well, then we'll keep doing it every week. But if it doesn't, like if it's slow, like it seems to be tonight, then we'll probably do it way less often. Maybe what it is we're just doing it too often, and now people aren't that interested in it anymore, right? So maybe do every other week, maybe do every third week. And again, I'm okay with doing it that way and just doing more gameplay rather than the reacting. But it did work with Heavy Rain, but it's definitely not working tonight. You know, FYI, with 2 memberships, about $15 in super chats, and we didn't even hear the tier 1 tips call. Heavy Rain, we were doing way better than that, right? Okay, let me stretch my legs, and we'll do it, like I said, one more half hour, and then we'll probably set up the poll for next week before we adjourn for tonight. Okay? All right. Ouch.
Does he have like the noise canceling? Just why there's no audio coming through whenever he's up.
Yeah, there's no chair emote in this room. Or in this room. On this channel. Chair emotes on DSP Gaming. Okay. You need a chair emote here? Well, then we need a lot more people to become members. It's the memberships that unlock the new emotes, right? So
get on it, Argentina.
Like the channel, again, I keep telling you guys, on this channel and on the React channel, ad revenue is like nothing, like zero. This is all about people who contribute during the streams or become members. That's how these other channels outside of DSP
I so
Gaming are
fucking despise WebM.
Please consider becoming a member tonight if you want
Why
to
can't
unlock emote slots.
Adobe
That's how it happens.
Premiere import
Okay?
WebM?
Okay. All right, guys. Final part.
fucking
final half
annoying.
hour for
God, I fucking hate downloading a YouTube video to try and include in my video, and I download it. It's like 2, 3, 4 gigs, and it's like, well, it's in WebM format, so you can't do anything with it. Fuck off, bye. Like, god damn it.
Tonight.
Like, there's no way of checking beforehand either. Well, I mean, I guess there kind of is.
Let's do it. Here
I can see when it's starting to download. I can look at the file list and see what extension is. Cell phone there, sorry.
we go. Welcome back to the Retro React for Bully Scholarship Edition. Going to continue on here and see how far we get. I don't know if we'll get to part 10 or through part 10, but we'll see. So far, I'd say it's interesting going back to seeing this game. A lot of things from that time period that are interesting to look at, comparing the video quality, commentary quality, all of that, right? And also talking about school and stuff tonight has been pretty fun. So if you are someone who's watching this Retro React and you're enjoying it, please consider liking the videos, leaving comments, and maybe leaving a super thanks on a video. Or, hey, become a channel member as well. All those things can help the channel. All right, let's continue. So I just got the skateboard, which is so different. Look at this.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm back.
How cool is that? Through. I was saying to everyone that, it would probably take a long time to get through, probably like 2.5 months of doing this weekly. But I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Do you want to see it continue?
No, you don't. You don't want to hear my thoughts.
Is this playthrough or this series Retro Replay? Or excuse me, I'm having a brain fart tonight. This series Retro React was originally supposed to be kind of jumping from game to game. It wasn't meant to be, let's just do the giant run of an entire game. But when I was doing this for Heavy Rain, people loved it and it caught on. So I'm curious if you guys would want to see it again or not. Let me know your thoughts. It seems like people in chat are completely split. Some people are like, yes, I'd like to see it again. Others are like, maybe something like Dark Souls 1 returning or something like that would do better. I don't know. Let me know. Let me know your feedback, okay, everybody? But anyway, thanks. If you did enjoy tonight's stuff, I hope you'll watch it and you'll leave some comments on it and maybe give it a like and maybe consider a super thanks. And I guess we'll see what people want. I'll probably do a poll on this channel over the next week to see if people want more of this or do something different. All right? Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Great evening. Hope you all had a good time. And for those watching on
Or
demand, I hope you enjoyed
something.
it too. And I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Issue. Okay? All right. So anyway, yes. Please vote on that poll. That will be running all week long. I'll be checking along the week and see how it does and let you know. And we'll see what happens. Now, I'm going to be very honest and transparent with all of you. Okay? If people vote and we do another stream Sunday night of next week and it ends up still having low engagement and support, then I'm not going to do this every week. I'd much rather do more gameplay, which is what people are clamoring for and wanting more of, than doing this every single week if there's not that much demand for it. Okay? So let's see what happens. I'll let you guys vote for the week. Whatever wins the poll, we will do next Sunday night. Up to you. And then we'll see how that one goes. And if it goes well, then I'll keep doing it. And if not, then I think we're going to step back from doing the Retro Reacts every Sunday night and do more gameplay, maybe alternate every other Sunday or something like that. Okay? So let's see. Tonight, I'll be honest, tonight I was really hoping it would have been better than that. You
That's
guys
so
seem
funny.
to have wanted Bully.
Like, you've done the thing that the Dentheads wanted. You watched your Heavy Rain playthrough. As embarrassing as it was, the playthrough that for some reason put you on the map, and now that it's over, you're just clamoring for whatever else to do. It's like, this is what you get, dude. People didn't want to watch you watch all of your old playthroughs. They wanted you to watch a very specific small amount of playthroughs, and once that's done, then you can't just keep going back and milking it over and over again.
For a while, I'm surprised that it didn't do as well. I mean,
So shocking.
honestly, we had
How
almost 500
surprising.
people vote, and you would think that out of that, people would have shown up, but the attendance was only around 300.
It's not the
tonight,
game, it's
and the support
you.
is slower than a usual gameplay stream that I would do. So there you go. Just being
there you
honest
go.
with
I'm just being
okay?
honest.
All right. Well, here's the deal. Vote, and we'll see how the voting goes over the week. Tomorrow we are back to full-time gaming.
Really? We get to vote? Okay, I'll vote. I mean, you're telling me you want me to vote, so I will. I'll go to DSP Gaming. I'll go to the community tab. Wow, he's playing Alone in the Dark today. Scroll down if my scroll wheel is gonna work. Oh, it's not on DSP Gaming. It's on DSP Reacts. Well, that's how you really get all the good engagement. You put it on a different channel than your main channel. That's how you get the most feedback. DSP React community. Be nice if my mouse wheel would work. Oh, what the hell? There's no community tab here. Did he just not put the poll up? Come on. God, I gotta get a new mouse. It's annoying. Holy shit. I don't see a poll. No polls, Phil. How am I gonna vote? How in the world am I gonna vote? Gotta love how he privates these videos. So these are all just worthless posts. It's just like his Twitter. Very smart, Phil. This is how you do business with your business degree. Oh, it's DSP Throwback, so it's the third channel. It's so stupid. DSP Throwback ack. What a moron. DSP Throwback acks. Community, there it is. Hello, all. Hello. Your feedback is needed regarding which game I should react to for next week's Sunday night stream of Retro React. Please vote below and good luck. I want to see more Bully. 77%. With overwhelming support, but if you subtract all the troll votes, then it gets to be whatever you want it to be. That's how it works. You just subtract the arbitrary amount of votes that you want to subtract, and then it gets to be whatever you want it to be. Pretty cool, huh? That's it's called managed democracy. It's called selective democracy. You get to decide what the results are by disqualifying anyone that you don't like. It's very democratic in the literal sense. It's like the Democrat Party. Anyways. How about this one?
What is going on?
Oh yeah, I didn't see the
Back
rant over
with another DSP video.
Baldur's
My
Gate 3 yet.
God, he's lost his damn mind yet again for multiple.
Yeah, we saw that Master of Light. That was the first video that we watched at the beginning of the stream, was Cobra coping over getting evicted. I mean, like, I'm not going to give any details. The trolls aren't going to know when I'm leaving. And it's like, you're going to leave in a month. No, you don't know that. I'm keeping it all a secret, and that's how I'm going to maintain a W over everyone. I'm just not going to tell you. Sure, I'm getting evicted, but I'm going to leave you out of the details. So you're just going to be so mad right now, right? And then he just shoves a bunch of chew into his mouth, and he's like, this is really good. And everyone is like, no, it isn't.
Different reasons. First, we're going to start off with the end of RPG Overload. So Like a Dragon's done.
Yeah, it's weird. He should just do all the React stuff on DSP, whatever the second channel is. DSP Reacts. Just do the React stuff on the Throwback channel. I mean, not do the Throwback stuff on the React channel. That's what I mean. Like, the whole third channel thing is really stupid. It's like, nobody's gonna go to DSP Reacts and be like, what's all this throwback content here? I didn't sub to this channel for all this.
Baldur's Gate 3 is done. Now he's gonna go back to
Yeah, that's what he's hoping for. He's hoping that the new place is gonna be better than where he's coming from. It's like, I don't think you're gonna be that lucky.
Dragon's Dogma 2.
But he's gonna use magic. He's gonna figure it out with he's gonna use magic to get in there.
And his Elden Ring playthrough. But people were not happy. They wanted Final Fantasy VII. So
Gonna
we
put
have
a
this
circle
here
of
from Poland's
protection.
Future. Remember, this is the guy who championed how he finished everything he starts because he wasn't like everyone else and actually appreciated his audience. So we have Preem here in his chat. That's a slap in the face for people who watch your FF7 playthrough. How can you leave it incomplete like that? You always said you finish playthroughs once you're in. Of course, what he's referring to is that DSP is dropping Final Fantasy VII completely. He's not going back, even though it outperformed Like a Dragon.
Would you like me to ban you now or later? Because I just said I don't want anyone bitching about this, and you're bitching, and I've had enough. I've had enough. I'm not going to have anyone bitching about Final Fantasy VII. At all. Zero. Every complaint I get about it, I'm going to say shut up, because I'm not killing my business over this. And if you say it another time, I'm going to ban you. Because I've just had enough of this entitlement. Oh, I just want what I want, nothing else, and I'm going to sit here and watch.
Man, he's so terrified of Tifa.
The rationale of why we're not doing.
He really doesn't want to look at Tifa. That's all. That's really what it comes down to. I hate Tifa. She's too sexy. I can't look at her.
Doing it. Respect that. No, I want it anyway. Shut the fuck up now. Now I'm telling you, shut the fuck up.
Okay, well then they're not going to give you their money.
Dying for 4 fucking months. I'm not doing it again because you're going to be entitled about it.
Remember, keep in mind, he always said past few months, the channel is hurt because of the Argentina memberships. Now he's saying the channel's been dying because of RPG overload. Now keep in mind, Phil is the one running the channel. He makes the decisions. So if your business is hurting and it's dying like you said because of the games you're playing, that's your choice. You should play something else. You can't complain your business is dying because the games you're playing and then refuse to play something else. Then we got yet another DSP retcon.
I wonder if he could even tell you the two main characters in Sea of Stars, or if he's already forgotten. Valere and Zell. Like, it makes sense I remember because I finished the game, but I'm kind of curious, like, how quickly does it take him to forget the details of a video game after he's done playing? I'm thinking like within a week, like at the very most.
This is about him taking away the bubbles. Remember, bubbles, bubbles, bubbles. How about I take the bubbles and shove them right up your ass? Remember that? Well, he's now saying that it distracted people from the content. The truth of the matter is, everyone saw him as a joke. They were laughing at him because of the bubbles. And his ego wouldn't let him continue blowing bubbles. Remember, he even bought 2 guns.
Yeah, it's a really good
to shoot.
game. I really enjoyed it. The ending is kind of rough because if you want the better ending, you have to do a lot of extra stuff to get the better ending. The ending you get feels a little bit rushed, just a little bit, but it's whatever. It's a good game. It has really good emotional moments. With Garl, again another name I didn't forget because it has really cool emotional moments. Great combat, a lot of fun. I love the fucking Moonerang. I use the Moonerang all the time whenever I get the chance.
Out bubbles. But now he has a new excuse for not blowing bubbles anymore. Remember the bubbles he begged you for every single stream until you clicked the like button enough to shut him up? Until he finally came to a conclusion that the likes he wanted in return didn't actually matter. Guess whose fault the ending was?
Yeah, Jinx, we don't do bubble blowing anymore because it just makes too much of a mess. Like, I liked doing it last year, but basically what happened was there was a few times when it got, like, all over my stuff, and then I had to, like, scrub it clean because that bubble stuff gets really gross and sticky. You don't want it on electronics
It's
and stuff.
soap.
And after having scrubbed the office, like...
It's called soap. Like, it's literally soap. It's meant to clean things. It's the opposite of gross. What the fuck?
Like 3
Do you
separate
know
times last
what
year.
bubbles are made of?
I just got so tired of it. And honestly, there's people who sadly, they make the whole stream about it, which is really stupid. Like,
You
here we
do.
are,
You make the
in
whole
finale
like
of the
goal
game,
about it.
And they'd be like, hey, Phil, you hit 100 likes. Hey, Phil, you hit 100 likes. Hey, Phil, you hit 100 likes. 100 likes. You're going to do bubbles, bubbles,
Because
bubbles.
that's
Like,
what
dude,
you promised to
shut up.
do.
Like, I'm not here to push bubbles. I'm trying to put out an entertaining stream play game.
Oh no,
right?
Nurgle.
It just became too much, so yeah, we don't do it anymore. It is what it is.
See that?
It is
guys?
what it is.
It's because
Like every lolcow says, it's completely out of my control. All right, Nurgle, let's take a look at this. Trick or treat, smell my FE ... Let me guess what this is all about. One can wonder. Unmute. We love you, Nurgle.
Trick or treat, smell my.
There it was, 12 seconds.
he's too lazy to clean, and his viewers are entitled and demanding. And then we get to the night chat. We have this from Gout Gout. DSP yelling at chat, night edition.
Tubs, if you want to see me watch game trailers, submit them on my React show every Saturday or Sunday. That's what the point of the show is. It's funny because people are like, are you going to react to this? Are you going to react to that? Did you watch this trailer? Did you watch that trailer? I'm like, you know I have a whole show of reacting, right? Like every Sunday, we do it.
Every
Why
Sunday.
not have that be the submission for the show? I don't get why people ask me to do this stuff outside of the realm of content I'm already making. Why not just have it be the content?
Monetized it, don't you get it?
Tubs, Sarah, I swear to God. Sarah, I swear to God, if you say I have to play Stellar Blade one more time, I'm just going to ban that word from chat so no one will ever be able to type it. I mean,
Yeah, do it. Go ahead, do it.
enough. I've already said my piece on Stellar
Deprive
Blade
yourself of
700
as much
times. You know
money
I'm
as
not playing it.
possible.
Stop
Everyone's really
talking.
happy about it.
Dang. Oh my God. If you want to know what upcoming games I'm playing, watch the podcast. That's where I...
Yeah, someone brought up the preview of the Smiling Friends episode with someone who seems a lot like Daniel Larson. Yeah, I did see that. This is really, really peculiar. But I guess a lot of e-beggars are like that. You see this. Daniel Larson thinks he's in college. Daniel Larson college arc from the Leaping Lemur. We'll watch that a little bit after this.
talk about it every day. People ask me exactly the same stuff I've explained for days on end, so I'm not going to repeat myself. Tubs, I literally know nothing about Sandland. I have not paid any attention to other RPGs because I've been in RPG overload, so I'm not paying attention.
I mean, it's getting really good reviews. I mean, how much do you need to know about a game before you'll play it? Like, it's Toriyama's last game that he worked on. It's a open world RPG. It's a relatively new IP. It's doing really well. It's very popular.
to any fucking
But he doesn't want to play any RPGs unless it's Dragon's Dogma 2 or Elden Ring.
RPGs outside of what I've been doing. I have no intention of starting any new RPGs anytime soon. That would be really fucking stupid. So my focus right now is Dragon's Dogma 2. That's my RPG, and then balancing it with all other kinds of games. Through Dragon's Dogma 2, then we can talk about other RPGs. I don't even want to hear the name of a fucking RPG right now. Seriously. I don't care. I'm that burnt out. I don't want to hear another fucking 20 RPG names. I'm tired of this shit.
When Gundam sent me the project folder but didn't have the voiceover in it, and I replied like, give me the voiceover so I can start. I was just sort of on standby, just waiting for it to send them over. So I was thinking of what game to play, and I started up XCOM 2, War of the Chosen, and I got a little bit far in it. Like the War of the Chosen stuff is really hard, but it's really challenging, a lot of fun. Like the thing about XCOM is it's really difficult in the beginning, more so than the end, because near the end you unlock a lot of the things that make your team a lot more hardy, a lot more powerful, and able to take a lot more hits. So the beginning is, in contrast to a lot of games, is more challenging than the end game.
So one of my
it's tough.
favorite moments of the year so far, and one of the most hilarious of 2024 so far, is when DSP, in his words, the game's glitched or he accidentally got gay married in Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see the turn limits. I mean, like you only have so many turns in order to finish an objective. It takes away a lot of the strategic element behind it. I can see that complaint.
So I put this out. Back in the summer,
Just gotta be,
DSP said people
gotta rush
shouldn't
through a
talk
lot of
about
things.
BG3 because you can have sex with a bear. DSP ended up marrying the guy who becomes a bear, LOL. And remember, this is also around the time where he said, when Starfield comes out, no one will ever talk about Baldur's Gate 3 ever again. He also said it will not be nominated for Game of the Year, it will not win Game of the Year. Starfield, even if it's in a bad state, will be nominated for Game of the Year. My god, that has not aged very well. Then we have this from Meowblocked. DSP and husband on snow trip, and shows Phil and the bear together in blissful marriage.
He's got some snow on his
we have
face.
Meerkat here.
Some
So
snow.
DSP got the good ending in BG3, right? A sexless gay marriage seems like a perfect fit for him. Great playthrough, Phil. So now, not only does Phil think the game tricked him into gay marriage, and that it was a glitch and whatnot, he now calls BG3 a sexual predator.
Paulson is home to me. I told you guys. You keep saying that there's no romance. There is. Literally, here's another fucking dialogue option. Paulson is home to me. The game...
Duckside has an open playtest, and so I requested access. Let's see if it works.
forced a homosexual relationship on my character, even though I didn't choose it. It forced it on me anyway. So that's pretty fucked up. Imagine if I was a serious role player, and I was trying to be serious, you know what I'm saying?
If you were a serious role player, you would have picked a romance option that most appealed to you. You didn't play it like a serious role player would. You played it like a fucking weirdo would.
And then the game did this to me, I'd be upset. Personally, I don't give a shit. I think that the game is
It sounds like you give a shit. Sounds like you care a whole lot.
flawed in a lot of ways, and the romancing is one of them. That's a huge fucking flaw. I never chose this whatsoever, and the game just did it anyway without my permission. So the game essentially is like a sexual predator.
I heard that bit on That Being Said. Him calling the game essentially a sexual predator. I don't know how you get that take. The game wants you to not be alone. It wants you to pick someone. It's not a out of line request. The game is a sexual predator because it forces you to have a romance. You know, like, yeah, sure. Like, he didn't say this about Fire Emblem when it hooked him up with a romance option that he didn't explicitly choose. I don't know, it's weird.
And then DSP showed
A Doki Doki Literature Club sequel, huh? Interesting.
what kind of a husband he actually is. So in game, his
probably play
husband,
that.
his loving husband who loves him with all his heart, decided to give him a gift he made himself. And DSP did the most DSP thing ever. And we have this from Next Gen Guy. Phil's been out of the game so long, he doesn't even realize when he's flirting with a man, and is so uncomfortable that he must throw away the duck he was given to him in-game, like the virtual duck might have given him AIDS or turned him gay in real life.
Ducks are my favorite.
He whittled a duck?
I thought they were particularly fitting in
He
this case.
whittled you a duck.
They are migratory birds, of course, traveling far and wide with the turn of the seasons.
Oh my god.
Oh
He
my
whittled you a
god.
duck.
What a great reactor. The best he can do is go, oh my god.
Just like old friends find themselves back in each other's company.
Quack, quack, quack.
Oh, look, it's lovely.
I
Here,
made you
watch
a
it float.
duck. The duck is based off of how you laugh. Where you go, quack, 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 quack. Oh my god.
Oh, look, it's lovely. Here, watch it float.
It's a better reaction than oh my god, I guess. I'll throw it away.
Modest price from a merchant with poor taste. I'm gonna say you're a sentimental creature at heart. You know that?
Oh, I am well aware. Trust me. Now I've taken
Oh
up
my
enough of your
god.
Oh my god.
time. The festivities.
This guy is something else, man. I got a whittled duck. A
Okay.
duck whittled out of wood. It smells of the deep forest.
Quack, 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 quack.
You scratch. I got something for you, boy.
Now flood Gotham. Quack, 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 quack.
Hold on, boy. I got something for you. You ready? Look at this. Look at this new thing I got. Here you go. Ready, boy? And go fetch. Go ahead, boy. All right. Good boy.
Scratch yaps a request you know well. Fetch.
Isn't it cool that the
Put a
game
good
lets
dog
you
out.
roleplay that?
That's right. He knew what I wanted. Good boy. Too bad we can't talk to him because there's no more potions.
Too bad I can't romance the dog.
By the way, the duck's gone. Look, it's literally gone. It disappeared. Right? Yeah, it's gone from the universe. Scratch, he couldn't catch with it. It's just disappeared. Wow. Well, it's not like we're gonna miss it.
How dare you, Phil? You took sacred oaths to that man. He loves you. You should love him back, Phil. And then despite someone gifting him the game so he didn't actually buy it, despite making like $6,000 or $7,000 on his playthrough, despite all that, DSP was complaining because the views on demand dropped off. And he started talking about how he would like games more if he got more likes on them and views and support.
Like I said, I definitely liked it, but I wasn't in love with it like a lot of people. Maybe if I was a D&D fan,
Not
I
in
would
love
have
with
been in
any
it.
game.
Or maybe if I
Like
was
you can't
used
say
to
that
this
about
more
anything.
strategic style
So
RPG, I would have
differentiating
loved it. And
between the
yeah,
games that he's in love with and the games that he's not in love with is such a waste. Because they all fall under the same category. He just wants to get through them and then forget about them immediately after he's done. So being like, oh, I'm not in love with it. Like, you can say that about anything. You can say that about your wife. You're not in love with her either.
Definitely, I'll tell you this. If I wasn't a variety content creator, if more people were along for the ride with me and would have attended the streams and it would have felt like more of a community vibe, probably I would have liked the game more. But what happened was after the first few weeks, people just started complaining. It's too much of the same thing. It's too long. It's too boring. It's too long. You know what I mean? And that makes it harder to enjoy. I'm just being honest, you know? Like, if I'm playing a game and everyone's digging it, it makes it better experience for me. And in this case, this is a game that, after having played it for around a month, people just stopped coming by. It was the same group. I liked the core group we had for that game, but it was a small group, you know? I couldn't tell you, honestly, a case where I stuck with a game this long and the parts were getting like 200 views. It's ridiculous. Like, I always, my videos get 300 to 500 views. And this playthrough right now, there's multiple parts of it in the last like 40 hours that don't even have 200 views yet. It's like, what happened, right? People just got tired of it. They got exhausted of the same game being so long. And again,
Exhausted. Give me a break, dude.
Then DSP went on a huge rant.
Talking about people being
how
exhausted
playing
watching someone
Baldur's
play a
Gate
video
3
game.
almost
They just
killed
tune
his
out.
channel. That is right. The thing that
Oh
has
my
given
god,
him
I'm
more
so
money
tired, Phil.
than any other playthrough
You
in
playing the
modern
video game is
times
plum tuckered
almost
me
killed his
out.
business. Despite not paying for the game, despite getting almost $10,000 for his playthrough, this guy is a fucking idiot. So we have this from Poland's Future. Playing video games on his video game channel would have likely put him out of business.
Watching 3 RPGs on this channel at once, that's insane. So other games have been choked to death by the other RPGs being too long and lingering. Okay? And that's just a fact. Okay? Is it good that people came by the Baldur's Gate 3 streams and supported them? Absolutely, because if they didn't, I probably would have gone out of business. But outside of that, the rest of the channel has suffered hugely. And so I need to build that back. I need to get back on track, and that's what I'm focused on now. Variety on this channel. Not RPG, 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 RPG. We're not doing that again. Okay?
Then we have this from JG Win. DSP's final haul for Baldur's Gate 3 tips $6,839 for the full playthrough. And then in 2024, just by that, $5,314. Super chats, $1,139 throughout the full playthrough. And then in 2024, $968. Doesn't include legit memberships or ad revenue. Quite the sacrifice for DSP for his best performing game since Street Fighter 6 last summer. And we have this here. Philip, when was the last time you played the games you are talking about? When is the last time you praised them instead of looking for the faults they have? Why do you think all people do is sit around until they're in their 60s, watching movies and playing games?
And low budgets allowed them to innovate and do crazy things and then make better games. Today, everything is ruined by a boardroom of people. Mr. Burns, I gotta make money on this. We have to appease the shareholders, and then the whole industry gets screwed up. We just had the CEO of Xbox, Phil Spencer, actually just said in an interview at Game Developers Conference, console gaming is at a downturn, but I run a business and have to make profits. So the best way to do that is that we have to lay off employees until there's an upswing in the industry again.
Makes sense. You know what doesn't make
Phil
sense
Spencer,
are
you are the
the
CEO
mandates
of
being handed down from Microsoft, like basically making it so Stellar Blade can never be sold on a Microsoft console. That's really bad for business and very ideologically driven and very stupid. Like all these things are like, oh, we can't have hyper exaggerated female character designs, even though the character designs are literally based off real life women.
You're the reason the industry has a downturn. You're literally saying because you suck at your job, people have to lose their jobs. And that's okay in his eyes. And that's who's running gaming today. Not creative people who are able to make great games and innovate and make it feel fun, but people who sit in a boardroom, profits, profits, profits. And then when they mess up, they lay off employees. That's the gaming industry today. You know what
They
I'm saying?
should
It's not even
seppuku
anything like what
themselves.
it was
They
like when
should
they were making games back then.
commit
It's not even
suicide.
close. And that's why we have this. We have to get people who are creative back into positions of power. If we don't, gaming will just become a homogenized piece of crap, just like Hollywood is now, right? How many times in Hollywood do you see the same exact movie remade? How many Fast and Furious movies will there actually be until we realize
There
we can
hasn't
stop
been
fucking
one in
making these
like
games?
how many
How many
years?
Michael Bay movies that are exactly the same 3D formula movie? First it's Transformers, then it's fucking Ninja Turtles. How many more of these can we pump out?
You've
Until we
listed
realize there's no
2.
value to it. Yes, it makes money, but there's no value to what you're making. It's a worthless waste of everyone's time. You do realize you're going to die someday, right? Everyone out there
God, this
watching, I'm
this
sorry to
shit
jump into
again,
this
where
one.
he has
We're all going to pass away. We're finite
extremely
creatures. And if we sit around all day
tedious
schlop
pre-streams.
in our day, you're going to find that you're like a 60-year-old person sitting alone. And you're what do I do in my life? I was watching crap. I was playing crap. I was doing crap. I didn't do anything meaningful in my life, right?
Sure, buddy.
It's freaking sad.
So
man.
Now
meaningful.
keep in mind, a lot of
Like
what
your
he just
stupid
said
fucking
could apply to
pre-streams where you just
himself
beg
and
like a
DSP
crackhead.
gaming. But of course, he lacks self-awareness.
Of course.
And then people kept complaining. Phil, there's ads. Phil, there's so many ads playing at once. There's like every 6 minutes. And then he kept saying, oh, well, too bad. I need the money. Get YouTube Premium. This is absolutely crazy. We have this here. Mask off over ads now. Reminder, this all started because he wanted to take advantage of the increased ad revenue during November and December. Now, we are here.
I like how you guys are complaining about ads. You realize that the ads at maximum can play once every like 30 minutes, right? That's the most that it could play. Unless YouTube has reprogrammed their site, I have ads on balanced. So that means that it should be playing every 30 minutes once.
No, you have it on
So
aggressive.
This should literally be the first ad you should see on the stream, because the stream's now been running for 30 minutes. So I don't know why you're complaining. What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about? Talking about having to watch too many ads.
Oh, I know you can't hear me talk during an ad. That's why I recommend you get YouTube Premium. The no-brainer. If you're going to watch a lot of streams on YouTube, get YouTube Premium. It's like, I don't know why you wouldn't. That's like
Because
sitting in your
the
car listening
same
to
can be achieved
terrestrial
with
old
an
school
ad
radio,
blocker.
and you're frustrated that there's too many ads. Like, that's fucking old school radio. It sucks. There's a million ads. That's why everyone got satellite radio, or you sync your Spotify or whatever your listening device is with your car, so you don't have to listen to
No,
ads.
it isn't.
Like, everyone does it. So why wouldn't
People still watch TV with advertisements. Have you guys noticed, like, these new TV channels? Like, they start out and they don't even really have advertisers. So they just advertise themselves in between the ad breaks. Isn't that... But boomers watch it, because they're boomers.
you do the same thing?
They're basically indoctrinated into taking ad breaks. Like, I can't stand it. I hate advertisements. I would so much rather watch something without ads any way I can.
with YouTube? That blows my mind.
Yeah, it blows my mind.
When Kirk keeps coming back,
Blows my mind why
tipping
anyone would
under,
give you money,
5 different
Phil.
names, keeps getting banned, keeps tipping Phil to get unbanned, Phil getting angry with him, and basically tells him, just make a new sock account. Phil, there is a way to solve this problem, but you're not willing to do it because it's going to cost you money, i.e. banning Kurt and all his accounts.
I received my first contribution of the night. It is $1 tip from Better Call Darth Maul DSP Superfan. We're the same age, interested in the same things, both diehard gamers, and both are pet dads. Why have you blacklisted me? I haven't blacklisted you. You got yourself banned into oblivion a zillion times. There's no point in unbanning your account. It's just going to get banned again. As I said, if you have any kind of intelligence, what you would do is make a new account and come into the chat and not talk the way you've talked previously so everyone knows it's you. Literally, the moment you start saying ridiculous stuff that's not allowed, everyone knows it's you. So just don't do that, and then
Just be someone else.
then guess what? No one would bother
Just
you.
be fake.
But the problem is you keep making your presence known, and therefore I'm not going to unban you and have the whole stream be drama because of you. I refuse.
So we've seen how BG3 ended with that craziness with the gay marriage. However, Like a Dragon will not be outdone. In one of the most insane moments of 2024 so far, one of the biggest meltdown, rants, delusion, grandeur moments you'll ever see, we have the end of Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. We have the outsider here. Holy fuck, this Like a Dragon 8 ending is so fucking insane. DSP really does see himself as some biblical type character who has suffered and struggled and nothing has ever been his fault. Unbelievable. This is beyond cringe, this is delusional and disgusting. Now get ready folks for the most delusional moment so far in 2024 where DSP tells us why Like a Dragon is exactly like his story. However, I guarantee this will be the most insane breakdown you've ever seen in your life.
Well, I said it at the beginning of this playthrough, and I'll say it now, and all the fucking garbage people of the world can laugh and make memes. This game 100% was parallel with my life. With the amount of people who just sit there online saying awful things about me, trying to ruin my life, trying to ruin everything that
Apparently
I do.
it has ruined your life.
Or what?
Because you complain about how your life's been ruined.
Right? All the shit that's made up. The whole Tatara channel with him and for me. You know what I mean?
No.
And here we are at the end, and I kind of felt that's what the ending was going to be, infinite wealth, because they don't get rich during the game. But what it is, they build these friendships,
Wow, he
they
saw it
care about
coming.
each other.
He's
And at the
brilliant.
end of the day, they feel like they're the richest people in Japan because of what they have. Well, no one else understands that, right? The same thing with me. I'm never going to be filthy rich, but I've got a great life that I have with my family. I've got an awesome stream that I get to do with you guys every single day.
Yeah, it's such
and
an
I'm
awesome
happy.
stream.
You know what I mean? I mean,
So
things aren't
awesome.
perfect,
You know what I mean?
But I'm happy. And that's what a lot of
You
people on the
agree with me
internet who just
now?
want to make fun of me all day will never understand. It doesn't matter what they say or do. Look at this.
Apparently, it does matter
Look
what
at the
they
screen
say
right
or
now,
do
look at the
because they've
subtitle.
ruined your life,
Like, this
according to
song
you.
is like word for word applies to me. I'm just happy with what I have. That's where my true wealth comes from. Not from money, not from internet popularity or fame.
And why do you complain about not having
things
enough
in my
money?
life that I love and appreciate, and knowing that there's people who love and appreciate me. That's where true wealth comes from. In life,
You know,
right? It's not about being at the top.
You
It's
can
not
tell
about
by how confidently
doing the
I'm
things that
expressing
make
this
you
that I
internet
totally
famous,
believe what I'm
popular, or
saying. You
wealthy.
know,
It's not about 10 years of failure. No, I'm way more wealthy right now in my life than I ever was in the last decade. You understand? But that's what people like them will never understand. They don't get it because they're losers.
then why do you beg
They just
harder than
sit
ever
there and they
before?
arbitrarily judge their own lives based off of wealth and internet fame and popularity. And they look at someone like me and they say someone who's just been made fun of so much that they think, wow, that guy's just he's a loser, he's a lolcow. No, don't you understand? If you have to get popular by bringing other people's down, you're scum. I'm better than you, and there's nothing you can ever do about it. I'm never gonna go away. I will always be around while people like that fail and falter and have these giant fucking
So
controversies
delusional.
and things. I'm still gonna be here because I'm not all about that. I'm different. So go ahead and say what you want. I am wealthy. I'm rich. Just not in the
Then
way
why do
that
you beg
like
so
to admit,
much?
Because you can't.
Because I need
fathom in
money.
your head,
Because of how not
your
wealthy and
small
rich I
brain
am.
heads, you can never understand that there are people on this planet that think there's things more important than money or fame. It's just not what I ever wanted to be. When I started on YouTube 16 years ago, not for a moment did I think I'm going to make a piece of content that's going to make me money or it's going to get me famous. Not once. And never since have I had that thought. Ever. I'm just happy to be me on the internet, and the fact that people care about me is amazing, and the fact that I have a loving family that supports me is fucking unbelievable.
I
It is.
mean,
I'm
we
the
all
happiest
have
man,
that
man.
too.
I couldn't be.
We have
the only way
more
I could be
of
happier
that
is if
than
I could
you
provide
do.
more for my family, have more time with
So
them. That's about it.
why
I don't care about anything else.
don't you realize we're
So,
not jealous of
hilarious
you?
to me that so many people, on this in the
You know.
internet right now, they're working on it. Let's work on ways to make fun of Phil. Let's work on things that will expose his faults over the years. Let's work on this and that. It's all waste of time.
Well, it all
it's
works.
all fruitless. It's all trash endeavors that don't mean anything. I will always be happy while those people will be fucking miserable.
He doesn't sound
They
happy.
have to
He sounds
make
very
others
spiteful and
look
resentful
bad
and
to their
angry.
head. They have nothing positive to offer this world. And I do. And I'm happy for that.
So happy.
Okay?
Sure. Yeah.
So thank you all for being along
You're
on this
welcome.
ride. And what I mean, this game has been a parallel to my life. As much as these losers would like to make fun of me for trying to make that comparison, that is directly a parallel. Excuse me.
You know, and he's like, yeah, it's fine if you make fun of me. You make fun of me all you want. But then if you make fun of him, he gets mad about it and calls you a loser. Yeah, he's so happy.
Kasuga getting made fun of at the beginning of the game, being misrepresented on the internet, something he's totally not, right? And then all along the game, people not understanding that, even though things are going wrong, that he still believes in people, he still has happiness, But people who are miserable don't get that. They'll never understand that. They won't. And at the end of the game, infinitely wealthy, even though he's not, financially rich, he's wealthy because he has people who care about him and find value in him. That's being infinitely wealthy, right? And I have that, and I'm so grateful for that, guys. Thank you for that.
And detractors
Okay,
have
let's
that
finish this
too.
game.
So how are you going to
And
compare
bonus
yourself
feature
when
sums this up perfectly.
when you lose
Philip,
by every
This game
comparison?
is about bad people living with the consequences of their actions.
I mean, if that's how you want to judge
Killers,
it, buddy, like,
This isn't a game you want to FR over. That's why no one seeing you do this shit takes it seriously. Happy people don't have to reassure strangers. Man, what a ride that was. Hope you guys liked that. Click that like, share the video, leave a comment below, hit subscribe my other channels on the details of the end cards. And as always, hope you're all safe, healthy, and happy. I love each and every one of you. Peace and love.
it's like you lose any way you try and slice it, Phil. Even with your massive amounts of copium, you're still not winning. Still not. Bankruptcy successful. Business failed. DSP should be CEO of Xbox and Ubisoft from Atlas the Bookkeeper. Oh, the damn... Sure. Fur. Got it right here.
What's going on, everybody? How are you doing today?
How you doing?
My name is
This is from the Leaping Lemur. 4.25k subscribers.
Leaping Lemur. And before we get into this video, if you could please like, comment, and subscribe. That would
Sure, I'm not going to comment and subscribe, but I will give you a like. There you go. Right off the bat.
be greatly appreciated.
It does bother me. It's like, you should save that for like the middle or the end. But whatever, sure.
It really helps in the algorithm. So today we're going to be looking at Daniel Larson's assignment. So as you all know, Daniel Larson is currently in college, and he's recently been showing off the assignments that he's doing in school. And I guess yesterday's lesson was on ancient Roman history. So today we are going to be looking at Daniel Larson's lesson on ancient Roman history. First image we got is Augustus Bottabustus. It's so hard to pronounce these names because they're trying to make like little, references to shit that I don't even know, you know what I mean? But the funny part is in the descriptions. He says this is the first openly gay emperor of the Roman Empire, constructed the Colosseum, leader in the Chinese-Roman War, would eat his enemies to gain health and vitality. Augustus was known for building the Great Wall of China and died of brain AIDS in 35 CE. So they're just giving this guy, like, they're fucking trolling the fuck out of Daniel right now, and he's so dumb that he doesn't even notice that they're fucking with him, you know what I mean? He doesn't notice this openly meme-esque thing going on, you know what I mean? They got these little fucking jokes. Julius Caesar salad. Known for being stabbed 150 times by security in Caesar Palace in Las Vegas, Nevada. Invented the Caesar salad.
It's so stupid.
First leader of the United Nations. First person in the world to use pronouns. Destroyed 43 bathrooms in his lifetime due to irritable bowel syndrome. Julius Caesar was addicted to nicotine and eventually banished all nicotine and nicotine users to Mexico. So yeah, that's a fucking pretty insane shit.
Wow,
I mean?
you learn something new every day.
He's like, yeah, I'm learning shit. Fucking a random, one of his fucking fans might ask him, hey Daniel, what are you learning? You know what I mean? And he's like, obviously I don't mean actual fans, but you know what I mean, those people that fucking follow him around and give him money. And he's like, yeah, I learned that fucking Julius Caesar salad invented the Caesar salad. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck. What an idiot.
That one.
We have Cleopatra, lover and wife of Julius Caesar, had an affair with Mark Antony, ruler.
I'll go ahead and refund that so you can get your points back.
Invented the wheel, known for having intercourse with the horse, spoke 18 languages, including the alien dialect of Mars, after recorded visits of the green people.
So stupid.
As recorded in archaeology.
Larson.
Archaeology.
Are you ever going to be like,
a word?
Wait a second.
Jesus Christ, a word that I know and can't pronounce history. Here's hermaphrodite. Hermaphrodite, ruler of the Roman Empire between 45 CE and 200 CE. First emperor to legalize marijuana. Liberal. Enacted mandatory pronouns for Roman citizens. Conquered Napoleon Dynamite in battle in 72 CE. So they're just giving them fucking bullshit information.
Yeah, I've got one right here. The furry costume. So no need to KYS. I don't have the microphone plugged in, or I don't have the hands plugged in either, so I can't do a bit more of a demonstration. Yeah. Too late. I already got it. Okay. I'll give you your points back so you can pick something else.
Transvestite. Okay, this one's pretty fucking off the rails right here. Ruler of the Roman Empire from 200 CE to 250 CE. The nickname was Buscemi. Invented the first volcano. was a criminal and a arsonist. Trespassed from several infirmaries before his election. Founder of Viagra. Here's the laws of Rome.
So I didn't even look over and see.
Law, peeing alone is illegal.
There was some
homosexuality was forced in the military to promote male bonding. That's something that Daniel Larson could get along with, I think. 3, fathers could legally murder their whole families. I think that's something Daniel Larson also could probably get along with. 4, rap music was banned. That's not good. I thought Daniel Larson was going to be a rapper. I don't want him to be, you know. He wouldn't want to be banned from Rome. That's not good. Maybe he can make a fucking essay on why rap music should have been legalized in the Roman Empire. You know what I mean? The things that Rome's were allowed to eat were bread and spaghetti and meatballs. Makes sense. Roman punishments. We have whipping, brazen bull, and forced feminization. So yeah, they're just straight up fucking with Daniel like a motherfucker. And he's been doing this college arc for a while, man. They really got this fake professor on there teaching him about forced feminization and shit. Here's the gods of goddesses and goddesses of Rome: Venus, Hades, and Hermes. We have some more gods and goddesses of Rome: Cortanus, Poseidon, and Roganus. And it's a picture of fucking AI edit of Joe Rogan, so that's pretty fucking lit. Mythical places, and it shows like Pangea. Here's the Oliverus Gardenus. And it shows like some fucking Roman Colosseum or something. That's pretty fucking funny. How did he not catch on to that? Phil McCracken, and it's like some fucking another Roman Empire. And then it tells him to pick a famous name from below. Julius Caesar salad, Augustus, Bustus, Cleopatra, Nero the Great, Herobrine. They just threw Herobrine in there. PewDiePie.
Jeffrus Epstein.
Jeffrus Epstinius. So yeah, a Roman Jeffrey Epstein, I guess. That's what they're fucking teaching Daniel Larson. Jesus Christ, dude. They have this guy doing, like I said before, just fucking straight side quest, you know what I mean? They have Daniel Larson out there fucking learning about fake Roman empires and shit. There's not anything that they can't get this guy to do. You know what I mean? I mean, fuck, Daniel Larson has done every single thing. He's such a gullible little fuck. You know what I mean? Like, he just fucking gets these delusions in his head, and oh, there he is, he's off to fucking college. And it's fucking big ass waste of time. And these other people, do they not know that it also makes them seem like they don't have a life? They're coming up with fucking assignments for some homeless schizophrenic dude to do, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, he's a pedophile, so yeah. It's like, but what is this doing? Like, it's not fucking stopping him from doing anything. You're not keeping him off the streets. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense to me that people make that fucking, you know, they're like, oh yeah, he's a pedophile, so let's fuck with him. And it's like, to a certain extent, yeah, I think this is one of the more funnier ones, because it's like it's a little bit more like offhanded, you know what I mean? It's less direct, but it's also gotta take a good amount of work every day to fucking sit there with Larson and try to convince him that he's in a classroom, you know what I mean? It's gotta fucking be time consuming. Anyway, yeah, let me know what y'all think in the comments. I think it's pretty funny. I just think it's like kind of you know, it's a lot of dedication, definitely. So hopefully they got like a whole team. If they're switching off, then I guess it's not that bad. It's not that bad of a thing, right? Maybe you can have like a group of like 5 friends get together, and it's like they kind of rotate. You know, you have Daniel on Monday, you have Daniel on Thursday, you have Daniel on Wednesday, you know what I mean, type thing. Maybe that'll work out. Who knows? You know, I don't like to think about what the fuck goes on in the minds of people that interact with Daniel Larson on a daily basis. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed the video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Love Tony Chase is another locale who isn't as funny as these other ones. Just some weird schizo who complains about the satellite man. Alright. Atlas the Bookkeeper. Let's see what he's talking about. Jeez.
Okay. All right,
doing
ladies
well.
and gentlemen, it's time for my favorite segment, your favorite segment, and everyone's favorite segment here
No,
on
it
the One
isn't.
Podcast. It's time for DSP News, and I think it's time for me to change the logo a bit.
Ultra
Hasn't been read in a very, very long
supporter. I love the idea of the birthday react and return to Elden Ring. You share the same BD as my father, so I never forget the 6th. Have a great streaming day, Phil. The ultra supporter level, so
That looks almost pinkish,
get a life, dude.
right? Hold on. I want to make it like red.
Boy, I sure am glad the DSP is taking the time to change the
Get
color
fucked.
of the stupid banner that nobody cares about and can't tell what the color red looks like, because it is currently already the color red. This is definitely one of those things that you get sorted out before you actually get onto the stream, so you're not wasting everybody's time. But what do I know, dude? I don't stream.
Yeah, he does.
That red? That's red, right?
It is
I don't know,
quite
you tell
literally
me.
the same color of red.
Good enough. Okay. It's time for some gaming news. Let's cover it. And by the way, as you guys know, shout outs will be coming at the end of the show. But thanks for being patient. Thank you, Jared. You upped his membership there, and I'll give him a shout out in a bit. We have a couple news stories to cover today. First of all, prepare to laugh because, ladies and gentlemen, Skull and Bones, the first ever quadruple A game from Ubisoft, according to CEO Yves Guillemot, is currently being sold for $40. The game has only been out for 1 month and has dropped in price from $70 to $40.
Why am I supposed to be laughing at this? In fact, why am I supposed to give a shit about this at all, DSP? It's a game I was never interested in playing. It's a game that I never actually cared about. I'm not actively invested in the game failing simply because you don't like the president of the company and you think the game should fail. I don't care about it. You'd think the way that he's preying on this game's downfall that it smacked his wife or something. And it all stems from the fact that he just doesn't
Well, it kinda
like the
did.
guy who's running the company that it's
Did
from.
rip off his wife.
Chances are we're going to see even bigger price slashes soon because retailers who stocked this game have sold nearly no copies. It is just sitting there on the shelves, unsold. So retailers are just trying to get rid of it, and they're just continuously slashing prices. Right now at Best Buy, it's $40, but they're actually predicting that prices will go down to somewhere around 30 to 20 within the next month because literally no one has bought,
Net
played, or
month?
talked about this game.
And it's not that I don't believe DSP, but when you're going to do a news segment like this and you say, oh, people are speculating that it's going to continue to drop further in price, I'd like to see some sort of source. Who exactly is saying this? Is this just speculation you were seeing on Twitter? Or was that in an actual article that was written and published? Because it does make a difference, believe it or not. I mean, I know what the answer is. It was just some shit that he saw on Twitter because that's the only place that he gets any of this information from. Because looking any further into his story would require too much effort on DSP's behalf. And despite this being a staple segment in his stupid pre-stream he does every single day for far too long, he can't be bothered to actually look into anything.
It's dead. It's a dead in the water game. Are you shocked? Right? Like I said, my wife and I tried it on one of our days off on Game Pass. The game is literally a mobile game. It has all
Not
the mechanics of a
literally.
mobile game.
You don't know what
It has
literally
bad graphics,
means.
quick time animations. It just has the feeling that it has that that gameplay loop of resource gathering, right?
And what do I
And
know?
just
He knows way more about
there's
mobile
nothing
games
fun
than
about
I
it at all.
do.
It's pathetically bad.
Well, DSP, you're our local mobile game expert, so if you say it has
I'll be
all the
quiet.
makings of a mobile game, I have to trust your opinion on this one. It's about the only field that you're an expert in. But you asked, am I surprised that this game isn't doing well, that people aren't playing it? No, but I never really had an interest in it anyway.
So, are you shocked that Skull and Bones is $40 only 1 month after release? And by the way, again, this is Yves Guillemot, the CEO, when they said, can you justify the $70 price tag of your game? And he said, oh, it's
It's
not
a
even
quadruple
AAA
A game.
The guy is a jackass who literally should not have his job. There should be someone else in charge of a game company that's in touch with gamers and what they want, because he's going to keep
Calling for the firing of people, but he's so happy, and everyone who wants the downfall of others are miserable.
Isn't
I
DSP
see.
always going on about how he's not the king of hate anymore and he doesn't say all of those hateful things? He doesn't go above and beyond when he goes to insult people and doesn't tell developers that they need to be fired or that people need to find them or whatever he used to say. You know what he used to say. But yet here he is, calm as a clam, telling you that the CEO of Ubisoft needs to be fired immediately and lose his job, lose his livelihood, simply because DSP doesn't agree with the business decisions that he's making that don't actually have any effect on him at all. Don't get me wrong, I don't like the guy either. I don't like the way that he runs the company. I don't like the games that they push out, but the solution to that is to just not buy them. But me not buying those games and him continuing to work there and ruin the company
he's the one who
has
buys
nothing
them.
to do with me. I'm not hurt by this. I don't have a personal stake in it. I do think it's very strange that DSP has such a vendetta against the guy, though, because he can't mention the entire company without bringing him up. It's like the two are synonymous for him, which is a very strange thing
Hello,
to
Project
do,
Jericho.
because when talking about video game companies, I don't typically think about the person who
Skeletons are doing good hanging out. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you had a good Easter weekend. I had a good one with the family, and I'm working on editing a Gundam video right now in the background while I watch and hang out and chill and talk and comment.
who's in charge.
All
I
that
think
stuff.
about the games that they're making. But every single time that DSP talks about Ubisoft, he has to bring up the CEO and his thoughts on him, as if anybody gives a shit.
He's made bad choice after bad choice in the last 10 years. You can literally look at his track record now. I remember over a decade ago, the big botch launch of Rayman Legends? Rayman Origins or Rayman Legends? I think it was
Or
Rayman
whatever.
Legends, where originally the game was supposed to be cross-platform. Mr. Igimi decided that it's going to be a Wii U exclusive. Now, at that time...
Is he making fun of the
Wii U
guy's
was
name
a
just
flop.
because it's foreign?
So all the developers made the game exclusively
That's-
for Wii U, and then the Wii U comes
that's
out
not
and flops,
nice.
and he delayed the release of the game and ordered them to make the game cross-platform. To which they responded, that's what we fucking wanted to do to begin with, and you told us not to. So now our game is done on Wii U, and you're telling us we can't release our finished game. We have to sit here for 4 or 5 more months to port it to all the other consoles. And they were picketing outside of their game dev studio saying, release the game, it's done. You know, the management don't know what the hell they're doing. That was a decade ago. And it's just been misstep after misstep after misstep. The mishandling of Assassin's Creed and how bad it got, right? The mishandling of all the Ubisoft franchises and how they run into the ground and they're all samey and they suck.
So a decade ago, you realized that this guy was running this company in a way that you didn't agree with, causing there to be problems with the games that they were putting out. And for the past decade, all the way up until today, you have continued to buy every single game that they put out so that you could play them on your stupid YouTube channel. It doesn't sound like you're exactly part of the solution there, DSP. You've continued to support all of their bad practices. You would have thought that if he had a problem with the way that they were running the company a decade ago, that at some point he would have taken a stance. I guess that stance is right now, but I just feel like a decade is really, really late into the problem. Because he acknowledged it wasn't only Rayman Legends, it was all of the Assassin's Creed over time getting more samey and being more repetitive. And he played every single one. That's so many bad games to come out consistently to continue to support a company that you...
Yeah, and no mention of the fact that the Ubisoft PR team was literally sleeping with game reviewers in order to get good reviews on Assassin's Creed games.
You have problems with. I understand if you could let one bad game pass, but letting 2, 3,
Can't talk about
4
that.
games go? Come on, man. At that point, you're just being part of the problem to be part of the problem.
This guy should not be in charge of that company. He's completely out of touch. So, Skull and Bones, it sucks ass. It's already slashed prices. I don't recommend that you pay any money for it. Just saying, it looks terrible, but here you go. Our second news story of the day. Hands-on previews of the new upcoming game Judas from Ken Levin are finally hitting the internet. And if you don't know who Ken Levin is, I don't believe you. It's been a long
Ken
time.
Levin? Ken Levin. Ken Levin. Dude, how long has this guy been around with BioShock? You don't know how to pronounce his name. It's Ken Levine.
From him, he is the person in charge of BioShock. And I don't mean BioShock 2, I mean BioShock 1 and Infinite, the 2 games that connected and then had cool DLC to have this alternate universe
Oof, the DLC was hit and miss.
multiverse plotline. That's right, the multiverse was a thing in video.
What was it? The Under the Sea DLC was pretty underwhelming. The stealth. Well, what the fuck? They added a stealth DLC to BioShock Infinite.
Games before
2K was in a weird position back then.
was in the Marvel Universe, or I should say the MCU, correct?
Yes, multiverse plotlines have existed in storytelling for what seems like ages, DSP. I'm not quite sure why you felt the need to pigsplain
But I'm glad that Ken Levine is back making games in his style.
Plus, of course, the answer is because you know that the majority of your audience is children who has never experienced that older style media. But you always tell us that your audience is full of people your age, so I guess that couldn't be it, could it?
So, very interesting. Here's what we know about Judas. It's BioShock in space. It has a non-linear story structure, meaning you can play the game in different orders, and it's all fine. It's up to your own decisions. The main character has memory loss, and you're trying to regain your memory over the course of the game.
Oh, that's new.
3 major side characters are in the game. One is called Tom and voiced by Troy Baker. And before we all make a rude comment about Troy Baker, I like him as a voice actor, and he actually hasn't been in much recently.
We
so
don't
I
make
would
rude comments about Troy Baker. That's all
So
you.
I'm happy for that. He's a great voice actor.
What the hell was that? He announces that Troy Baker's gonna be the VA, and then he goes, before everybody starts grunting and groaning about Troy Baker, actually, I like him, so it's a good thing. The fact that you like him shouldn't change everybody else's opinion on Troy Baker being in the game. The people that don't like him are gonna grunt and groan all the same. Who the hell are you to think that your opinion matters to these people and whether or not they want him in the game? When I heard that live, I thought it was very strange. I just don't know where you get off thinking that your opinion matters that much. I'm also unsure as to why he thought that he needed to run out there and play defense for Troy Baker of all people.
Hope and Nefertiti, don't know who they are, there's just 3 main characters. Each of the narratives occurs simultaneously. So it almost sounds like there's 3 stories, but they're all taking place simultaneously, and maybe the characters actually have interactions during the course of the game. Your decisions with these characters will greatly affect the narrative of the game. Every player experience.
What are you doing, like, reading PR sheets, dude?
So maybe if you play with Nefertiti first, Tom second, and Hope last, it might change the plot. As opposed to if you play with Tom first, Nefertiti second, and Hope last. You see what I'm saying? That's interesting. Maybe some replayability. Apparently, there's going to be some roguelike elements. For example, I guess the protagonist's name is the antagonist's name is Judas, and she has the ability to regenerate herself after she dies. So you can technically kill the antagonist, but then she might come back later in another form or rejuvenate.
Thanks for spoiler fucktard.
Which is kind of interesting. The game sounds interesting to me. It sounds like they've taken an established premise. They've added some new elements to it. It sounds like the element of choice is going to be cool. I like the fact that it's not linear, so you could do it in different orders and have different outcomes.
And you can see the consumerism just coming out of DSP at this point. He's always wondering why he's always disappointed in all of these new games and they don't live up to his expectations. Why he only ever has negative things to say about things that come out. It's exactly this. It's because he knows nothing about the game and he's crafted this entire theory already about how the game is going to go and that he's going to enjoy it. He's already set the bar of expectations for this game far higher than it has any right to be, given that we don't really know anything about the game anyway. I think it's a safe practice to not be interested in games until you see actual gameplay in the modern day, because so many games have good premises, have good stories, have good mechanics, and then they just fumble the bag at the final hour. And that advice would go doubly for DSP given how much of a graphics whore he is. Because despite not playing on a PC where he would actually be able to, take control over all of the graphical options that he wants to take control over, he's absolutely obsessed with the graphics of the video game. It's like the most important thing to him. It seems like the first thing that he does when he starts a new game is he tells you what the graphics look like, and then he tells you about how smooth the frame rate is. I mean, he just did that with Alone in the Dark yesterday. Yesterday as in reference to when this was recorded, obviously. So I think it would be a wise idea to not get excited about these games that pretty much don't exist yet except in your mind. Because more often than not, they get released and they run like shit, because that's modern gaming for you. And he of all people should know that.
And dude, BioShock 1, in my opinion, one of the best modern games that I've ever played. I mean, that plot was so effing good the first time that you played it. I mean, the plot twists and stuff. So, man, I can't wait. This game sounds
boss fight was kind of underwhelming. Atlas was anticlimactic.
For what, a decade? Will it live up to its hype? I don't know.
But everything else is good.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Who's hyping this game up? You're the only person I've heard talking about it. You're the one that's heaping all of this praise on not only its predecessor, but on the mechanics that you barely know anything about. I don't know why you would want to set these games up for failure like that, but he does it all the time with all of these new releases that come to the channel. He hypes them up, he starts to play them, they flounder because he's not entertaining, and then he either blames his audience or he blames the game outright. It truly is a vicious cycle, and the reason why I hope the Elden Ring DLC absolutely flops on his channel, because he's doing it with that too, a DLC for a Souls game.
But it looks good, and so I hope that we'll have more information soon, and I hope that it comes out, relatively soon. I don't think we have any information on when it's coming out yet. I just seen this information, people talking about the previews that they got or had, but no one's really, I didn't see anything about like a solid release date. I don't think the game has a solid release date yet. Ben Rogers says, keep in mind, BioShock 4 is still in the works. Yeah, but the problem with BioShock 4 is it's not made by the same people. It's the same company. They own the rights, but it's not the same people behind it. So there's a good chance it won't have the spirit or the feeling of like BioShock 1 and Infinite. It might feel like BioShock 2. And BioShock 2 was dog shit. It really was. It was an unpolished, unfinished mess of a game that didn't feel nearly as good as BioShock 1.
I got a hot take here. I actually enjoyed BioShock 2 when I played it. I played BioShock 1 and 2 back to back. I didn't think it was as good as BioShock 1, but I still had fun with it. Infinite, on the other hand, don't even get me started on Infinite. I couldn't play that game. It sucked so bad. I can't sit here and listen to this BioShock 2 slander for the rest of my life. Okay?
I love BioShock Infinite. BioShock Infinite is one of my favorite games. Even though I know it has a lot of setbacks. Like BioShock 1, the weapon customization is way better than in BioShock Infinite. But, I mean, I like it for what it is.
Okay.
You know, that it was sad.
I'm one of the few people who played Bioshock Infinite in VR, and it's quite an experience.
And then when you play it, you're like, oh, I just want to play Bioshock 1 again, you know?
Nah.
Anyway.
You're just
Judas,
gay and you hate
go over it.
Elizabeth.
I'll let you know if there's any more information on it, okay? And then our final news story of today is that Phil Spencer was interviewed. And here's what he said. You ready?
And this is really the
no, I'm not ready.
potatoes of
Hold
the
on,
segment,
Phil.
the entire reason we're here. Because while I find DSP's hatred for Ubisoft and the guy who runs the company very strange, I found this latter section so much funnier.
The layoffs that have happened at Activision are necessary because Xbox is a business and it somehow has to be profitable. He thinks that the console market is currently not growing and that Xbox's brand pivot to games on more than one platform is a path to growth.
Well, that makes sense to me. Maybe not the layoff part, given how much those CEO types actually make, but the pivot away from console exclusives into doing cross-platform is actually really cool. I thought it was really cool when Sony was doing that and pushing things onto PC as well. And it gives a lot of people the chance to play a game they probably never would have played because they were never going to own that console. Because why would I need to own multiple consoles or a console at all if I'm a PC gamer?
Allow me now to read word for word what he said, and then I'm actually going to give you my opinions on this. So here's his first big statement. I will say every decision we make today and tomorrow is for the better of Xbox, said Spencer. I know sometimes things get weaponized and there's some evil in the background that's making us do things. Phil hates exclusives. That's why we're like we're on PlayStation and Switch now. Every decision we make is to make Xbox stronger in the long run. It doesn't mean everyone's going to agree with every decision that we make, but it is fundamental for how we make decisions.
Okay, so far we just have Corpo speak. Not a big fan myself, but we haven't said anything directly harmful.
This notion that Xbox can only be this one device that plugs into a television isn't something we see in the Gen Z research, because nothing else is like that for them. Some of them will have an iPhone, some have an Android, but all of the games on everything are the same. I can still get the TikTok on both of those devices, at least for now. All of their stuff is available wherever you want. So for Xbox, our brand pivot as we attract and maintain relevance with a younger audience is Xbox is a place where I can find the great games that I want. I'm not going to say anything yet. I'm going to keep reading word for word what he said in this interview. Okay?
I'll jump in real quick then, DSP. I'll take it. That's fine. Because I already said I think that pivoting to non-exclusives is super cool. Causing the least amount of inconvenience to the people who want to buy your product and engage with your product is probably a good idea. Especially given the fact that Xbox has lost, the last 2 console wars, if that's what you want to call them. You know what I mean. If you're going to be outsold by your competitor, you might as well be making as much money as possible off of your games and studios that are under your umbrella. And pivoting to these non-exclusives is the perfect way to do that.
It's a little bit of both, said Spencer. But I'll say the thing that has me most concerned for the industry is the lack of growth. When you have an industry that is projected to be smaller next year in terms of players and dollars, and you get a lot of publicly traded companies that are in the industry that have to show their investors growth, because why else does someone own a share of someone's stock if it's not going to grow? The side of the business that then gets scrutinized is the cost side. Because if you're not going to grow the revenue side, then the cost side becomes challenged. We're a business. I said this over and over. I don't get any luxury of not having to run a profitable, growing business inside of Microsoft. And we are that today. But just across the industry, you mentioned it. And in sitting here at GDC, because this was at Game Developers Conference where he was being interviewed, I reflect on friends of mine in the industry that have been displaced and have lost their jobs. And how just, I don't want this industry to be a place where people just can't with confidence build a career. So that's why I keep pivoting back to, how does this industry get back to growth? But to your question, for us at Xbox or any of the teams that are out there, is it really an outcome of an industry that's not growing? It can grow and it will grow again, but you see this time right now, and the implications have human impact, and we should all reflect on that and think about it.
So overall, just a lot of corpo fluff that I really can't appreciate. But there were a couple of solid points in there, I suppose. The industry's projected to not be growing next year, so we have to take a look at our costs. We're pivoting over from non-exclusives. We've done research with a younger generation, and this is what we think is going to work. This all sounds like normal business stuff. So what does DSP have to say about this?
Well, first of all, Mr. Spencer, it's not our job to reflect on it and think about it. It's yours. You're in charge. You're the one who's responsible.
How many times do you try and make your problems everyone else's problem?
And if you can't figure that out, step down.
Holy shit, if that isn't peak irony coming from the guy, I don't know what is. This is a guy who is constantly talking about he needs your feedback. He doesn't know why his channel is doing as poorly as it is. It's the games, it's the audience, it's nothing that he's doing. Here's an idea, DSP. If you're not growing and you don't know why, then you need to step down and hand the reins over, I guess. Give them to Kat. She might actually be a better streamer than you. And I would think, because it's the only thing that makes sense to me, that when he says that you need to reflect and think about these things, it's because you're passing judgment on him and the decisions that he's making for the company. And if you're going to do that, then maybe you might want to take into consideration the things that he is taking into consideration and think about them. But no, this is DSP's world and we're just living in it. So if he doesn't agree with your business decisions, he's not going to think about it. He's just going to tell you that you should step down, I guess. Which every rational human being would do, of course.
It's that simple. You're in charge of the ship. If the ship is going off the edge of a waterfall and everyone's about to drown, and you're the one controlling the ship, do you think maybe someone else should take the reins?
Again, the same thing can be said to DSP about his channel. He's been driving his channel off the edge of a cliff for over a decade now. His numbers are consistently down all of the time. His members are constantly down all of the time. If there was anybody who needed to hand the wheel off, if there was anybody that needed some sort of guidance on how to operate their business, it was the guy. But no, we're gonna sit here and pretend like little old us who operates this tiny baby stream knows more than Phil Spencer, the guy who's been running Xbox for the past decade. Sound good? Sounds good to me. And by the way, Bill Gates agrees.
I'm just saying, like, you're in charge.
He's just saying, you guys.
That's your fucking job. That's who you are. Literally, that's your position, right? So when you hear shit
What
like
a
this,
cringe
it's PR
rant.
speak. What is he saying? We're a company, and companies need to make money, and if we're not making money, we still have to make money, so we have to cut people. Wrong.
Huh? What? Well, DSP, I can see how you had to file for bankruptcy because you think that a business doesn't have to make money and continue to make money in order to be successful. You don't understand that if your profits are no longer profits and instead deficits, that you might actually have to cut people from your staff. Not that I'm saying that that's exactly what Xbox was going through. I'm sure that they were cutting people prematurely to appease stockholders. Trust me, I understand. But I don't think that DSP is understanding the nuance that he should be addressing because he's not outright addressing it in any sort of detail. He just outright said that it's wrong that a business has to be profitable and continue to be profitable.
Wrong. That's completely incorrect, okay? People invest in companies for long-term results. People don't immediately invest in stock and think, tomorrow I'm making a profit. That's not even the point. Someone who's a smart investor goes for long-term investment. Sometimes you'll invest in a stock that's a long shot, but you think that projected down the line, it'll get some money and you'll make a big gain on it, right? People don't buy a stock thinking tomorrow I'll make money. He's literally saying, well, if we don't just make money immediately right now, right? No one
He's
will
not
ever invest in this
literally
again.
saying
It's
that,
completely fucking false.
but
What you need to do is
DSP doesn't know
prove
what
to
literally
people that your
means.
company
We've
has a
established
plan
this.
that long term you are going to be profitable. He is the CEO of Xbox and he doesn't even understand fucking business or investments.
I'm not taking business advice from a guy who filed for bankruptcy. I know I keep harping on this, but if that isn't a telltale sign of a failed business, I don't know what is. And where's all of your sound investments, DSP? You're not exactly an expert stock trader either. You invested in what, 2 leased BMWs and a bunch of statues that immediately lost value and you broke a bunch of? Yeah, tell me all about how I'm supposed to be investing my money or how anybody else is supposed to be investing their money. And he has a point. People are interested in investing in a company that has a plan. And what Phil Spencer just said is that they have a plan, that they're looking at the situation, they're doing research, and that they've come to the conclusion that this is the direction that they want to move, you know, to continue to be profitable and increase their stocks. But that's apparently not good enough for DSP because it wasn't the way he wanted it done. DSP should just be running Xbox. Apparently it would be far more successful. He has it all figured out. Bill Gates, get him on the phone. He'll do it to you. Because despite what people might believe, DSP is in fact him, and he will continue to be him.
Like, it's insane what he's saying. Literally, it's nonsensical. This is complete short-term thought that doesn't work for any kind of a long-term industry. He's making judgments in his company and, you know, everything Xbox based off of we must make immediate profits now no matter what. And that's not how a good business operates at all. There should be a long-term plan in effect that you can prove to investors it's worth it to come invest with us. Here's why. I have this in place, this in place, this in place, this in place. Not, oh, well, right now the whole industry is seeing some shrink, so therefore we have to cut all of our jobs so we can still pay out money to the shareholders. That's stupidity.
But that's not what he said, DSP. You're twisting his words like you claim that everybody else is doing to you all of the time. Because if they keep their company scaled back and they don't hire on a bunch of more people or buy a bunch of more studios up and continue to bloat their company, this is a long-term plan.
You know what? If you have a ton of shareholders where all they care about is immediate profits every moment, you have a bad group of shareholders. They're not going to have your back when you need them.
Does anybody want to tell DSP that that's how the majority of shareholders are, and the only thing that they care about is money, and that's the entire point that they own stocks in the business anyway? I mean, it seemed pretty obvious to me.
And they can sue a business if the business is not doing everything that it can to make a profit for their shareholders. Like, if DSP was a publicly traded industry, he would have been destroyed by the shareholders whenever they found out that he was blowing all their capital.
Given how every single company has pretty much been run forever now. But apparently Mr. Business Degree doesn't know anything about that. I don't really know what good that business degree or finance degree or whatever he has is doing for him, but he seems to be confused about how shareholders actually work in the real world.
So that's fucked up. Well, it means you misrepresented your company as a get-rich-quick company instead of a company that will actually benefit people in a portfolio of long-term investments. You fucked up. Sorry that I have a finance background. I know about this shit. He doesn't even know how to run his company. He's making public statements that are cringe.
You're cringe.
When it comes to business.
DSP, the cringe master. His entire life is cringe. You guys are just cringe, cringeroony,
understands
yo.
Everything after filing for bankruptcy and having no shareholders in DSP Space Gaming other than himself. Sounds robust and meaningful to me, Phil. Just let me know how that continues to go for you as the years go on. Because if your little operation was a real business that actually had shareholders, they all would have dumped the stocks long ago.
Unreal. Absolutely unfucking real. I hate to say this, guys, but this just goes to prove, again, I said it again and again.
I'm so much smarter than everyone, and they're all dumb.
Industry they're talking about.
Again, absolute irony that he's sitting here talking about how people don't understand the very industry that they operate in, while he doesn't understand anything about online content creation or streaming. I mean, the dude doesn't even understand his own software that he uses every single day for the past, what, 8 years in a row now? But heaven forbid the CEO of a multi-million-dollar corporation just takes a misstep in a long-form plan, which we don't even know is a misstep yet because he just said it and it was just put into practice. So we're still waiting on the results, but DSP disagrees with it, so they must not understand the industry, you guys. Hold on while I take a 20-minute bathroom break without pausing my recording.
Right? How often do you think there's going to be a giant, explosive, profitable boom in console gaming? Maybe once every console generation, there's a spike. It's not going to be constant money pouring out of it, but there will be times when there will be giant profitable streaks. You know, do you think that Xbox's strategy recently is working? Buy up every fucking third-party studio and then literally just be hands-off and let them do whatever they want and pump out unfinished messes like Redfall? Do you think that's going to make money?
Maybe, maybe not, but it seems to be the industry standard at this point. I mean, how many conglomerate corporations actually went and did exactly that and is now reeling from it? So let's not sit here and act like this is really an exclusive to Xbox style situation. It's an entire industry problem.
But that's what Phil Spencer's doing, and now that that's failing, he's saying, well, we still have to make money somehow, so cut everyone's jobs. No, Phil. Here's what you do.
No,
you get
Phil.
fired, and someone else steps into your role who knows how to run a company, and then you don't have to do that anymore.
God, if only that were possible when DSP streams were failing. But I have to show some love to the fact that DSP delivered that line, "No, Phil, you get fired," without any sort of hesitation, knowing that that is going to be clipped and used against him.
Someone who actually is take charge instead of sit back and act like a frat boy and dress like you're in college.
I thought that the insult to how he dresses himself was a little unnecessary. So I went out of my way to find a bunch of different pictures of Phil Spencer. Here's a screenshot of what those pictures look like. And Phil Spencer dresses like a normal guy. Most of the time he's wearing just a gaming style t-shirt because he's in the games industry in a jacket, or he's got a formal jacket on with a game logo t-shirt underneath because again, he's in the games industry. What about this is dressing like a frat boy? I'd say for the most part, he just looks like a business type that is in the games industry. Is this just jealousy on DSP's end because he thinks that adults are supposed to be wearing button-up shirts only because that's what he does?
Yeah, with pajama pants.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I thought this insult was a little uncalled for. But I guess no insult is really off the table when you're the king of hate, huh?
Right? Someone who can actually fucking put their foot down and say, here's what we need to do with our games. They have to be good. They have to...
That's the missing element. DSP's gonna walk into the front door, he's gonna open it like he's the fucking saloon in a tavern. Guys, don't you realize? Make the games good! And they're like, oh my god! Oh, we didn't realize that because we didn't have a business degree. Oh, all we have to do is make the games good. God, Phil, you're the new president of the planet Earth. Yes, exactly. And I'm going to talk to all the senators and all the congressmen, and I'm going to tell them to make the government good. Oh my god. Wow, what an insight.
We have to be sure that we're...
Why game no good? Game need be good.
markers so that people will want to play our games on our console.
We have to put things in the games that make the people want to play the games.
That gamers are looking for.
Holy shit, you're brilliant.
With our games. They have to be good. They have to qualify these criteria. That
You have to
gamers are looking for.
qualify these criteria of being good. Make them cookie cutter and qualify. Put microtransactions and sweaty wrestlers and everything. And if there's attractive women, get rid of them. Get rid of all the attractive women. That's how you make a good game.
Well, the games industry's in a downturn, so I guess we just cut jobs until it comes back. You're a fucking idiot.
But that's
You're
assuming
fucking
that DSP knows
idiot.
more about the games industry than the guy who's running one of the biggest companies in the space, and that he also has a deeper understanding of the future projections and where
Make
the
the game
industry is
good.
going. But it makes sense to me that if the industry is projecting a downward trend, it doesn't exactly matter whether or not your games are up to snuff. It'll definitely help, but it won't matter because people aren't apparently going to be buying nearly as many games. So you have to do something. I used to work at a machine shop, and if they were projecting that there weren't going to be any sort of construction projects or any sort of building going on, and they weren't going to need the parts that we were manufacturing, it didn't matter how good the parts that we were making were. It didn't matter that they were all up to standard and used the highest quality material we could get our hands on, because nobody was gonna buy the part anyway. And when you're in that situation, one of the only things that you can do is look at where you can cut your costs to continue to be as profitable as possible. This is not in any way a defense for how these big businesses operate themselves, but I can definitely see
Make
the
the game
rationale and see how
good.
they would have came to the conclusion given exactly what they're saying.
Phil Spencer is a fucking idiot. What he's saying is ridiculous. I read this article this morning. I was like, are you out of your fucking mind?
Of course he has to gaslight people. It's the only way he knows how to talk about anything. Are you crazy? Are you insane? Are you out of your
It's
mind?
absolutely insane. They should have just
Guy
consulted
who keeps
with
being
you.
told to
Who would
get
have set them on the
therapy.
right path, obviously. Maybe then Xbox could have filed for a bankruptcy. That would have been really robust.
But I hate to say it, but you know.
Are you crazy? Are you insane? Are you out of your mind? Do you need to go to therapy? Do you have gout? Are you
Are
balding?
horrible at their jobs, right? They do horrible things, and they're still rich and they still succeed somehow. Because it's like once you're at that level,
Class warfare.
never get any accountability for what you do. You just continuously get paid. Like what the fuck?
Man, the irony meter in this video is off the charts because that's exactly the scenario that DSP finds himself in every single day. Ever since 2010, when he became a full-time content creator, he did nothing but fail up and get paid to continue to fail. That's on a downward trend now, obviously, that his numbers are crashing, but he continues to still be paid for
And
absolutely
it's at the
nothing
expense
every
of one
single day.
idiot
His
who's
lifestyle
blowing all
hasn't
of
changed,
his
not even after the bankruptcy.
disposable
And this is a guy
income
who's never been good at
and just
video
having it
games or
get
had an
wasted.
interesting thing to say that made an entire career out of playing video games and saying things. Make that make sense.
There you go. Michael Caine just said something very interesting in the chat. You ready? He says, there's an old interview clip with Steve Jobs. He explains why companies fail. Because salespeople get promoted to decision-making positions and salespeople don't care about quality.
Why don't salespeople care about quality? They have to sell things based on their
A
quality.
game worth $70. The game is a pile of dog shit. But he says that because he's a salesman. You got Phil Spencer over here telling everyone, oh, all these studios we're acquiring are great. And then he's completely hands off with anything, and all the games they pump out are dog shit. So then he says, oh, well, our industry's in a downturn, so we have to lay off people to be profitable.
From my understanding, Phil Spencer was never actually a salesman. Sales was never exactly something that was in his job description. Obviously, now as the head of a major company, he has to sell his company like any head of a company would. It doesn't make any sense to not try and sell your company. It really just comes with the territory. But I wanted to make it clear that Phil Spencer has not been a salesman. So if DSP meant that literally, then that's not the case. But if he meant it figuratively, as in he's trying to sell his company now, like, yeah, he's the head of the company. Why would you want to try and push sales away from your company?
You're in charge. You are the people in charge of the companies. And the
You
people who
are
getting
the people,
punished are the
person.
people below you for your bad decisions. Do you see a problem with that, perhaps? Right? Really? Listen, if I make a bad decision, and if I do shitty things here on stream or whatever, I'm the one who gets punished for it, correct? I'll be the one. Imagine if I said
I don't think
something
you
awful on
do
stream
get
that was
punished.
terrible,
I think the one idiot who funds your entire lifestyle just wants to fuck you, and he doesn't care what you do. In fact, he rewards you for your bad decisions because you drive away anyone else who could possibly fund this.
Because you failed far before you were able to hire the people that you wanted to hire in order to.
Like, it's such a fucked up situation. It's so stupid. Like, the one person who blows all of his disposable income on that stupid motherfucker actually incentivizes him to act like a stupid jackass. The worse he acts, the more money he gets. Because Only Iced Coffee just wants Phil to drive away everyone but him. And so he's the only one left standing. So he can run everything and dictate how everything goes. Like, it's so retarded.
Do what? Edit your videos and post them for you? Because that was a
So-
plan that you
such
had
a
at some point.
corruption
Remember, you were gonna have employees
of
and you
what
were
a
gonna
stream
buy
is
an
meant to
office
be.
space, and you were gonna make this a whole production. Imagine if you would have done all of that and then said all of the things that you said and got removed from all of the platforms
Such
the
a
same way that you
twisted
did. Those people would have been
mentality.
hurt. DSP. You're really no different. The only difference is that you failed before you ever got there. And is that really something to be bragging about? Yes, DSP, you never had to fire any employees because you were too stupid and failed far before you ever got there. Congratulations, you got them.
That's the positions these people are in. They can literally just sit here and make mistake after mistake after mistake, and their companies just continue on, and they continue on, but all the people under them suffer for it.
They get suffer for it. Yeah, very well articulated, Phil. They get suffer. It time
I've already
suffer.
had an issue with Phil Spencer over the years with some of the dumb things he said. I keep telling you guys, you can't trust the guy because he's essentially just like we just said, he's a salesman. He's not a CEO. He's not a leader. He's a salesman.
You really shouldn't be trusting any of these bigwig CEO types, DSP. That's just a bad idea in general. But the way he's talking about it, you would think that he knows him personally and was personally backstabbed by Phil Spencer or something. It's so weird that he attacks these people with such vitriol, all over some video games.
He's put there to the forefront to push stuff, and then when it all fails, he just smoke and mirrors you to a different direction or something else and makes up an excuse or whatever. It's nonsense. The guy's a joke. I mean, why is Xbox
The guy's
right now,
a
even though they have
joke,
comparable
says the
hardware
joke.
to the PlayStation 5, why are they so far behind this console gen?
Aren't you telling us all the time, DSP, that typically when these new AAA game releases happen, that they run better on the PlayStation for whatever reason? In fact, you were making that a big deal when talking about Dragon's Dogma 2, that for once the Xbox actually ran a game better than the PlayStation did. So maybe that's one of the reasons that they would be behind on the sales front. And hardware isn't the only reason that people buy these consoles. There's so much more to it than that. But we're not going to take any of that into consideration, are we? Because if we did, we might not be able to heap all of the blame onto Phil Spencer for whatever reason.
Can you think of a reason to have an Xbox besides Game Pass? I mean, Game Pass is a great value. I like the Xbox controller better than the PS5 controller. But if all games are on both consoles, and PS5 has a few awesome exclusives, why would you not want the PS5?
Well, you're always the one that's telling us how awesome Game Pass is. In fact, you just did it. So maybe the value of the Game Pass subscription alone is something that would want to keep you on the Xbox over the PlayStation. Maybe you're so comfortable with the controller that you've been playing with for so long that you don't want to adapt to a new controller layout like the PlayStation has. These are another couple of factors that would absolutely play into why you would buy one console over another one. You know, the exact opposite of the point that he's trying to make.
Correct? So unless he can fucking figure out a reason to own his console,
Make it
there will always
good.
be
Make
a
the games
downturn of
good.
console sales this generation.
Do the
It's his
good
fault.
things.
I honestly don't know why people like him so much. Why? Because he has a smile. Because he, you know, again, because he looks like a friendly guy. Again, because he looks like a friendly college guy who wants to hang out with you and play video games. He was in charge of Microsoft during the Xbox One era, and now the Xbox Series S and X era when it's on a downturn. You understand?
And we're back at it again, calling out this guy's looks for some reason, continuing to say that he dresses like he's in college. DSP should be the last person to be coming for how people look physically. Wasn't that one of the things that he complained LTG did to him? Oh, LTG had no valid criticisms. All he could do is talk about the way that I looked. And now DSP is doing pretty much exactly that for some reason.
He's not doing the right choices. He's not doing the right choices. He's doing all the wrong choices for Xbox. And it's sad because the hardware is good.
Yeah, he's coming in and he's saying, make the games bad.
It's his
Why
fault.
is everything
His fault,
failing?
company.
You're supposed to tell them to make them good.
So we want people to think of Xbox as the place to play all the good games, but it doesn't have to be a console. Then what the fuck is it, you idiot? What is it? What are you talking about? Are you?
Are you talking about? Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Do you have gout?
Console that people want to play games on. You can't have it both ways. If you have it both ways, no one needs your console. You can't sell Xbox as a brand because the brand is the console. It's not a line of games.
When I heard this, I immediately thought that Phil Spencer was trying to get across that Xbox is more of a brand and less so about the very console that they're trying to sell. So when you think great gaming, when you think about a place to game, you would think about Xbox, but not specifically the console, but more of the brand. Because Xbox is still going to be responsible for a lot of the fun gaming experiences you have, and you're going to enjoy the company's product. Again, sounds a lot like Corpo talk, I know. But DSP is so stuck on this weird console war thing that he can't even fathom the fact that this company might be moving in a direction that isn't directly related to competing in a console war. It just goes to show you how narrow-minded he is on doing something that doesn't matter instead of expanding his horizons and going into other avenues. Just because right now you don't associate any game specifically with Microsoft like that doesn't mean that in the future you couldn't, and it seems like that's the direction they're moving by buying all of these studios and trying to put out their own games all of the time.
Right? What he says makes no fucking sense at all. He's an idiot.
He's an idiot. I'm smart. He's dumb. And people who try and take down other people, they're miserable. That's why they do it.
That these people are in charge of these companies. What an interview at GDC. I mean, after that, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. For all the people who are like gung ho behind, Microsoft, I'll be honest. I have lost confidence in this company. Listen, I love my Xbox. I love Game Pass. I love the controller. Hell, I still get surround sound on my Xbox, which I don't get out of my PS5. But, dude,
you wear toilet seat neck phones. You don't get surround sound.
A humongous company like Microsoft and Xbox
anything
is kind of shocking to me. But if DSP's anything, he's a consumer, so I guess I shouldn't be. But none of this is really going to be of any difference to DSP. This won't affect how he goes about his day-to-day life. He won't change his spending habits. He's just going to continue to support these companies despite disagreeing with everything they're doing, apparently. Just bellyaching to bellyache.
I really can't imagine. I mean, the guy is such an inept idiot. He's like an oaf, bumbling around, slipping on banana peels and fucking making excuses for everything. He's ridiculous.
And I'm gonna run that back one more time. And let me know if this doesn't sound exactly like DSP being described.
I really can't imagine. I mean, the guy is such an inept idiot. He's like an oaf, bumbling around, slipping on banana peels and fucking making excuses for everything. He's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. It sounds exactly like DSP.
He's like, at this point, it's like a comedian. He's not a fucking corporate leader. That is not how you run your company. Like, what the fuck is going on? Anyway,
God, his insight is so fucking stupid.
I don't know how he thinks he's gonna pull Xbox out of the fire.
Everyone is dumb except for me. I'm so smart with my brilliant insight, telling people to make game good.
Right? And the CEO of the company you own.
I don't need to do DSP politics. I can do DSP game journalism. Groom the hair, groom the hair, groom the hair, groom the hair.
Share is to fire employees. Would you want to continue to be invested in that company? Or would you say, wow, this sounds like a ship that's sinking. This sounds like a room that's on fire, and I need to get the fuck out, right?
Well, if I'm a greedy stockholder and all I care about is money, and this company man just told me that he's willing to fire a bunch of employees to continue to give me as much money as possible, all while other companies in the industry
depends on who they're firing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're firing, like, human resources people, if you're firing, like, HR people, if you're firing, like, diversity initiative people, especially, they should all be fired. Like, if you're firing top designers and programmers, obviously that's a bad idea, but sometimes you hire too many people. You hire people for a project, they work their job, they deliver a product, and you're just like, okay, well, that's all we need out of you. Let us know if you want to work somewhere else, we'll give you a good reference. It's like, it's not all black and white. Mr. Everything's not black and white is saying that anytime you fire an employee, then you lose all confidence in the company, as he wants the guy on top to be fired. Like, if you fire him, why that would really deteriorate confidence from the shareholders if top CEOs are getting the axe. but somehow firing people at the bottom, that's the one that really affects company confidence.
So rapidly? Yes, because it sounds like he might have a plan that continues to make me as much money as possible because, again, I'm a greedy shareholder who doesn't care about the actual industry.
And he publicly said this in an interview. Why is he so stupid?
Yeah, he's just dumb. Why does he have gout?
It's true.
Why does he keep grooming his hair? Random moments.
Oh my god, right?
Oh my god.
Sometimes you have to be smart enough to realize that things need to be left unsaid.
Be smart. Say make game good.
Explain how that's ironic coming from him, because that's the exact same thing that everybody online has been telling him forever now. That despite all of the things that happen on and off your streams, DSP, you giving them the time of day and bringing them up the way that you do is not good for your business and is the reason that you're a lolcow. But you guys knew all of that already.
Phil Spencer's not smart enough. He's dumb. Yikes.
Yikes. Cringe.
Well, guys, that's what I got for gaming news today.
Other Zoomer expressions I don't understand.
Because again, I like my Xbox console. I like the Series X. I think it's a superb console. There's nothing wrong with it. I like the idea of Game Pass. It pains me.
Ugh.
It pains me to
Oh my
hear
God.
people who are in charge of this.
He's
industry
so
say dumb
cringe.
shit.
It shouldn't be paining you that much, DSP. This is a hobby for everybody. You're taking this shit way too seriously. If you don't like the direction that company is moving, you can support a different company. You can buy other
But I like the
companies' video games,
controller.
their consoles, and play on other platforms. If it really is that serious to you, but I don't know why it is, man. You just need to go outside once in a while.
It's like, so it seriously, it's like, this guy is like, it sounds like he just got pumped in and out of a college system, that they just taught him like textbook shit. And so that's all he knows. He has no insight. He has no experience, no wisdom. And he's been running Xbox for, what, a decade now? He has zero wisdom or any kind of knowledge in the industry.
If he had
still
wisdom, he
somehow
would say,
supposed to
make game
answer
good.
everything that he learned in college. You know? That's not...
No, Phil, you're floundering.
But he's got a nice smile and he's a good salesman, right? So he's the leader. Sounds like a plan, right? Yikes.
Yes, yikes indeed, DSP. All of that was incredibly cringe and unnecessary, but I thank you for your time, I suppose. And speaking of thank you for your time, I want to thank all of you by reading some of your comments from the last video. So shout out all the 60 skulls. Outback says, will not accept Karlach slander, and I agree, absolutely not. While I don't personally go for the Dami Mommy, I have nothing but respect for her, and Karlach slander is banned on site. Mods have been notified. Some Frenchie says, honestly, his Baldur's Gate 3 run is the perfect metaphor for his life. He put all of his eggs in one basket and is now blaming everything else for his own short-sightedness. Couldn't agree more, because he really came to the playthrough with the same logic and mentality that he has in his real life. You're meaning to tell me that my actions are going to have consequences later on? That's definitely bug choice mechanics. And G Woody says, man, the things his ego allows him to think are the reasons people think he is a dishonest POS are astounding. I say this all the time. DSP basically lives in his own reality at this point. The Pignosis has completely warped his mind. And I'm a firm believer that at this point, he's never coming back from it. But speaking of coming back, I want to give a big shout out to everybody who watched the video, especially if you made it this far. Hopefully I'll catch all of you guys in the next video, but until then, make sure that you check out other Detractor content, dive deeper into that.
And that's Snortex. Thumbs up for Atlas. Already subscribed. He did a stream where he watched the Side Scrollers Aftermath stream. It was really well done. Pause! Where he watched the Aftermath. It's a really tough watch in a lot of ways, because you go from him being held accountable to him just retreating back into his bubble where he can just say whatever he wants and create reality around him. Like, to go from the interview to the Aftermath where he's just making up reality on the fly is kind of obnoxious, but it's important to see really the two sides of the coin when it comes to why he'll just never get it, and the things that they were saying to him, telling him that he needs to go to therapy in no uncertain terms, and then him going back to being like, you're crazy, what are you talking about, you're crazy. It's like, Phil, you're mentally unwell by everyone's accounting. Anyone who talks to you and counters you all have the same impression. So this whole thing, like, they don't even know me, it's like, well, the people who know you all have the same conclusion, so you can't really use that. Yeah, he's a very unserious person. What else we got? We take a look at another locale. Of course, I got a bunch of Alyssa clips from Ricada, but I rarely even watch them. I just... like, Ricada is really obnoxious in a lot of different ways. Just, I mean, he's full lolcow at this point with just how he does a lot of the same things DSP does. Just takes what everyone says in a completely wrong context. Hey, you know what I want to watch? I'm going to watch a video about Stellar Blade because I'm editing a video on it right now. I'm getting there.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here.
Hey, Rev.
Sorry for the scuff production. I'm actually...
Rev has some really good merch coming out. It's pretty inspiring. I think a community post. Like, check this out. Ubu Market. I like the artwork. Because it's all a circus, you know what I mean? The ringleader Rev. It's some good artwork. Possibly AI traced, but who cares? Some good stuff. Making your VTuber avatar your mascot. I support that.
WeebCon right now, and I'm staying an extra day. I want to give you guys a video, but unfortunately my laptop runs like a potato, so it can't handle VTube Studio, so we're kicking it old school with a no VTuber model video. That's not going to stop me from sharing some relevant news for you guys. And today we're going to focus on Stellar Blade because this game is about a month away from its official release, and a lot of people are seething over it. So a lot of people have been talking about the demo that was recently released for this game, and the praise has been very, very strong. A lot of people are very excited about this demo, and they're saying the gameplay, not just the aesthetics, but the gameplay is really, really good. However, with that comes some predictable outrage from games journalists over at IGN. You can see Mark Kern here pointing out, so at IGN calls Stellar Blade protagonist a sexualized doll and says the creator has never seen a living woman. Yes, this is the actual quote. So it says this: "It's not new, and other games have chosen to highlight the strengths of their female characters, but where Bayonetta stands out with an iconic character design, or 2B from Nier Automata inspires an entire generation of cosplayers, Eve from Stellar Blade is just
What
bland,
makes you think people won't
a
cosplay
doll
this?
sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman." Now, of course, we all know that is very ironic because the character Eve is was created by a 3D printed scan of a real-life Korean model. And on top of that, if you do some research, you can find out the director is married to this woman right here, who's one of the main people behind the art team for this game. So yes, once again, IGN being wrong on multiple levels. It's actually kind of impressive that games journalists can get so much wrong in a simple paragraph quote, but that's hardly surprising at this point. But moving forward, IGN France would get a lot of criticism, and as Vera points out here, they would actually double down and show just how petty and angry they are about this criticism. So she says this: IGN France was getting roasted for saying Stellar Blade's Eve is just a sexualized doll for...
God damn it. I accidentally clicked on the opera icon, and opera's being pretty cringe. Go away.
People who act like they've never seen a woman.
But yeah, I can't spell ignorance without IGN. That's a good line.
And then they added context about the English-speaking mob who Google translated it. Yes, you can see the original quote up here. And then they added this little section in parentheses saying, "This last sentence has been slightly edited for French-speaking people pretending not to understand what we meant, and the English-speaking mob who Google translated the initial text." Ah, yes. Games journalists seething over their ridiculous statements being questioned is very, very predictable. But moving forward here, there's been a lot of hype, especially surrounding the recent demo that was released. A lot of people are checking out the official appearance of Eve and the, of course, jiggle physics, as you can see in this simple climbing animation here that people have been going absolutely feral over.
I want to see it in motion.
And that's something that is highlighted throughout this demo. It's, of course, has great gameplay, but people are checking out the design of Eve herself. And since, like I said, I'm at WeebCon, I can't play the demo currently, but here is the VTuber Lena showing off some of the interesting parts of this new demo.
Swing. She's gonna hold on. I gotta aim at the camera just right so I can get across the other bar. 1 second. I just want to be sure that I don't miss the bar. Wait. I need to turn around real quick. Sorry. Okay, hold on. I gotta aim it. I can't miss, or I'm gonna fall in the water. Maybe.
But I'm gonna steal that clip.
Hold on. Okay. All right. Then yeah, I think I've got it just right. Okay, right here. And then she, oh shit, sorry, I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Okay, I think she can go forward now. It's glowing. See, you know what? That's all the practice I needed.
So currently, a lot of people are enjoying that aspect of the demo, but also from many other reports, the gameplay
I see
of the
something
demo
like, I want to
is
put that
very
in my
impressive.
video.
And a lot of people are really enjoying the demo and are looking forward to the release that, like I said, is coming out in about a month. Now, of course, with this comes more seething on Twitter. Beyond just game journalists, we have people on Twitter who are very angry about the design of Eve from Stellar Blade. You can see this absolutely horrendous quote retweet of that previous tweet saying, if you play games like this, you're just a weirdo who should have their hard drives checked.
So you should have your hard drives checked so they can find, what, images of fully grown, attractive women like the main character in Stellar Blade, we're going to check your hard drives and find perfectly 100% legal, not even pornography. Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
So
I'm sure there's no projection going on there. It's never projection.
Of course, they are implying that if you enjoy this character design, you are a predator, which is very interesting because, fellas, is it pedophilia to be attracted to a video game character based on a 3D scan of a 24-year-old Korean model? Apparently, this user thinks so. And also, I can't help but recognize some of the xenophobia that we come to expect. Of course, a Asian-looking character or someone that is based on an Asian woman immediately being infantilized by weirdos on Twitter who can't help but think of children every single time they see a video game character or an adult Asian woman. Very strange stuff. But continuing, here's another person posting a screenshot of a user basically saying that they're going to intentionally be stuck on this part of the game for a long time. A comment that a few years ago, let's say 5-10 years ago, you would have gotten no flack for. It's a harmless, goofy comment. But here we are in the year 2024 where people are trying to be offended by everything and are trying to attack people for anything. And this user posts a screenshot saying, "Wow, some of y'all need to put the controller down and talk to real women. Trust me, it's way better than a video game." I'm going to be honest with this guy. I'm not going to trust any of your opinions about the experience you've had talking to real women. I don't really think that you're probably too great at that. But with everything, you're going to see people constantly saying that you're an incel, that you're a virgin, a weirdo, a loser, creep, all these things for simply enjoying an attractive character design with some physics added onto it. Like, honestly, if you're really that bothered by any of this stuff, just avoid it entirely. There's no reason to go out of your way to screenshot these things and to seethe about it on Twitter. And of course, with all these things, it's like, you have people like me, like, I'm a married man. What if I say, I enjoy this, or I made a comment similar to this user? Like, what's going to happen? Bots like this literally malfunction because they have only a few hand-selected, preloaded responses they can give when they're angry about the designs of fictional characters and video game characters and alike. And if you challenge them, well, they basically don't know what to do. But moving forward, here's another tweet saying, "Every day I lose interest in this game as I find all the people doing are posting a sex doll simulator with $900 billion jiggle physics production." Yes, calling this character a sex doll simulator feels a lot more insulting when you realize that it's literally based on a design from a real human being. That seems pretty insulting to say. But this idea of this whole thing being some sort of scandalous sort of content is reflected in this tweet with 43,000 likes from a typical interaction baiter on Twitter saying, "I have not seen any gameplay of this game. It's all porn material." Which is very interesting because users like this will see a fully clothed character and immediately think it's porn. Which is very funny because the average Twitter user right now, they really can't differentiate between fan service in a video game and full-fledged hardcore pornography. The fact that they can't see the difference between the two is very telling, and honestly, it just points towards them being the one who's seeing sexuality and hypersexuality in literally every single piece of media that they come across. But moving forward, bot responses like that are reflected by a compilation of replies right here. This user says, "Holy shit, dead internet theory really is coming true," in those comments. So if you don't know what dead internet theory is, it's basically an idea that the majority of the content and interactions we see online are from bots or just repeated and replicated content. And you can see it reflected in this section of replies. People saying the same thing over and over and over again, word for word, bar for bar. You have users saying, "I haven't seen a single clip of actual gameplay from this game. I haven't seen a single clip of actual gameplay from this game." Repeating for a third time. Then down here, "Camera control could be golden in this game, Keck." And then that's repeated 2 more times. The reply section is just people literally regurgitating the exact same copy and pasted messages, literally including ... at the end. There is no originality, and it really does show this whole dead internet theory is something that is much more real than a lot of people gave it credit for a long time. But here's another insane quote retweet of a example from this game. This user saying, "If I can't play a game in front of my mother, I low-key don't want it." 27,000 likes on this tweet. First of all, why do you need to play video games in front of your mother? I mean, I guess these people are talking about interacting
are you a
with
loser
women. I mean, I
or
guess this is the
something?
women they're talking about when they say they've interacted with women. It's their own mother who they're playing video games in front of. But this idea of if you can't play in front of your mother, first of all, there's nothing in this game that's so insane that you should feel uncomfortable playing it in front of anyone. But if you're that insecure, I don't really know what else to tell you. You can probably cross off just about every video game out there because everything's going to be weird and uncomfy for you at this point if you're thinking Stellar Blade is something that is so damning and gross that you can't play it in front of someone without feeling immense levels of shame. But moving forward, we're going to revisit another tweet by Mark Kerr here that has a message that is very similar to the previous tweet we just looked at. So he says, Reset Era is having a meltdown over Stellar Blade, with a series of replies from there. Let's take a look. So this one says, I live alone and I'd still be embarrassed to have this on my TV, referring to Stellar Blade. That intro sequence is so effing bad. It's just so many elements of fetish, tick, infantile nonsense. What the hell is with that slow motion? It's sad. I guess that's what it comes down to. There's really talented people working really hard to make a game that glorifies a flagrantly misogynistic depiction of its cast. It's just sad. And another person saying, I'm not participating much in this thread, but I am reading it. But I had to write regarding Stellar Blade. I haven't been disgusted at a game in a good while. This is bad, especially given the developers themselves and the gender war in South Korea. It's just aggravating. Agreed. I tend to be ambivalent with sexualized character designs in games, but everything about Stellar Blade is just beyond embarrassing and gross. Kinda hate how it's Sony funded and published. I feel like it wouldn't be getting anywhere nearly as much media attention as it is if it wasn't. And moving forward, saying another user replied, said, probably due to wanting to be closer to the developer who is very successful, GAAS, under their belt. I think we are going to see Sony prioritize how to make money with certain titles. I wouldn't be surprised if Shift Up and Sony don't do more collabs. Hell, when Sony partnered up with Stellar Blade, the CEO of Shift Up bought everyone there a PS5. And this reply says, I want to believe that Sony was fulfilling a contract and that they won't work with Shift Up again after it came out. They were a misogynistic developer who punished women working for them for supporting women's rights. But unfortunately, we all know they probably don't give a F. Now, of course, if you don't know what this is referring to right here, there were two feminist developers who were fired by Shift Up, not because they were simply expressing their views. They were quite literally saying, I will not work on this game unless we actually change significant portions of Eve's character design and her personality because it made them fundamentally uncomfortable. Which, of course, as a responsible development team, they had to get rid of them because their moral beliefs were quite literally
DSP would be like, what are you doing?
With their ability to work on this game. That seems very cut and dry. But here's the last reply saying, wow, just wow. This is so much more ridiculous and worse than I even thought this game would go for. Edit. I see people elsewhere being like, the sexualization isn't even that bad. There's no voyeuristic camera angles. And I am convinced I do not inhabit the same world as them. Amazing thread right there, showing people having an absolutely normal response to an attractive video game character design. But moving forward, this is reflected by another insane story I wanted to cover very quickly. Like I said, I've been at WeebCon, so there's a lot of stories piling up. This one relates, it is an article from Niche Gamer saying the Japanese Communist Party is encouraging members to report fan service manga to the United Nations. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a real story. The commies are coming for your hot anime waifus.
this is the reality of communism in the year 2024, where this is something they believe is actually important. Very predictable commie behavior. But let's see some of the quotes here. So it says, the Japanese Communist Party has reportedly created a secret report form to spread amongst its members in order to report young adult manga to the United Nations. Japanese Together blogger Misato Nakayama reported finding the form as a QR code in the Shimbun Akahara, the daily newspaper for the Japanese Communist Party. The form asks questions such as whether convenience stores carry adult magazines and names manga magazines that carry sign-in titles for young adult men, such as Young Animal, which serializes Berserk. You can see people here tracking some of this information on Twitter, and it's really, really crazy. This is where it all comes from. This idea of cracking down on manga and alike is a very bizarre policy for any party to have, but the fact that it is the Japanese Communist Party just goes to show you the kind of people who are attacking mediums like manga, the kind of deranged people that think this is something that is actually important to crack down on. It's very, very strange, but we also saw some replies here. So you have someone saying communists being evil, nothing new, with, of course, some Yojo Senkai here, where this user replies saying, that anime is making fun of you people. Yeah, you know, Zoomers like to throw around terms like media literacy all the time. This is negative media literacy. This is like how people thought Lollygod Requiem was actually a direct attack that was supposed to be shaming and harming lolicons. Meanwhile, the entire song is quite literally made for lolicons by a lolicon. These people just don't understand anything that they're viewing, and they will twist any narrative as long as it serves their own agenda, even if it makes them a blatant liar or hypocrite in the process. But overall, this entire situation involving Stellar Blade and these related IPs just goes to show the Puritan-like nature and hypocrisy of places like Twitter, where they see this design and they want to claim on the one hand it's unrealistic, and on the other hand, they like to shame anyone who enjoys it once they find out that it is based on a real person. It's very, very strange, but it's not surprising. That is the current status quo of Twitter. But that's going to do it for this video. I appreciate you guys listening, especially without the VTuber model. I should be back home soon, and we'll be doing videos normal as we typically do with the actual model. But that's going to do it for now. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comments section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
I missed the bottle. Should come back. Yeah, I'm editing a Stellar Blade video as we speak. Editing in the background, just going over. I'm almost done. I'd say I'm like 85% done. As a lifelong procrastinator, I've developed an acute sense of how long it takes things to finish. A Randy Stare video from Turkey Tom. Almost 1 million views already. 1 hour and 45 minutes. Holy cow. Well, I'm sure we're not going to learn more about Randy Stare than you already know. Guy is a bunch of weird shit. Medicure had a stream on Friday. It's kind of an underwhelming one. They can't all be top quality. Some are better than others. But he mostly talked about Mersh and how Mersh is claiming that Medicure is faking his illness. And so Medicure went into great detail showing all the procedures that he's had done and all of his medication. And by the time he was done, he was out of time and out of energy. He wanted to talk about Patrick Tomlinson, but he basically said he wanted to schedule that for another time when he could go on longer and felt a little bit better. But yeah, if you don't care about Mersh, then you probably don't care about that Medicure stream. And a lot of people don't care about Mersh because he's pretty much irrelevant outside his own inner circle. An abridged version of that Sonic Soul rant? No, I would have had to have made it, and I was not down to edit it. I had other stuff to do, like this Medicare, this Gundam video. What else do we got here? It is 12:30. I'm starting to get a little hungry. I might dig into the Easter leftovers here in a little bit. And then get back on this video editing full force. Cemetery Special 2024. Let's check this out. Switch gears over to Bogcron a little bit.
Chilling out with the spirits. I got my scepter, and a good cigar, and a lighter, and my Ouija board. And we're gonna try to talk to the spirits for a hot minute. If they don't want to talk, that's cool. But we're here with nothing but respect. Chilling out in beautiful Highland Cemetery. Jessica likes cemeteries. I wanted to show her the location. Check out what I got, YouTube. I got this, which I'm not going to be getting obnoxious on, you know. Check this out, YouTube. This is a Lucid Absinthe. This is basically absinthe, like genetic absinthe, without doing like the whole sugar and all that. I'm gonna take a shot for the spirits. Pop that cork. I'm gonna pour some out for all the people in here. May they rest in peace. And here's some for the Banshee. I got my bag here, so if I drink a beer while I hang out with the spirits, I put the can in my bag and just throw the can away in the trash can. Because there's no need to litter, especially in a cemetery. There's just no need for it. It's literally the golden rule of life. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Well, Jessica told me she likes to hang out in cemeteries. I was like, I gotta show her this shit.
It's very pretty here, Josh. Very huge.
I can think of something else that's pretty and huge.
I bet you can. So can I.
Let's not get into that here. That's.
You started it.
Pour some beer out for the same two reasons. People are like, you shouldn't bring out a Ouija board into a cemetery. I'm over here like, oops, did I do that?
Uh-oh.
The spirits weren't done drinking. The can tipped over. It's all good. A little bit spilled on the ground. I don't care. It's some for the homies and the spirits. And I got this cigar I want to fire up. I got an empty can of beer to ash into, so I'm not ashing on the ground. Not sure what kind this is. Casper's got a lot of history in it, miss. People are like, were you named after the Casper the Friendly Ghost? And I'm like, no, we were not. But I'll say we were just to fuck with people. You want to try to hit on camera just for shits and giggles?
Oh, God, Joshy. You gonna make me gag for shits and giggles? Like, how do you do it? Do you inhale it or?
You can if you want to, but it's strong.
I mean, like, so how are you supposed to, like, do it?
Puff on like a cigarette.
Alright. I can taste the sweetness that you're talking about.
Got an empty can right here for ashing. Keep that cigar going so we don't ash on the ground. Drink this beer, have another shot of that absinthe, and give it like a couple minutes to see if we get anything on the Ouija board. And if we don't, that's cool too, you know, just vibing and chilling. Just be sure, YouTube, when you go to a graveyard or a cemetery, you respect the dead. You don't fuck with their shit.
Exactly.
And if you smoke a cigarette in a graveyard or a cigar, you got something to ash it in, so you're not ashing all over the ground. Just out of respect. You know what I'm saying? There's a big difference between pouring a little bit of alcohol on the ground and saying for the homies. You know what I'm saying? I got some delicious pipe tobacco I do. It's cherry flavored. I'll take a fat pinch out and share that with the spirits. And bestowed my blessings upon our current location. You know, these like these Exorcist movies where like it moves on its own. Should you bring a Ouija board into a cemetery that's super haunted? I say yes, it's quite fun. But a lot of like demonologists and spirit experts say no. So I ask that you do not follow Jessica home unless she wants to. You can chill with me, I'm cool with the spirits. Drinking absinthe in a cemetery and fucking with an Ouija board. That could be a fucking meme too. Like, yeah, I'm so goth, I drink absinthe in the cemetery and fuck with Ouija boards. This is good fucking spirits.
I couldn't even take a whole shot of that. Ooh.
Tuck it away like it's no one's business.
Excuse me.
Like alcohol, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see the little... Oh, look at that huge ass squirrel. Oh, he's not that big, but he looked kind of huge for a second.
You got all kinds of critters and creatures and...
Yeah, I want to know what that little birdie was that was darting by. He was so cute. I'm going to have to look up all like the kind of birds that you can see here. That's only the second squirrel I've seen here. I think the other one was earlier today.
There's plenty of squirrels in Casper, that's for sure. And they're all fucking nuts. Would you say this is a romantic spot for a respectful goth picnic?
Yes, Josh, and I wish we had enough time for a picnic. That would have been so fucking romantic. Like, have a blanket and stuff and a basket and...
You know what's up? That beer is chugged. I'm gonna turn it into an ashtray so I don't ash all over my board and all over the ground. The reason why I do not want to ash on the ground is out of respect for the dead. We are, after all, in a very haunted cemetery that has Casper's history written into it.
And it's very beautiful.
And some of the graves are like 1800s, you know what I'm saying? Fuck sickos. Every once in a while, it's just good vibes for the town. I come out and I mess with my Ouija board, pour some alcohol and tobacco on for the spirits, and, you know, bless it, that kind of thing. Jessica loves hanging out in cemeteries. I know she just absolutely loves the tranquility of Highland.
Thank you. It's very beautiful here. I mean, like, they did a pile.
I'm not gonna film people's graves directly because I don't want to disrespect their families. But we definitely... Oh, yes. Look at that. That is pretty. Highland Cemetery is beautiful. People are always like, don't bring a fucking Ouija board into a cemetery that's haunted, and I'm like, fuck that. If I want to bring an Ouija board into a cemetery and fuck with it because I want to conjure up spirits and demons and shit, that's my own prerogative. As long as you don't disrespect the graves or the remains, we're good. That's the way I see it. Got my Ouija board, just chilling out. during a Ouija board session.
I wish you had a little tripod, Joshy. So like I don't know really how to use these, Josh. It's been such a long time.
I guess for very light.
And
very lightly.
I thought you're just
touch
supposed
the
to have your.
push,
I thought you're supposed to have your fingers just above it, though.
Yes, barely above it.
I don't know if it's all fingers or like 4 fingers. But Joshy, you're touching it though.
Barely touching it.
But you're not supposed to touch it at all.
Yeah, you gotta like barely touch it. Otherwise, you don't have connection. So you gotta adjust your finger pressure.
Are you gonna?
Do I do it as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Does it matter where?
I don't know. I haven't done one of these in forever. I've never owned one. I think you're supposed to ask a question, Josh.
Yes, ask a question. And just fucking see what happens. And don't like move your finger.
Well, ask a question.
Do the spirits of Highland Cemetery like us chilling out? I am bringing a legit Ouija board into a cemetery. And it's a gorgeous cemetery, but that's
very
beside
pretty.
the point. Even the missus said it.
Hi.
I got a badass wand right there for
Yes.
energy.
Your wand is beautiful, Josh.
It's a crystal scepter that I made from local ingredients.
Oh, Joshy, don't.
One little shot ain't gonna hurt. Pay respects to the dead and just appreciating life. I fucking was an Ouija board in a haunted cemetery.
I wish we could do this at night.
Seriously.
It'd be a lot more intense, yes.
It would. Because that's when the creeps come out.
Fuck sickos.
Oh, not those kind, baby. No, I have seen a ghost, a Civil War ghost, out in the Pungo where I live, in his uniform. He was not on the ground. He was literally like, you know how the little white cloth ghosts float in the air. That's how he was. He was like in the air. It was in a walking position in his Civil War uniform, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're just high." Like, first of all, you don't see stuff when you smoke weed, you know. And I saw what I saw, and plus, there are plenty of Civil War, like, you know, graves out there. That shit burns like a bitch, like the 7th layer of hell.
What did you say? 62%?
Yes. We're sitting around some pretty old graves, Joshy. But I like that it's old here. I love it, and I wish they were respected a little bit more and kept up. I love you, Josh.
I said I'd take my gal out to a haunted cemetery and I wasn't bullshitting.
I just wish we could go here at nighttime and like run around like.
Sounds like a summertime activity.
With flashlights.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'll be here in the summertime, but definitely. See, that little bird. There's like this little bird. It's so small and it darts. Josh couldn't see it earlier, but that's not the one making the noise. And oh my God, there's so many animal poops around here that I want to know what they are. Like, and people on my video are probably like, why do you care? Like, could you imagine if like a mountain lion crawled up right behind us right now?
I could, because Casper does have mountain lions.
Mm-hmm. That's my pterodactyl. I cast Mary here now. Mary the Banshee, if you don't show up. And I got
Mary
something.
the Banshee is very present in Highland Cemetery. She's with you right now. She really wants to experience the haunted glory.
I do. Joshy, I had an orb in my room one time. It was a huge orange orb. And the same way it went in my window, it went the same way out. But it was a huge orange ball. But you could literally see it stretch itself out. And when it turned, you could see it literally, the middle part of it, like, I was literally hiding under my blankets waiting for that. But I did see it get out back at my window. I'm like, you're such a pussy over an orb. There's one time I was outside. I don't know where I was going. Maybe for a late night walk or whatever. There's these two orange little orbs dancing over, not on my street, but the street before mine, dancing over the person's house. And when they noticed me, they darted over to the houses across the street, on the same street, and then went into the pine trees and disappeared.
Wow.
And my mom gets so jealous that I see all this stuff. It's like, Mom, you have to go out, and then you're not going to see it in your bedroom.
I'm so jealous, honey.
You might. I saw that huge orb in my room. I didn't have to go. And then also the same night, I also saw like a cartoon-looking pirate, like maybe off of Peter Pan and Snow.
Okay. Well, this is uneventful.
Did you hear that?
She looks so ugly.
Josh, did you hear that? Sound like someone screamed?
No, I didn't hear that.
You heard it? It sounded like a woman.
I guess I'm so used to the sound of whatever bird that is.
No. I heard like a person scream.
You're in a haunted cemetery after all.
I know, but look at the sun, Joshy.
Look at the sun. Wow.
Oh, is that an owl or a dove? Probably a fucking dove. I want to be buried here with you.
No, that's really sweet.
This is really pathetic.
Hand in hand. I do. I'm serious.
I'm sure.
Well, that's really sweet, Jessica. Thank you for saying that.
You're welcome.
Thank you for saying that.
I love you, Joshy. You don't even know how much I love you.
You said you love hanging out at cemeteries. I might I'll take you to the beautifulest one that I know.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys have more than one here, or is
this is the only one.
Like, you ready to die yet?
Yeah, that's just a part of life. It's just
I know, but
getting
it's
comfortable
scary,
with
and
it.
I know you're not scared of it, but I am. If I would never be a human, I would probably, I used to say I want to be a cat. I think honestly, probably more a bird, and because birds can go fucking anywhere they want, and they could also eat a cat if they want. So you got to be like a raptor. I wish we had a little picnic.
Yes.
We'll do that next time when it's fucking warm. Like, what is the highest temperature that's ever? Oh, I'm gonna ask my phone that.
What a weird outing. I mean, I guess it's technically gothic to go to a cemetery, but he says it was being respectful, but it's not really respectful to go to a cemetery and do anything other than give respects to someone and then leave. We got Raw Phil going live. Got Alone in the Dank today. Give it a chat here. Got Pecora's mom with her own YouTuber avatar. It's looking good.
おいたしてはいけませんよ。こんな感じでどう？ママ、よしよししてて、バブー。よしよし。バブー。
4 hours ago.
バブーじゃないんだよ。バブーじゃん。何がよしよし。バブーだよ。ちょっと待て。いいじゃん。いいよ。ママの配信。ペコーラのチャンネルでとんでもないことしてんじゃないよ。何ママさんプレイみたいなことしてるんだよ。私はいつ帰ってきたの？いたよ。嘘でしょ？
Funny stuff. What do we got here? Linda Binda diss track. Oh no. Anyways, got 14 million views. April Fool's joke. Yeah, Pico Mama. So I had lunch, took some barbecue chicken, tore it up, put it in a sandwich, and a bathroom break. So we're good to go. Is he just gonna leave it on that slide? Anyways. Oh, 1.4. Okay, not 14. Sorry, I couldn't see that. What do we got in here in the sub box? We got caught up on everything. DSP versus minimum wage Sunday. But it's not about the money, Goob. Even though I complain constantly about money, it's not about the money. Except for when I want it to be about the money. When I don't want it to be about the money, it's about the friends. About the friends that I have, which are 0. DSP claims he only mentions support a couple times. Listening to him beg all the time is rough. The begging is so cringy. But not as cringy as the head of Ubisoft saying he needs to fire people. Or Microsoft. Right, how about Atlas the Bookkeeper? Is there another video of his which you get caught up on? No? I think we got it all taken care of. A 4th DSP channel, the politics channel. I don't think there's anything here. Steam has no games. Yeah, sure. DSP responds to and Leap. What do you think? We already saw the actual Anleet stream where he went over it. I need to see what else is going on. Hey Billy, hey Sense of Karai, Deathclaw Lover. Who's the third wheel? That was King Cobra's neighbor. And I think Cobra didn't like him around Mythica because they were getting along too well. He was having a real "don't steal my girl" vibes. I think there's anything too pressing that I missed here. I think we're all caught up. What do you think? Look at all those watched. New bookie documentary. Ugh. I think we're all caught up on Atlas. Well, this one. Man, it was so weird. Like him talking about not wanting to do politics on YouTube because he was afraid it was going to get banned. What's the game called? What game? Which game?
Well, this one's from OP Boone. He's had some really good suggestions. Let's see what he has in this one.
With the suggestion box being my favorite segment, you knew that there was no way I wasn't at least going to listen to OP Boone's suggestion with you guys. I mean, OP Boone is the only person that's ever actually had a suggestion get implemented as far as I know. So we have a second suggestion from OP Boone. This might be the only way that DSP improves his content for the rest of time. So of course we gotta hear him out.
In regards to recent
You're making a video about Stellar Blade.
discussion about stepping back from gaming content and expanding to more podcast-style content, expanding more into gaming news is a better move for you than politics. There's a significant overlap in audience interest between gaming playthroughs and gaming news, making it likely that your existing viewers would be interested in the content. With your team of editors, you can create 10 to 15-minute videos focusing on one major news story per video, separate from the podcast. This makes insights on gaming events more accessible to a wider audience rather than being buried with lengthy podcasts.
And so far, so good. Everything seems to be making sense. As much as I don't appreciate OP Boone being a mega dent, any normal person would be able to see the benefit of what he's saying and the suggestion that he's giving. It would absolutely make sense for DSP to do that, to cut out the DSPN segment or something similar to it, and upload it separately so that people don't have to sift through the pile of shit that is the level 1 pre-stream every day.
Your DSP throwback editors could shift their focus to this project after completing the Red Dead and Final Fantasy XIII remaster projects. Considering the success of your Red Dead,
yeah, they can shift their focus of unpaid internship to another
thousands of views. rather than remastering
thing.
decade-old footage that
It's
received only a few hundred
terrible.
views.
Again, absolutely right. All of that checks out. DSP has been telling us nonstop recently how much more successful the pre-stream is, how him talking is getting so much more attention than him playing video games. So why doesn't he put more effort into that like he says that he wants to? Why doesn't he have his unpaid team of editors start focusing on that and cutting these clips like this? Again, not a big OP Boone fan, but it's checking out.
For example, you can highlight the recent Xbox announcements discussed in the Level 1 podcast, episode 254, perhaps incorporating snippets from previous episodes, where speculation about the announcement was rampant on social media. This additional content would find a natural home here on DSP Gaming, though it's possible those videos might get buried under the high volume of daily Let's Plays. You consider establishing DSP News, its own separate channel, alongside DSP Reacts and DSP Throwback. It's worth discussing this with your viewers of the podcast to see what's best if you end up going this route.
Oh yeah, because that's exactly what DSP needs. He needs a fourth channel. He needs that like he needs another hole in his head. I love that the solution to new content being buried is not to fix his upload schedule from what he's doing now, but instead to just create an entirely new channel with an entirely new subscriber base that he would have to build from the ground up. Not only do I think that he's incapable of doing that, but the whole thing would reek of a scam, because that would be the way that he would quadruple dip on memberships. Because triple dipping wasn't bad enough, we have to quadruple dip now. I gotta be honest though, out of this entire suggestion so far, this is the worst part. I'm honestly surprised.
As I mentioned in an earlier suggestion, if the gaming news segment gains traction, then you can consider branching out to cover related topics like movies and TV shows in separate news videos, broadening your content appeal even further.
Did he really need to take
I
a sip
previously
in the
suggested
middle
a
of
YouTube
that?
live stream clipping feature for DSP news segments. Now with the team of editors, the idea seems more viable than ever. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Well, honestly, I don't hate it. Do I really think that it's going to be a successful venture for you? I don't think so. But that has less to do with the idea and more that you're just an insufferable piece of shit. Because the reality is, I don't know how many people are really going to tune into DSPN news clips. Because you don't actually present any factual news. You don't have pop-ups and you don't have anything to back up any of your claims. DSPN, at the end of the day, really is just DSP reading gaming-related Twitter headlines and then giving his opinion on it. His uninformed opinion. So I really don't know how big of a market there is for that. I understand that other people can do that and have great success with it, but those people aren't DSP. Their opinions might actually be a little more informed or at least entertaining in some fashion. But DSP is not that. He's not entertaining. He's just obnoxious and grating. And aside from detractors, I don't know who is going to be watching those clips, and that's definitely not the audience that he wants to target. I'll tell you though, as a detractor, it would be really nice if DSP started clipping his own stuff, just so that all of the other clip channels don't have to
What
work
does he
so
want to
hard,
be
you know?
It's a Gundam?
Because here's the thing, like, technically, the news that I cover, all right, is the news that I'm interested in. Don't get me wrong, there's usually almost always gaming news going on. The problem is that a lot of it is just unrelated to anything that I have an interest in doing. You know, if there's a bunch of stuff that's PC-centric, I probably don't care about it. If there's a bunch of stuff that's covering drama topics that I'm not involved in, like this whole Sweet Baby Ink thing, I think is the dumbest fucking thing possible. I think it's people on both sides being stupid. And it's like, do I really want to even cover that as news? Because I really don't feel like it is.
What does that mean?
Political shit, honestly.
People on both sides being... What the fuck does that even mean? Like, this is the kind of takes that you're gonna get on DSP and gaming news. You know, your Sweet Baby stuff, it's stupid because everyone is stupid. You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, yeah, of course he doesn't care that consultants are coming in and making games uglier, because he wants everything to be ugly as he is. He's on the woke side of the debate.
I don't feel like it is. I just think it's stupid political shit.
This
Honestly.
is stupid political shit. How is it political to tell video game companies that they're not allowed to have attractive looking people? How is that even politics related?
It doesn't matter whether or not you think it's just stupid political shit, DSP. It is the news. That's what people are talking about, and that's what's going on in the gaming sphere. Your personal interest in it doesn't make it not news, but I thought that you were the guy that was promoting DS politics. I thought that you were constantly talking about how in the near future you're going to be doing that, and that's going to be your next branch out. Now, all of a sudden, it's involved in the gaming news, something that you are actually familiar with, and you don't want to talk about it? You'd think that if you were going to make that venture that you would start somewhere where you were a little more familiar with the territory, you know, gaming? But what do I know? I'm not a successful businessman like DSP, obviously. And if this is something that he wanted to do, he wouldn't have to cover all of the topics that everybody's always talking about. He really could just make a valiant effort to cover a few more things a week, and this is something that could be accomplished. But of course, putting in any more effort than he already does is far too much work for DSP, and he's not interested in doing that. Because
I mean, this is the article that DSP was reacting to when he was trying desperately to come up with some sort of take. Like, oh, you think you gotta make money? Well, that's bad. Wanting to make money is stupid. You shouldn't be firing people because you want to make money. You just need to come in there and just say, make the games good. And if you can't figure that out, then you need to fire yourself. That'll really increase consumer confidence in Xbox. But I don't think he's said that we should get rid of capitalism. He's just being real. He's just being like, I don't have the luxury of not making money. I have to make money. I have to focus on growth, because if I don't, then shareholders are going to literally sue. Yeah.
By and begging and receiving free handouts is far easier than actually working, as DSP has shown us.
But, you know, I don't know. Like, I always tend to like hone in on
Bill
the topics that I
Spencer
want.
should be like,
The thing is,
give us money or else we're not going to make games anymore.
When I say
That'll
I
work.
have editors working on stuff for me, that's very much true. But when I say that, these are not
Editors.
how can I say? It's not like I have a craft team of full-time employed people who are editing content. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I have
No.
very much is a
You claim you have
craft team of
editors.
people who
Do you or
like
don't
the
you?
content,
Are they
that
just
I
a bunch of
make.
LARPers who are
Look
just
how
trying to
desperately
get
he tries
access to your
avoid
channel?
just acknowledging that he doesn't pay them, that they do all of this work for free. It's a grassroots group of people who like me and they want to help. Just say that they're volunteers. Just say that you don't pay them. Everybody knows what the reality is. By you acknowledging it, it's really not going to change anything. Because this very detractor video is going to exist whether you acknowledge that you pay them or not. But I guess shout out to all of the grassroots groups of people that just want to help out and do a bunch of labor for free. You guys are getting scammed. And that's on you.
So they make some thumbnails, right? Or in the case of the DSP Throwback channel, that's an idea that has been kicked around for a couple of years, and the offer was already made to me for a couple of years. Hey, if you ever would want to do something with a channel like that, we'd be willing to work on this for you, to edit the videos together, to upscale them, to make those
So
lost playthroughs
stupid.
available for posterity purposes. And so I kind of said, not yet, not yet, not yet. And then I decided this year would be the year.
And you
start it off
strung them
fresh with
along,
channels,
and for
new
some
projects,
reason they
stuff.
stuck
And of course,
around.
thanks to your feedback, I had the idea for Retro React, and that's
Cool, dude.
So now we have that good variety of content on that channel.
So you mean to tell me that this guy had people that were going to do all of this work for him and essentially just give him free money for years, and he was actively turning it down? Make that make sense, DSP. Because it's actually no work on your behalf. All you had to do was get the hard drives out of the closet. You're meaning to tell me that for free money that you weren't willing to get the hard drives out of the closet? You really are one of the laziest people I have ever had the misfortune of knowing about. And real quick, I have to acknowledge the fact that he said that they make some thumbnails. That's just a lie, DSP. They make all of the thumbnails. When is the last time you ever made a thumbnail? I mean, really, if you could give us the date of the last thumbnail you made, I would love to know.
But what you have to understand, it's not like these people are essentially doing it for the love of doing it. Like they
No, they're LARPers. They're doing it to get access to you in order to stab you.
Unwilling to just say
For sure.
that when it is the reality. He will come up with 100 different creative ways to just not acknowledge what the truth really is, that they're unpaid labor. Because even he knows to some extent that what he's doing and the way that he's not giving them any sort of acknowledgement or any pay at all is kind of disgusting. And really just goes right in line with the way that he treated all of his friends back in CT. Because none of those people really ever got paid either. Not Howard or not Respect the Pack. Rambo wound up receiving some money, but that's only because he had to ask first. It really is insane how many people DSP has conned into giving him free work. Free thumbnails, free editing, free video content, free shorts. I just couldn't imagine getting rizzed up by this guy enough to give him free content. Yuck.
For me to say, so I like the fact that you helped me out so much over here. Thanks so much. But by the way, just stop doing that. Now I want you to redirect your efforts to do something completely and utterly different. I feel like they'd be a little bit ungrateful, no? Like the reason that the people are
I
doing it is because they
mean,
like it.
you are
I like
ungrateful.
making thumbnails.
Just
I like
gonna be ungrateful in a different way.
this editing work. The editing work is appealing to me. It's fun. I'm gaining experience,
Yeah.
learning how to do it. You know, I'm getting better at it. I'm learning about all these things. Like for example,
What are they
you
gonna
actually
do when
look
they're
at videos
done
of DSP
learning?
Throwback, just the fact that the videos have gone through several levels of editing. Now, you know, first it was
So
just put the
fucking
videos together.
retarded.
Oh, now we're gonna upscale them. Oh, now we're gonna do audio cleansing. You know, and it keeps improving. Like the video quality actually keeps improving, getting better.
I
over time. Not
get
that many people
paid in
notice it 'cause the videos get 100
experience.
views each. Over time, I'm sure that's gonna grow.
Grow
But
up.
The initial uploads, they're not getting that much. But this is a thing. It's like, oh, you know, it's a project
You know.
that people are working on. They're enjoying doing it. It's like a hobby. It's not something that you're
Whatever.
expecting to sink endless hours into and take ultra seriously. It's something that you're getting experience out of it while you're also helping me out, which is nice, right?
But how does any of that justify
Helping
the
me
fact
out
that
is
you're making
nice.
money off of
For
their hobby?
free.
They're putting in the hours,
That's nice
they're
of
putting in
you.
the effort, and
You
they're
just want to
putting
be
their
nice. You just want
experience
to
and
build up
skills to
karma for the
use. Well, you
afterlife.
sit there and just rake in the cash. And I use rake in the cash very loosely because I'm sure that channel doesn't actually make all that much money because nobody wants to watch that shit. But the point stands.
You
DSP
get
is
good
making
person
money off
points.
of other people's hard work. That's never okay, no matter how he wants to sit here and try and justify it. It's not okay. Because these people, if they really wanted to edit, if they really wanted to continue to do this, could do this for somebody else and make money. It's just more telling about DSP's character that he doesn't acknowledge that and compensate them in some sort of way. Even if it's not a fixed amount, even if it's not all that much money, anything is better than nothing. And that's what he's currently giving them.
I feel like I said, if you're going to ask someone, hey, what I'd like you to do is every day on the podcast, just sit on that podcast that was a 2-hour podcast and sift through and edit out 15-minute clips and topics and title them and make them separate videos and do this and do that. That's a job, right? Like, that's a job. That's literally a job. And when you say people do it, you're right. They do it because they're giant YouTubers. You know, Asmongold probably has people he pays to do that. I'm sure Moist Critical has people he pays to do that because they're huge.
Them having people that do that, DSP, has nothing to do with the size of their channel or the size of them as content creators as a whole. It instead has everything to do with the fact that they understand how beneficial that can be for their online presence and their business that they own and operate. Again, using the term business very loosely. So you can sit here and say, oh, I'm just a small guy. There's no way I could do that. I'm just a little old me on YouTube, my little tiny channel. But that's not the reality, DSP. The problem is that you just don't see how beneficial these kinds of things can be. You're not thinking big, you're thinking little, and that's why you're forever going to be on level 1.
If I was huge, I would also have employees to do that. In fact, back in the day when I was at the height of my popularity, I shit you not, that was my plan. I was actually going to hire like 3 people, and they were going to handle the day-to-day bullshit that I hated doing, like uploading, babysitting videos, putting them into playlists, making thumbnails. I was actually going to employ people. When I made tons of money back in the day, that was my idea. And then the priority for me became to move first because I didn't want to be stuck in Connecticut forever. Because imagine if I employed 3 people in Connecticut to do this, but I want to move. And then I eventually decide to move, and now 3 people are out of a job because they can't do it from across the country, right?
No, wrong. All of that can
What?
absolutely be done from the other side of the country. It is all remote work. The thumbnails, all of the editing can absolutely be done. It can be done on a different planet if they had internet access. So all of that is just an excuse.
The
There's
fuck
no
are
way
you
that are
talking
not trying to
about?
leave people out of a job and wanted to move first because of it. That's not even something that you thought about. Quit lying. Also, all of the things that he listed that he was going to pay somebody else to do for him is completely asinine. He was going to have other people upload for him. They were going to babysit the uploads. Not a job that ever needed to be done, but that was going to be somebody's paid full-time gig, I guess. Making thumbnails. DSP, you can't be bothered to make your own thumbnails? I mean, I know that the answer is no, because you haven't made a thumbnail in God knows how long, but thumbnails really aren't all that complicated. They don't take a whole lot of effort to
Especially
do.
his,
not your
that are
boring-ass
just
thumbnails that
a
are all
number
generic and
and
samey.
a
I doubt that there's
picture.
even an original idea in any of your thumbnails. So it should have been incredibly easy to do your own thumbnails. And the last thing was putting videos into playlists. Fun fact for anybody who
Takes
doesn't
one
upload
click.
videos to YouTube, when you upload them, it just asks which playlist that you want to put it in, and then you can just put it in there, and that's the end of the story. That's it. It's not a complicated process. It doesn't take ages to do. It's actually just part of the upload. And I want to point out that 3 out of 4 of those things that he was going to pay somebody else to do are not skills. They don't require any sort of skill at all. The one exception obviously being thumbnails. If you were paying somebody to do thumbnails, they would probably be of a higher quality because they know how to do it. It is a skill. But uploading videos, babysitting uploads, and putting videos into playlists is not something that you just get better at. That's not a skill that you have. So why would DSP waste the money to hire somebody to do what is essentially meaningless labor? At least with thumbnails and editing, you can justify it by saying that you're not good at either of those things and your content would benefit from it. But everybody can upload to a playlist and everybody can upload a video. I mean, literal kids do it.
So my idea was to move first and then basically expand upon that. If I was staying at the level of popularity I was at, hire editors, hire people to do that. And then what happened was I moved and immediately the internet turned against me. Like as soon as I came
It's
out,
the internet's fault he didn't pay anyone for their work. Sure, take no responsibility.
everyone just kind of just crapped on me. Within a year, my channel had been hit with so many copyright strikes that's when my channel law had to be removed from the
But keep in mind, trolls have no effect on him, and nothing they do matters or affects him in any way. He's like, that's the problem with his stupid pig flexing. It's like, you can sit there and say that the trolls have no effect on you, but that really fucks with your ability to throw a pity party, doesn't it?
YouTube algorithm.
Like, should people aspire to be like you, or should people feel sorry for you? You need to pick a lane, dude. It's trying to do both at the same time just makes you look fucking ridiculous.
and shit like that. And
This makes no sense.
About that endlessly, but that's just what happened, and it was like, well, that's
Pity
it.
me,
So I
but
guess
also
the
be
entire
jealous
state
of me.
Washington is
Makes
actually
sense?
just a
Whichever one
detractor.
works
Who knew
at
the
any
whole
given time.
The very state that had the air that fixed his back, it was a secret detractor. So I guess big ups Washington. You're not my favorite state or anything, but you are in fact a detractor, and you got to get some props for that.
That's the income is gone. The income that I was once making when I was at my big YouTube popularity was gone, and the possibility of me hiring
You blew all your money.
those employees
And
disappeared.
you continue
Because I was up my
to.
eyeballs in debt from the move. My income was halved. It's like, well, now I'm screwed. All those ideas are gone. You know.
I mean, the real solution to that was just not to go into so much debt when you were moving. If you had to go into that much debt to move across the country, odds are you didn't need to move across the country. And I'm unsure as to why that plan didn't just shift down in scope. Why didn't his idea just scale down from 3 to 1? Why did the plan change from I'm going to pay these people to do this work to I'm going to rely entirely on the indentured servitude of my fans? Seems like a rather large leap to make, if you ask me.
So I understand where Opie Boone's coming from. I totally feel like, yeah, that
He's
could have
not even
happened,
coming from
right? Like,
anywhere.
this is
He's coming
something
from
that could
fucking
happen.
Chat
Editors
GTP.
who I employ
It's not even a real
as full-time
person.
employees, and they come in and
Fucking
they do this every
cyborg.
day, and it definitely would have been awesome to do that because that's what the top people are doing. We know that, right? Problem is that's not
He's less
reality.
soul than a
The
cyborg.
reality is I'm a one-man crew who works all day long.
One-man group. I'm a one-man group. I'm a...
Can't do that
Okay.
extra work. Do I have people who are
Makes
volunteers who
sense.
stepped up and said, yes, we'd like to make content for you and help you with this stuff? Yes. But they're basically doing the stuff that they're interested in doing.
How does he fail to realize that if he has these other people doing things for him, that makes him not a one-man crew anymore? He's not allowed to tout that around as if it means anything. Not that it ever really did, but he's just
Well,
not
it's
allowed to.
like-
Because it's just...
It's a serious liability to have these people have access to your channel, but you're not paying them. It's like they have no debt towards you. They can turn against you on a whim because whims are all you're relying on. It's very dangerous, but far be it from this guy to learn from his mistakes.
not true. He's actively lying if he does, because he doesn't do all of the things himself. He doesn't do his own goddamn thumbnails. Yeah, he might upload his own videos, and yeah, he might make them with no editing, but he doesn't do almost any of the work on the DSP Throwbacks channel. That's almost entirely ran by those dents that are doing free labor. Imagine if a sandwich shop owner owned and operated an entire sandwich shop by themselves. They were there every day, open to close. They made all of the sandwiches, they prepped all of the food that they needed, and they made every single sandwich for every single customer. That's a one-man show, absolutely. They do all of the work. Now imagine that same skeleton sandwich shop owner makes that claim while simultaneously having a second sandwich shop under their name that they make money from that is operated entirely by somebody else. You're not a one-man crew then anymore. And even that analogy kind of sucks because DSP doesn't even do all the work on his first channel. He gets all of his thumbnails made for every single channel by, allegedly, Das Bullshit. This guy sucks, man, and he ruined my sandwich analogy.
For me to now say, oh, by the way, that throwback channel thing didn't work, so fuck all that work. Just throw that away. Instead, let's edit some 15-minute clips out of my podcast every day and hope that takes off. Like, it's kind of the same thing. Didn't you notice? For like a year, okay? We did YouTube shorts.
They'll do whatever you pay them to
From late
do.
2022 all the way through about late 2023. Why did I do YouTube shorts? Because people asked for them. They said, oh, why don't you do shorts? Shorts are so popular, and they really help channels, and they boost them and all of that. And there were a lot of shorts. You know, we did them for all the fall games of 2022, my Oblivion playthrough in 2023. We tried to highlight epic moments of each of the big games that I was playing and stuff like that. You want to know what impact it had on the channel? Zero. Because number one, none of those views end up being monetized, even though they claim they are. No exaggeration.
Money. It was all about the money, but he doesn't care about the
So out of
money.
all the shorts I put together, I probably made
Interesting.
25 cents. Okay? Now, I didn't make all those shorts. I made a few of them, but most of those were made by...
I thought it wasn't about the money, but it is also
you couldn't
he'll
even give Arkham Edits
completely
a shout
run
out.
his
The guy literally made
channel
content
based on
for
money.
your channel, and you couldn't even acknowledge that he existed by name. Very cool, DSP. And you wonder why nobody ever wants to work with you. You wonder why you can't get sponsorships. It's because you act like a piece of shit afterwards. And that entire situation is nothing but DSP's fault because of the way that he acted when it happened. Because if Arkham Edits came up to him and said that he wanted to be paid for all of his shorts, all he had to say was, no, I'm not really interested in doing that. I appreciate the work that you've done thus far, but as far as future shorts go, I'm gonna have to decline all of them and say that I don't want them. And then he could just move on, but of course he labeled him as a detractor and pushed him so far to one side that he is actively making detractor content. And notice how when he's talking about how it had an impact on the channel, the only thing that he mentions is that it doesn't make him any money, because that's all he cares about. He doesn't actually care about making content that people want to see, because the impact on your channel from making content should be that people watch it and enjoy it. If your short gets a couple of thousand views, DSP, that's a couple of thousand people that are probably entertained by your content, I would hope. I know you have detractors and those numbers are inflated, but you don't know that and I can't prove that. But of course, he didn't get as much money as he was hoping to get, so it wasn't worth his time. Moving on.
And that was a lot of work and effort that went into making those shorts. And they didn't do shit. You know, they got a few thousand views each. No one really watched. That's the thing with YouTube shorts that people don't understand, just like TikTok. People who watch TikTok clips and people who watch YouTube shorts don't say, "Oh, look, that's a good clip. Let me go check out the channel." They just
How
sit
do
there
you
and
know?
clip, 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 clip. It doesn't bring
Autism.
attention to your content. People just enjoy the one clip and then they move on.
And that's just not true at all. And I don't know why DSP
Yeah,
has
what
this
is he
thought in his
talking
head that
about?
It works like this because he's not
Like there's literal TikTok stars, like TikTok celebrities. What the fuck are you talking about?
familiar with these social media apps because
Just
there's been
knows
so many
nothing.
times that I've been scrolling through shorts or I've seen friends that are scrolling through TikTok and then they watch one TikTok that is immediately followed up by a similar TikTok from the same person. And if they see similar TikToks from the same person again and again, eventually they're going to go to the channel and be like, you know what? I actually like this content. Let me follow this person. Let me check them out. Let me follow them on other social medias because I like this person, their personality, and the content that they make. I don't know where DSP is missing the point on that. I don't know how he has come to the conclusion that people just watch shorts or TikToks infinitely and never check out the content creators. People have favorite TikTokers. People have favorite YouTube
Fucking
shorts creators.
Spurg.
That doesn't happen if they didn't care about them.
That's why they're so short. They're supposed to be quick, digestible clips. You're not seeking out extended engagement with that content. You just want the 20 seconds and you're on to the next
Extended
variety of clips.
engagement?
They
What the
don't
fuck?
serve a purpose to a YouTube channel. So all the work for the whole year that was put into shorts did nothing. Literally did absolutely nothing, right?
Well, then I guess it's good that Arkham Edits did most of the work for you and you didn't lose out on that much of your own time, DSP. Quit crying and acting like a little bitch about it. Really, the way that he talks about it, you'd think that the CEO of YouTube himself sucker punched him and stole his fucking wallet.
So I understand the suggestion. Make the clips of the show, 15-minute segment that just talks about game news. And maybe that video will get traction. But do I expect that anyone is going to watch a 15-minute news clip and then immediately come to my channel of DSP Gaming to watch more content? No. You know what they're going to look for? The next news clip. That's it. So unless we have an ongoing series of news clips that people will watch in succession, it's never going to do anything.
But that's exactly what the
how
suggestion
you
was
build up
recommending,
to
though,
it.
DSP. So far as saying that you should maybe even make a fourth channel where you do exclusively this, because there's going to be so much of this content. It's okay to have different types of content that only certain people want to see. I mean, don't you brag about that all of the time when you're talking about your multiple audiences that cycle through for all of the different games that you play? It's kind of a similar concept, so you would think that you'd be accepting of that. Unless all of that was a lie the entire time so that you could cope about how nobody watches your boring ass content. If that's the case, then just say it then. Quit beating around the bush the way that you do.
So maybe in this regard, this suggestion is better than the whole shorts thing. Because I do think the shorts was a waste of time. I think YouTube shorts are fucking terrible. And they're just trying to copy TikTok and they serve no purpose. And YouTube is so off base with them, they're idiotic. But, you know, the whole clipping thing.
I mean, they make a lot of money for people.
It's edited out of a podcast. Probably.
Shows how little you know.
But again, for that to work, you'd have to have someone who's dedicated to do it. You know, I would think more of, you know, you have to have someone you're going to pay to do it. I can't pay anyone to do it. If I'm in a situation
You can.
where it's a streaming day,
You didn't blow it all.
make, you know, a good amount of revenue on a certain day, and now I'm behind, and if I have a few of those in a week, and now I'm worried how am I going to pay bills, how exactly am I supposed to pay an employee to sit here and clip stuff out of my streams?
I'm gonna be frank with you, DSP. Shout out Frank, obviously. If a couple of slow tip days is enough to bring the entire DSP space gaming empire down, crumbling to its knees, then the thing that you need to be doing is reconsidering your entire business strategy and whether or not you can actually continue to do this. Because that sounds like a failing business. That does not sound like a successful business. That does not sound sustainable. That sounds like a disaster that you created and refused to fix. An editor really should be the last thing on your mind at that point.
You know, it's just not going to happen. And I think that's the thing. When you look at other YouTubers who are successful, correct? And you look at the situations they're in, none of them are the stature of me. These are not people who have 300 viewers on a stream, 300 viewers on a video. These are people who already are bringing in thousands and thousands and thousands of views.
Thousands and thousands and thousands.
And interactions on any kind of piece of
So much
content.
autism.
They have the attention. Then that warrants them sinking in the money and the time to do the kind of projects that they work on. I'm not them. I feel like, again, that's what Asmongold is. Asmongold is like 1,000 times bigger than me. The dude brings in like 30,000 viewers on a stream.
Why are we so hard-pressed about Asmongold today? Why do we keep name-dropping him? This is like the third one. And you don't have to be some big fancy hotshot streamer in order to have editors or hire people to do better work for you. You just have to have a passion and a level of care that goes into the content that you create. Because it's not like you have to have these people on retainer. You can pay them per video. There's definitely people out there that would do the work per video. But of course, we're not Asmongold. We don't make infinite money, I guess, and then that means that we can't improve our content. Sound good? Sounds good to me. And by the way, Asmongold agrees, I guess.
I bring in 300. That's literally 1,000 less, isn't it? No, that's 100 less. Okay, he's 100 times bigger than me. He's not 1,000 times bigger. He's 100 times bigger than me. That's why he does that. You know, like
Okay,
comparisons are why.
you look at
Because
size
people are
by
comparing,
viewer count, but I thought we had a whole rant where that wasn't what's
I'm
important.
great. You get that? I'm this little guy down here. I'm doing the best I can with what I've got. But you say, well, I don't understand why you don't do the same thing as this person who's insanely successful and huge and bigger than you. You just answered the question.
The fucking
Opie Boone, I appreciate this
God, it's so
suggestion.
obnoxious.
I don't think, sadly, I don't
Only
think it would
huge
work.
people are allowed to
That's
pay
the
people for their
only
work.
way to do it. It would work.
Don't you know?
I have people step up to volunteer to do that kind of work because it's a lot of
Fuck
work. They have
off.
to watch every podcast and fold. They have to figure out what the segments are, edit them out, make them separate videos, put them up, promote them. It's a lot of work.
Kind of funny how DSP would call all of that a lot of work for somebody to do, but the detractors, they're just clout chasing. They don't put any effort into their content. They're just trying to
good
make
point.
a quick buck.
Somehow
Even
we're
though
able to
a lot
edit
of that is
videos.
exactly what detractors do. They watch the pre-streams, they clip them out, they edit all of the videos, they do their own commentary. Some of them even make their own thumbnails. It's me. I make my own thumbnails. Big ups me. But it's not a lot of work unless you're doing it for DSP's benefit.
For someone who's basically a volunteer. The volunteer work on the DSP Throwback channel is already a huge, tremendous undertaking. We still have a lot of content there we have to make visible. For example, the whole LA Noire playthrough, right? The online gameplay of Red Dead 1 that became Suicide Kings. The Undead Nightmare playthrough. And there's all these forgotten vlogs and playthroughs that are still all for posterity.
Throwing
purposes.
cowboys off
That's the whole
cliffs.
idea of the project.
So, what's a great idea?
The idea of DSP Throwback is not, let's make profit. The idea is we want lost videos to hit the internet for posterity. Now, the cool thing is we found a way with Retro React to have content that's appealing to the audience and make some profit. But that's not the whole purpose of the
No,
channel.
your Heavy Rain playthrough is over. Now you're struggling to find something to replace it with.
Okay, I hope all that makes sense. Now we gotta get the shout outs because now it's already 12:30. Guys, again, you understand when we do suggestion box, this is kind of why I'm apprehensive about doing it. Because you say the show's too long, but then every time we do suggestion box, it's fucking 12:30 already, and I haven't even done a shout out yet.
Then quit looping, DSP. You do this all the time.
God,
Whenever you
I know,
do one of
right?
these suggestion box segments, you decide that when you do your answer, you're going to give the same answer 3 or 4 times on loop. Imagine all the time that you would be saving if you just acknowledged the suggestion and answered it one time. But I know that the reality is you're not interested in doing that because you're just doing this to pad out the length of your pre-stream so you don't have to play the game. But totally unrelated to padding, this is actually a double feature because I had a rather short clip that I wanted to take a look at before the end of the week, so here we are. Enjoy a super special double feature.
Am I going to play Stellar Blade in April? Unlikely. But we'll see. I'll leave it as a maybe, but it's unlikely. And I'm going to be honest with you. Would you really want to know the truth? Although the combat, I have looked a little bit into the combat.
Wait, what?
Clip that I wanted to take.
Play Stellar Blade in April? Unlikely. But we'll see. I'll leave
Unlikely, but we'll see. After all the fucking ranting and browbeating and talks of being superior to his audience because he doesn't perv out over Stellar Blade while they're incapable of doing it, after all of that, he's like, we'll see. Are you kidding me?
it as a maybe, but it's unlikely.
Maybe.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Would you really want to know the truth? Although the combat, I have looked a little bit into the combat, and it looks okay to me. Like, it's not amazing, but it's not bad. It looks decent. If I play Stellar Blade, 99% of the time I'm playing the game, people in the chat are going to be fucking immature shitheads about the character. Because
I mean, this is your chat. This is the culture that you've cultivated.
The game dev has outright said it, and all the coverage you're seeing of the game online is just sexualized. Meaning, oh, look, instead of show gameplay, let's have her walk up and down this ladder 10 times in a row to see her butt cheeks jiggle.
I mean, that's kind of cool, not gonna lie. But from my understanding, that's not what the dev said at all. What the dev actually said is that they spent a lot of time modeling the backside of the character because that's what the people are gonna be looking at the most, being that this is a third-person action game. And the thing that you see the most in a third-person action game is the back of somebody's head and their entire backside. Of course, that does include the ass cheeks. That's very robust and cool. And
Yeah,
those are
like,
very
when he plays GTA 6, what is he gonna do if people in chat are like, hey, this main character you're playing as is hot? Is he just gonna lean and ban the people like he said he would have to be doing if he played Stellar Blade?
Robust and cool.
No, shut up. It's okay when it's GTA because she's a hot, spicy Latina and not a tall Asian lady.
But DSP always hears what he wants to hear, simply because that's the easiest way to fit his narrative.
Well, I don't fucking do that. I don't care about that. And I don't want my stream to be all about that. So I'm not going to fucking subject myself to that when people will definitely be doing that in the chat. So I think I'm just going to skip it. You know, just being honest. I don't feel like I'm missing out too much anyway, because like of what I've said, if this game did not have that woman as the protagonist, I don't think people would be talking about it like they are. I don't think people would even be that excited for it.
This is not something that you can really prove one way or another, so there's no point in arguing it from either standpoint, but go ahead, DSP, that's fine. But I thought that DSP loved video games. It's his passion, it's his hobby. In fact, it's both of those things before it's a business where he makes money. He's said that, actually, very recently. So you would think that if this was his passion and there was a new third-person action game that a lot of people are hyped up for, that he would at least give it a chance and look into it. But if you thought that, then I guess you would be wrong, because DSP pretty much already wrote the game off simply because the main protagonist is too attractive, I guess. And in his response, he's actively blaming his viewers because they would be acting inappropriately in his chat. Even though he has a constant iron grip on his chat and what they talk about, doing lean-in manual bans as frequently as he's playing the game. So it's not exactly like that's an element that he wouldn't be able to control like normal.
I think it's a decent game when it comes to the gameplay elements, but people are loving the game and hyping it because they're perverts. They're over-sexualized.
They're
people who just love the
perverts.
fucking main character. They want to.
They like the women that look good.
Devs say, oh yeah, I based her off of a model on purpose so that people would do this shit. Well,
Who
guess
else
what?
would they base it off of? We base it off of a drug dealer on
I don't care
purpose.
about that. I guess I'm skipping it.
But that happens all the time in video games, DSP. You think they make all of these video game player models look exactly like the actors because they just like the actors? They could have made the player model look like anything. The entire point of getting the likeness of a Hollywood actor is simply so that people will look.
Hey, you realize, like, Norman Reedus doesn't look like the main character in Death Stranding, right?
at them and go, oh wow,
Porter.
that person is
That's what's his name, right?
pretty good looking. I would like to look at that character model.
Oh well.
He went in and was like, hey, I want you to make me look a lot
But I know
bigger.
the entire chat will just be like, oh my god, lusting over this woman constantly when I try to play the fucking game, so I'm just not going to bother with it. You know, I hate to say it, but that was one of the advantages back in the day of when I played a game like Bayonetta. I didn't live stream it. So I could just do the content, put it out, and yeah, people would be like that in the comments, but at least it didn't permeate the content when I was doing it live. You know, I love having an interactive audience. I feel like the interactive audience will be lost.
Don't even
during
show
us
chat
being
on
able to play games.
screen.
People won't be able to control themselves. And I know that sounds fucking sad, but I think it's
But that's
true
your
to human
culture
society.
that
Sexualized
of DSP
character,
gaming.
I can't control myself. Time to just fucking talk about it constantly, right?
Two things. The first one being that Derek is absolutely punching the air right now and catching all of these strays. If there was ever a game that DSP was going to play where Derek didn't have to have an adult site open in a separate browsing tab, this was going to be it, and now he's completely let down and shattered. And the second thing is, DSP, you're supposed to have a moderation team. You're supposed to have people that are able to control your chat. It's entirely your fault if you don't. And I think it's kind of a shitty thing to not play a game that people want to see you play, or at least claim that they want to see you play, simply because you're unwilling to give anybody.
What was all
enough
of
power
that
to
about
become a
listening to
mod.
your audience?
Prisoner says, is that how some people were acting when you played Nier Automata? Yeah, I would say this. With Nier Automata, it wasn't as bad. And it was bad, don't get me wrong. But I think the reason it wouldn't have been as bad is because the game was unique and had a crazy good story. Like, you think the game's going to be a game just a superficial combat with half-naked androids. But then as you're playing it, you realize the plot is super fucking good. It's deep. It's interesting. It's
How do you know that Stellar Blade doesn't have a similar plot?
Me eventually to go back to that game. They're not going for that with Stellar Blade.
How do you know?
They're just literally making a game with
It's made by the same fans.
sexualized character.
He says that with such confidence, but he doesn't actually know that. He hasn't played the game. He doesn't know anything about the story. I promise you that. So how is he going to sit here and say that it's not going to be an interesting story? It's not going to be fourth wall breaking. It's not going to be deep. They're just going to make a decent action game with an over-sexualized character. He's jumping to these assumptions, and he doesn't know anything about the game.
Did you know that the character has a skin suit? She has a skin-colored suit to wear to, again, make her look like she's nude. But the trick is, if you put it on, it makes the game harder. So in order to see her basically nearly naked, you have to basically play the hardest version of the game.
Basically.
Wow, this sounds like a game that's right up my alley, doesn't it? Right? That's what I'm all about.
No, you're all about sweaty dudes. And nearly naked men.
I mean,
according
that's
to
kind
you.
of based, if you ask me. And a really good, unique idea. I mean, in this one mechanic, you were simultaneously appeasing and punishing the Coomers that are going to be playing the game. DSP can talk about the sexualization of the protagonist all he wants, but it's undeniable that that mechanic is incredibly clever and creative, and should honestly be applauded for being as clever and creative as it is.
No, I'll tell you really, here's why Stellar Blade is getting the coverage it's getting. Because it's the anti-woke game. It's following all the tropes of games that used to be out in the 1990s, the original Lara Croft shit, right? So many games today have gone woke, where, oh, the women, we're tired of them being over-sexualized, we're tired of them, you know, being portrayed.
What does
in a certain way,
over-sexualized
and now we wanna go, This is a
mean?
way that they're spitting right in the face of all of that, correct? Ha, fuck you. We could still have, you know, sexualized women.
Can
in
still
games,
have, you
and
know-
That's fine, but it's just not going to be for everyone.
See, but I think that the problem is that when I see an attractive protagonist in a movie or a video game, I don't immediately think that it's anti-woke. And when I see an ugly person in a movie or video game, I don't immediately think that it is woke. That's just not the first thought that comes to my mind. That's not how I'm wired. But I think that it does say something about DSP that is the first thought that comes to his mind, that's how he views these things.
Personally, I don't have any gripes with the combat.
Where's that picture of? Where's the picture of Fat Eve? I can't find it.
So I'm not going to care about the game. I'm going to skip it. If you like that, go for it. That's on you, and you enjoy
Just
it. I'm not
scrolling
gonna
right
hate you
now.
for liking Stellar Blade, but I want you to respect the decision.
Where's that Photoshop of
to not make it part of my streams and content since
Fat
that wasn't
Stellar
the major
Blade?
focus of the game development cycle. They've outright said it. Okay.
And this is exactly why when I cut the
Keep
clip, I
looking.
called it DSP upset a female protagonist is attractive. Because he doesn't have any gripes with the gameplay. He doesn't actually have any complaints when it comes to the raw game.
anyone
The
know?
one reason that he's not
Thank
going to
you.
be playing the game is because the female protagonist is too attractive. I've never heard anybody say that before. That's never been a reason that I've received when asking somebody if they were going to play a game or if they were interested in
Yep.
playing a game.
It's gone.
But this is DSP that we're talking about. The guy who was
Great.
complaining about the
Post has been
over-sexualization
deleted.
of
God damn it.
Cyberpunk 2077, which just means that he completely missed the point of the setting.
But I think that's what it is. There are so many games now that are going the other direction, you know, completely the other direction. And gamers are kind of riling against that. Like, no, actually, we liked how it was back in the day. It's good to have variety. It's good. In reality, it's good to have variety. It's good to have the option. If you like that, go for it. If you don't like that, don't go for it. There's something over here for you. There's stuff in between.
If you like
That's
it,
all
go
perfectly
for it.
fine,
I'm just gonna
right?
insult you and call you a
Variety is the spice
pervert.
of life. So if you like that stuff, go for it. I don't care about it, though.
Oh, thank you.
Of course, variety is the spice of life. That's why we only play RPGs on DSP Space Gaming, and we only look at games that have buff male protagonists. No females allowed. This is a boys-only zone. Speaking of a boys-only zone, let's take a look at some of the comments from my last video, because we all know there's no girls in an Atlas comment section. And shout out all of the members, of course. Like Awesome9 says, DSP doesn't realize how good he has it, even now. Plus, if he actually just listened to those suggestions, I would bet he would gain more positivity within his dens, but even more
fuck is
viewers
going on?
and support. While obviously we'll never know whether he would gain those viewers and support if he implemented these suggestions, he absolutely would garner some sort of favor within his dent community if he implemented some of the suggestions that they recommend. But he knows that that's kind of a fruitless effort because he doesn't need any more favor from the dents. They already love him. They already give him as much money as they humanly can. That's why they're dents. PWOP says the amount of time that he dedicated to one person's suggestion he clearly didn't like is absurd. I 100% agree with you, but that's entirely on brand for DSP.
Bizarre.
His favorite type of content to make is complaining about something that he doesn't like, as much as he loves to claim that it's not. It's why he never plans ahead or sets himself up for the future, because he just loves complaining. It's his favorite content to do. And DJ McFlinty 6770 says, watching detractors is like a sandwich shop. Something. Something. Sounds good? Sounds good to me. And all I really have to say to that is, I agree. So shout out to everybody who watched the video, especially if you made it this far. Hopefully I'll catch all of you guys in the next video, but until then, make sure that you check out other detractor content and dive deeper into that. Snortags.
Jesus, come on. Okay. The sewer level podcast should be in full swing by now. We have any... Do you have any restreamers? Except for King Jed. And rewind.
But it was nowhere near the levels that we had for Heavy Rain.
Oh, they're already complaining. Why does he have sunglasses on? Crying about the lack of support. Boo hoo hoo. Come on, why is it... Hi, chat. Okay. What the fuck
Why
is he
you
doing?
should not-
I have sunglasses on. Pretty quirky, huh? Pretty neat. Unexpected. Hello? Come on.
What is up, everyone?
Took way too
It's a new
long.
month and a new attitude here on DSP Gaming. All right, not.
Honk,
But
honk.
today is no joke. Even though it's April 1st, it's time.
That's
for some
his April
fun
1st
here
joke
on
is
the
that wear
podcast. Today we're
sunglasses.
talking
Just don't
about
bother.
how last night's Retro React stream went, some schedule updates, and why you should not listen to any news today. All this and more on today's episode of the Level 1 Podcast.
You're so fucking.
Oh, there you are.
So fucking obnoxious.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome to the Level 1 Podcast. I'm
Dork.
DSP. Today is April 1st, 2024, which
Mhm.
means it's the start of a new month. We've got some new background setup decorations. I've actually never had them in this particular arrangement before. And it's time to continue on with new games and fun here on the channel. Now, you may be asking, Phil, if it's April 1st, it's spring, why are you dressed up like you're on an island getaway? It's a good question. Because
he thinks
today,
he's funny.
Supposedly, it's supposed to be in the mid to high 60s degrees Fahrenheit, that is, outside here in Washington
Who
State.
cares?
And when it's that hot outside and the sun is
No one
beating
cares
right off
about
this
your
wall,
local fucking
typically,
weather,
the sun
dipshit.
will
It's
heat up
the
by about
internet.
15 to 20 degrees. So
If they don't
arguably,
live
could be
near
between
you, they
80
don't
to
care about your
85
local
in here
weather,
today,
and if they do
even
live
with the
near you,
window
they
wide
don't need
open,
to hear
even
about
with
it
the
from
fan on full
you.
blast. And I don't want to put the air conditioner in yet. We still have cold nights where I have the heat running.
Wow,
so I said, I'll just
how
dress
important.
in appropriate attire, shorts, and a nice shirt, and relax.
But you're wearing
Just, enjoy the
sunglasses
games I'm playing today without
because
worrying about overheating.
why?
So that's what I'm doing. It's supposed to be like this today and tomorrow, and then it's supposed to actually get
Why are
rainy
you
and
trying
cool
to make this
down
make
for, like,
sense
a whole
when none of
week.
it does?
So I'll probably be back to long sleeve attire and everything after that. So, you know, it's good that I actually have stuff that I can wear that's appropriate, right? And I hope that you are
No, this isn't a logical
excited
reasoning.
for the content that is coming, because now we are all into new stuff. After having so many months of the RPG overload, it's done. Now we're all juggling new games and fun stuff, and I'm excited for this. We're going to talk about this.
I don't think you're
morning,
having fun with
obviously.
Dragon's Dogma 2, dude.
I want to give you guys an update on the Retro React that went down last night over on DSP Throwback, and also a hilarious follow-up to that, because my trolls are so effing stupid.
What?
They
The fuck are
tried
you
to
talking
cheat
about?
a poll in the most blatantly over-the-top obvious way. There's
Like
no
I knew it.
possible way that you wouldn't know that they
Wait,
were
what the
trying to
fuck?
mess with it. Especially...
DSP, you're the stupid one. You're the one who left it open to be manipulated in such a way. So what are you going to do? Are you going to throw out the results like we said you were going to do? Oh my god, we predicted what was going to happen. How stupid are we?
because they've been talking about it all over the internet. They're so
Mhm.
dumb. So
Sure.
I'll tell you the update on that. In addition to that,
Wow, he's
today's
outsmarted
April
us, you
1st,
guys.
which means it's April Fool's Day. And no joking here. I'm not going to be messing with you. I'm not going to be pulling the wool over your eyes and lying to you and trying to fool you.
Any
But
more than
already,
usual.
There are fake news stories all over the internet. We'll talk about a couple of the stupidest ones here on the show today, just to have a little bit of a laugh. If we have some extra time, it's totally up to you guys what you want to do. If you want to do some suggestion box or otherwise, we'll see. Okay? Alrighty then.
You're
okay,
not
so,
funny.
Alrighty, I sound like Ace Ventura. I just realized. Ace Ventura wears shirts
No,
like
you
this,
don't.
right?
You sound
Okay.
like retarded.
So I guess I can take the sunglasses off now. The gag is
Yeah,
up.
the
Welcome,
gig
everyone, to
the gig gag is
podcast.
up.
And,
Sure, so funny.
I hope you're doing well. I hope that you're not going to be inundated all day long with bad jokes, because April 1st is a day when
Too
so many
late.
people like to try
Bad
to fool
jokes
you
are baked into
into
the
believing nonsense.
experience.
And I just don't want you to get fooled. Already, the internet is rife with nonsensical crap.
And everyone's getting fooled
I can't
because they're as
believe how
gullible
much.
as I am.
So we'll talk a little bit about that. And I used to do an April Fool's Day gag, all right, a running gag where every year I would do something silly on April Fool's Day, depending on what I was currently doing. I remember one year, I did
Do
a
you
series
remember?
of videos that was like the best of, and basically what I did is, this is the best sports game, this is the best music game, and it was just a series of the Sega CD movie games.
Wow, hilarious.
way
Instead
back
of
in the
doing
day,
an
they're
April
all
Fool's
terrible.
joke, he's
They're
going to
literally
tell you
every one of them
about
is
things
awful.
he did in the
So it was
past,
just a running
almost
gag.
like
There was
he's
another
putting in
year
less and
where I
less
said I was the
effort
best at
the longer he
everything.
goes
And
on.
so I actually was playing Street Fighter 4 online while I was playing another game. While I had something else going on, I was
Wow,
playing like
why don't
3
you put
things
that
at
much
once.
effort into your
And you
work
wanna know
now?
the funniest part
But
about
you
it?
expect more
I
money?
won the actual Street Fighter 4 match that I did online. It was a joke. It wasn't intended
Wow,
to
hilarious.
actually happen, and it had been. Okay,
So funny.
So I've done things like that in the past, but in recent years, I don't really do it anymore. Only because, number one, already we got so much going on in games and the schedule and everything. I don't want to take away
Schedule's no different than it's ever
gameplay stream
been.
from doing progress in the stuff that we're enjoying together. And number two, quite frankly, when you get enough
lazy.
nonsense going on in your life with trolling and harassment, you don't really want to have extra drama.
Oh. Keep in mind, the trolls have no
lie, I
effect
had an
on
idea
them,
for today.
and
I
they
was
just
like,
waste their
I know what I'm
time by
gonna do. All right, I'm going to boot up our game. After this
doing
podcast,
pointless
I'm going
stuff.
to boot up a game. Instead of Alone in the Dark, it's going to be Baldur's Gate 3. And we're going to go into the character creator and make a whole new character and pretend like I'm starting my second run in Baldur's Gate 3. And I thought, that would be funny. And then Kat says, no, don't do that. I was like, why not? She goes, because then people are just going to get obsessive again about you playing Baldur's Gate 3 again. They won't stop. They'll be like, oh my God, play it again. And be serious about it. When you're just joking, they'll demand it and they'll be all obnoxious about it. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Actually, I know that crowd, some of those people, are okay and normal. And some of those people are like over the top obsessed with this game and probably would actually demand that I do the second run of it.
Keep getting farted on.
So
1 minute, man. Just let DSP just pass gas right up your nose, you stupid fucking cock. Keep giving him your money, you fucking moron. Dipshit.
Yeah, no jokes
idiot.
here. Just a normal day. All right.
like these people are so fucking hateable. Like, should I hate them for them getting scammed? No, get scammed. Get scammed for the rest of your life, you dumb motherfucker. Your entire family who probably hates you. You have no relatives who could use that money better. Instead, you give it to this e-beggar who just shits all over you. What better punishment can I apply to someone that fucking stupid? Get fucked. Have this guy keep clowning on you, calling you stupid, calling you obsessed. That's some good fucking water goo.
Chill, fun, but new game.
God fucking damn it, dude. He's the most obnoxious motherfucker ever to put out a fucking video. He takes a swig of water, looks right down the microphone, opens his mouth and goes, go fuck yourself. Put a shotgun in that.
That's what I'm excited for the most, is that we're now into new game or refreshing new playthroughs.
God, I hate him.
Everything in the rotation is feeling good right now, and I'm happy to have.
I know it's annoying. That's why I do it.
My birthday marathon on Saturday should be really fun, and I'm excited for that.
God, you do that in real life, you get a fucking fist down your throat.
Are we going to be hanging out, having some drinks, having some food, having some fun? We're going to update the gaming schedule. We're going to react to my most viewed videos of all time on YouTube, which would actually be pretty fun. So, good stuff coming up this Saturday. I hope you'll be there for that. And we'll continue to talk about that over the course of the week and plan for it. But right now, Alone in the Dark, surprisingly good. You look at all these reviews from mainstream media outlets who all said that Alone in the Dark wasn't very good. And I played the first
like
3
5 hours
of it,
long.
and I'm having a great time. The atmosphere, the story, the environments and stuff, and even the enemies jump scaring you and stuff.
Wow,
It's
jump
a fine
scares.
game.
How
I've already jumped a bunch of
expertly
times,
crafted.
and I'm really enjoying the intrigue.
That's peak horror right there, jump scares.
Which we haven't had the likes of in a while. So what exactly is wrong with this game? I'm not sure. We're gonna keep going.
What the fuck are you talking about? What about Resident Evil?
Reviewers said the start was slow. Well, I loved the first 3 hours, so if you think that's slow, I guess as I get further into the game, I'm gonna like it even more. I don't know.
No.
I guess we'll see.
I guess we'll see.
Great playthrough so far. First 3 hours have been great. I hope you've enjoyed the videos. And then Dragon's Dogma 2 continuing on as our late night chill stream. Right now we're finishing up the basic kind of introductory quests in the capital, and I'm sure the game's going to open up after that with a lot more to do. So I'm excited. I'm having a good time. I hope you guys are too. Great day ahead. And of course tomorrow, guys, the return.
Don't give a fuck about your gameplay. Never did.
That's going to be interesting, to say the least. But we'll get to that in a sec. Anyway, what I would like to do before we get ahead of ourselves, because we're going to do the schedule, we're going to talk about the April Fool's news and stuff. I would like to talk about last night's Retro React. Okay?
Time to cry about low money.
The idea for Retro React is that on my DSP throwback channel, which is meant to be reminiscing about the past and nostalgia. All right? I sit down and I watch an older playthrough of mine with the old style camera, the old style commentary, right? And I essentially react to it honestly in the modern day. And so far we've done this with Red Dead Redemption 1, Dark Souls 1, and Heavy Rain. And each one has felt a little bit unique and different. Like Red Dead Redemption 1 looked awesome because I was watching the remastered version of the playthrough that my editors are currently finishing up. We only have, I think, 2 to 3 more parts left. And that playthrough will be 100% completed over on DSP Throwback if you're interested in watching it. This playthrough has upgraded visuals, 60 frames per second.
Wow.
In some cases. It's not always 60 frames, but it's upscale. better text and graphics, redone audio so you can hear my voice much better, and it takes out a lot of the echo and the nonsense that was in the original playthrough. And let me tell you, it shows because, for example, last night we were watching Bully. Oh, the audio was terrible. The audio was atrocious. You could hear all this environmental noise back in my condo in Connecticut. And I was like, dude, it sucks, you know, compared to anything I do today. It's really, really bad. And then I listened back to the Red Dead videos, and I'm like, oh, they sound much better. That's because they've been scrubbed. They've had audio scrubbing, so it sounds way, way better, right? So anyway, you know, Red Dead was an experience because we got to see the upgraded visuals. Dark Souls 1 was an experience because we got to see my old gameplay of playing that game for the first time, way before I ever learned how to play a FromSoft game. And man, did I suck. And it's hilarious to see me suck and not know what I'm doing. It's actually suspenseful. You're like watching me fight the Asylum Demon. Like, is he going to win? Is he going to win? Right? It's pretty suspenseful. And then Heavy Rain. Oh my goodness. Heavy Rain was a smash hit. You know, a narrative-based game. One of the classic playthroughs that I've ever done that actually got me lots of notoriety on YouTube back in the day. And a classic to this day that people still rewatch regularly because of the commentary.
No,
so
they
it was
don't.
awesome to go through. And
Who do you
guys
think you
Heavy Rain
are?
so much.
Delusions
And we
of
actually did
grandeur.
6 straight weeks because the original idea, all right, the original idea was supposed to be that we were not going to do Retro React every week. It was going
It's
to
like
be
a
maybe
classic
every 2
episode of
weeks,
Mystery
just as a
Science
variety
Theater. They
thing
go
that I
and
threw
watch
into
the
schedule. You guys like
Heavy Rain
so much, you kept
playthrough.
demanding I keep doing it. And I was like, okay, let's do it next week. Let's do it next week.
Demanding.
And it worked, and people would show up and engage and support that stream. And in fact, no lie, those streams made the Throwback channel viable. With the amount of work that goes into it to make it happen, with all the work that editing the videos, you know, titling them, putting them into a proper playlist, you know, for posterity purposes, and having that stream once a week, that was definitely making the channel viable to do. Okay? So then we had to pick the next project, and one of the things that had been suggested over the time that we were doing Heavy Rain was the Bully Scholarship Edition playthrough, among other things like Mass Effect 1, Bioshock 1, and stuff like that. So we had a poll, and Bully won by a pretty good margin. I want to say it was like 48% of the vote went to Bully. So we tried it last night. Now, I'll be honest, I was already skeptical. I didn't know how it was going to go, because this is not a fully narrative-heavy game. There's a lot of gameplay elements to it and stuff like that. And it's not, even though a lot of people like the Bully playthrough, it's not received as like a classic that I've done. A lot of people have watched it over the years and like it, but it's not, oh, that is the one playthrough that I watched of DSP's that I love and I rewatch, and it made me discover him on YouTube. Anything
Nobody does that.
So we watched it. And it
Bully
was
is removed from the poll now.
just under 3 hours of reacting. We got to 10 parts of the playthrough.
We
which is
run your
exactly what we
life,
were doing
Phil.
with Heavy Rain. We were doing about 10
You're not in
parts
control of anything.
For the record, the playthrough is 108 parts. So if we were to actually continue with Bully and try to finish it, it would take about 2.5 months of React streams to actually get through the whole playthrough. Just throwing that out there. That's how long the game is. About, I think if you do the math, I want to say it's under 20 hours, but it's still a pretty lengthy game. Okay? So anyway.
Anyways.
So I play it, and we're having a good time at first. It becomes apparent about halfway through the stream, it's definitely not as fun as doing the Heavy Rain Retro React. Like, even I started to feel a little bored because the game isn't as good as I remember. Probably because, you know, I've already played it before. It's a little dated
Probably
now.
because,
There's
you
still
know.
unique stuff to it. I think the music was one of the coolest things about the game. I really like the soundtrack. But some of the you know, the gameplay's a little repetitive. And I'm like, and people wanted to talk about things like reminiscing about school days and stuff. And that's fine. That was actually fun. In truth, I had more fun talking with the audience about our days at school and reminiscing about that than I did actually watching back the game. Just watching back the game to me wasn't that entertaining. Okay? And if I'm not having fun watching the game, it's not going to come through as a super entertaining stream. You know what I'm saying?
No,
so I did like
it's about the streamer,
but
not the
I
game.
didn't love it. I thought that it was just all right for a React stream. Okay? Cypress TV says that loud the loud sound that we heard last night on the Bully stream was my PC from 2011. Wow. It was that loud, huh? Holy shit. Because I was like, we always heard this ambient noise in the videos, and I'm like, is that the air conditioner? I looked it up. I played it in like February. There was no air conditioner on in February. So I was like, what could have been causing that atmospheric noise? And Cypress says, that was your PC. Oh my God. Boy, let me tell you guys something, all right?
No.
Today things are so different, and I'm so happy for that. I was such a stubborn, pig-headed, obstinate idiot back then. To be
Still
putting out
are.
videos that long of that visual and audio quality and not understanding that the audience was going to leave if I didn't upgrade, like, it was terrible. Even me watching it now, I'm like, oh, it's like hard to watch because you just hear, it feels like you're in a wind tunnel trying to fucking watch this video. Like, oh, it sucks.
Yep, your content sucked, and
So
you
I'm
got
glad
mad
now
about
that
people who
things are
told you
different,
that it sucked,
but
and you banned them and
yikes,
said that you were
video
better
is
than
hard to watch
everyone.
now. So anyway.
It's more than it's being obstinate and
So
pig-headed.
basically,
It's
at the end
just
of the
being a
night,
giant
all
asshole.
right, let me put it this way.
Or
Was
even
it a
worse,
disaster
today.
stream where no one showed up, no one engaged, and no one supported? Absolutely not. There was decent attendance.
It
We
was
had a
just
good
not enough.
conversation in the chat. But
People
it
gave
was
me money, but they just
nowhere
didn't give me
near
enough of it.
The levels that we had for Heavy Rain. Basically, you know, we didn't even hit the $50 tip skull, okay? We had a few super chats here and there, maybe 1 or 2 memberships, which is okay. And people are like,
It's okay.
oh, well, this was good for a night stream. Well, technically, you're right. You know, usually my night streams don't do as well. They're slower. But I'm trying to maintain enough interest to keep this
Trying to make a
viable
lot
every
of money,
Sunday night. You know,
okay?
we
So I
easily
can
could have
blow it
done another
all.
game or continued with the playthrough you guys want. Not doing these one-off streams that are just doing them for the sake of doing them, right? And with Heavy Rain, it was the opposite. Like, people were dying for more. By the end of the night, I asked you guys, what did you think? And the audience was torn right down the middle. Half of the attendance was like, yeah, that was a chill time. That was fun. Let's do it again next week. And the other half was like, yeah, that was pretty boring. By the end there, it really started to fall off. Let's do something different. So with a 50-50 split, I knew that I had to get feedback from everyone. So I put up a poll immediately.
Here it
We actually did
is.
right
Here
at
it
the end of the
comes.
stream. We put up a poll.
It wasn't
Said,
50-50.
"Hey,
That's how I
everybody,
knew it was fake.
Please vote on what you would like to see next week for Retro React." And here's the premise. 4 games, vote, and we'll do whatever wins the poll next week. If next week's stream ends up being more of the same, meaning less attendance, less engagement, less support, and it's just not as popular, then we're not going to do it every week. And that's okay. We don't have to do it every week. Like, I'm okay with that. I'm not upset at all. We have many, many things to do on the late streams. We have all these games to keep playing or whatever. So it's not a bad thing if we don't do Retro React every week. You see, it's actually perfectly fine. It's just that I want to be sure that I'm doing what you guys want. So basically, I put up a poll, and the poll was continue with Red Dead Redemption 1, which I think we gave it like one chance, and people didn't vote for it the next week, and then we took it out of the poll. So I said, we'll throw Red Dead back in there. Continue with Dark Souls 1, because actually some people on that stream were saying, this is kind of boring. Let's bring back Dark Souls 1. That one was really
Patreon
fun.
down.
So I said, let's put that on there. So continue with Bully, the third option, and then the fourth option
Yeah, it looks like
was
it.
actually something that you guys had thought of yourselves and requested while we were playing Heavy Rain. He said, would you react to The Walking Dead
Get to
Season
it.
1, Episode 1? So for those who don't know, The Walking Dead Telltale
Yes,
series
but we do know, so
was
we don't
in
need you to explain it over and over again. Thank you. Moving on.
ways and then commentate over it. Like that game, first it was Heavy Rain, and then I would argue the second best ever kind of choose your own adventure playthrough I ever did was that Season 1 of The Walking Dead. I mean, that was the one of the first games ever.
Yes, Phil, you're looping.
So I'd like to do a little bit of variety before we jump back into that style of game. So that's why I actually wasn't eligible for this week.
Okay.
I put the poll up last night during the stream. Now to give you guys some perspective here.
Here we
All
go.
right?
Yes, we need all the
Ready?
perspective in the world.
Last week's poll went up and lasted. It was live for a whole week. By the end of the week, it had about 475 to 500 votes within a week. It took a whole week to get that many votes. I put up the poll last night during
And you
last night's
stupid
Retro React
idiots, you're
stream.
fucking
This
dumb
morning,
and not smart, and
12
dumb and
hours later,
stupid,
the
and
poll
I'm
already had
smart,
500
and they're dumb. Come on, bud. Get to it.
What? So magically, the amount of people who followed the channel just exponentially increased in 12 hours, right? Huh? Like, what are you talking about? Right? So then I go and I look. These people are so dumb.
You're so stupid
They
and
left
so not
comments
smart.
on the poll that were troll comments. I'm not shitting you. They left comments that were like, "Oh, do a bunch of pulls in."
Wait, hold on.
WWE."
Wait. I thought comments got automatically deleted. Huh. I guess that was all a bunch of bullshit. Wow, DSP lying on April Fools?
Mobile game and then play Bully next week. That's what do a bunch of pulls in the WWE mobile game.
God, you're so fucking stupid. You would just say this out loud. People would troll you with these messages, and in order to punish them, you read them out loud on your stream. Wow, you're a real brainlet, man.
And
Man, the trolls have no power.
and then play bully next week. That's what we want. Like I'm not kidding. Those
I'm
comments were
I'm
on
not
the fucking
kidding.
poll, and I'm like,
I'm kidding. I'm not kidding.
gee, I wonder if trolls were instructed to come over here and skew the poll. How stupid can you be? Like, I mean, you want to leave some evidence? You ever seen you got caught red-handed?
What?
I mean, this is like
They would have to be trying to hide.
in the act of doing it while 25 police officers are all staring right at you with
Mhm.
video.
You're bad at
evidence,
analogies, dude.
audio recordings, and a sound.
Yeah. Here, just take your sip. Take your sip and shut the fuck up.
On top of that, I had already been told by 2 different people overnight that apparently they've been talking about it in their stupid detractor circles that they were going to do this.
Their stupid detractor circles. This fucking dipshit. If they're so stupid, how are they outsmarting you and ruining everything you try and do? What does that say about you, buddy?
They were like, haha, if we get him to bully again next week, the stream will again do bad. And anything we can do to annoy or hurt Phil, we should do. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha.
So I'm not kidding. 500 votes, 78% of the vote was for bully. Gee, I wonder if that could be fake. All right. So in light of all of this, I have redone the poll. I've deleted the original poll and I made a new one, and I took bully out of it. And the reason being, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think bully worked very well last night. You know, I wanted to be fair and give it another
That's
shot.
fake poll.
But it just didn't seem to work for me. Like, I got bored, and if I'm getting bored with what we're reacting to, that's not good. Like, I'll be honest, I was not bored with Red Dead. I was not bored with Dark Souls, and I was never bored with Heavy Rain. I was bored with bully within an hour. So I just don't think that's gonna work. Okay. So now the poll's been redone, and there's 3 options: more Red Dead 1, more Dark Souls 1, or The Walking Dead. So please vote on one of those 3. I feel like any of those 3 would be a fine option. Okay. And let me know, you know, your thoughts.
Let me know, you know.
Listening, what you think. But the funny part was, if you actually looked at the poll, yes, there were 500 votes, but if you eliminate all the votes for bully, The Walking Dead was in the lead by a large margin. I think The Walking Dead had like 20%, something like that. And then the other 2 each had like 4 or 5% or something like that, like very small. So basically, if you look at the initial poll results and you try to remove the outliers of the idiots, definitely people are looking at The Walking Dead as the next one. But that may not
Then just
be.
pick
Let's
it.
see
Just
what
why
happens
even have a
over the
poll
course
to
of the
begin
week.
with?
I
Other
am
than just
aware
to waste yours and everyone else's
on the stream,
time.
a lot of people were leaning towards Dark Souls 1. They were like, yeah, Dark Souls 1 worked, you know, really well as the first stream. You bring that back. So, you know, please vote on the new poll that's over on DSP Throwback. If you want to know where it is, it's on the main channel page, and you go to the community tab, and it's right there. And I hope that you guys will vote. Now, Dab Hands just said in the chat, honestly, I'd rather see gameplay of current games than one of those. There you go. And if that's the case, again, this is a test case to see if this makes sense to do it every week. If we do another Retro React stream next week and it's slower and there's less engagement and less support, then I'm not going to do it every week. We'll do it maybe every 2 to 3 weeks as a variety event, and that way it won't bog down the other content and hold up the other content from making progress. And I hear you. A lot of people right now, we are happy to see the RPG madness end and just want to see good progress in all of the other games that I'm playing, and are afraid that if I keep doing things like this, that this is going to hold up progress because I just keep doing other night streams and other things rather than gameplay streams. Right?
His mouth is just on autopilot while he bans people.
Let's see what happens.
We'll see what happens, you know.
And over the course of the week, I'll try to gauge interest and see, you know, how it goes and go from there.
You know.
Okay?
Okay.
Fair enough? And
Yeah.
also, I'll look at comments. I'll listen to what people are saying, because, yes, these morons tend to talk about what they're going to do publicly because they're idiots. They can't help it. That's the thing. Like, they'll want to troll, but they're just so... They have no self-control whatsoever. They just want to, like, brag all over the internet about what they're doing. So they always give away what they're doing somewhere, and I always find out about it. Even though I literally
Wow,
never
he's so
ask,
smart.
people always bring this information to
He's so
me without
brilliant.
me even asking. They say, so here's what's going on, and here's the evidence of it, and do with it what you will. Okay, thanks. Well, fuck the poll. Delete it, because it's all fucked up from these idiots.
Well, you are
And start
asking
over and
for
go from
it
there,
by
right?
responding positively to what they give
So we'll see
you.
what
So you
feedback
can
we get.
pretend, you
Again,
can
I'll read
pretend like
comments,
you're
and
not
I'll try to
asking
judge what
for
you
it,
guys
but
say here in the chat as well all week.
only
And then
idiots
from
like
there, we
you
will
believe it.
Decide what game will be Retro React for next week. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay.
Just exposed that your poll is completely fake. Good job, buddy. Ah.
Okay, so that's what's going on there. Hopefully, Retro React goes better next week. I like doing the Retro React stuff, but I don't want to be bored. I don't want my audience to be bored. I don't want to be set back on playthroughs we're doing while we're bored. So, hopefully it'll be better, and we'll have a good time with the next one. All right? Whoa.
Sure.
Okay, schedule. Let's go through it. Today, the return of Alone in the Dark 1. Alone in the Dark 1? Like there's more than one. Alone in the Dark returns on the first stream. Great game when I played it on Saturday. I had a lot of fun with it. I think it's a fine survival horror game so far. I'm excited with more. So I hope that you'll join me today after this podcast ends for the continuation of Alone in the Dark. It should be a good time. David Harbour's good in it right now. Like, he's acting well. And the gameplay elements are pretty good. The one thing that I would complain about is the combat's not that good. At the same time, it's survival
but all these
horror.
reviewers are dumb.
Survival horror. It's kind of the running joke is that you're kind of a clunky, uncoordinated mess, and that's what makes it scary.
Oh, it's a comedy game.
Or do things
because that's the inability to move around is
so
funny now.
And the plot is great so far. The plot.
Why the fuck does he do this? Why does he carry water for bad games just because he's playing them?
You want to call it, where a bunch of people who all have problems.
Nobody's gonna reward you for this.
Are supposedly getting treated by a doctor, but is the doctor a quack? Is he really well intentioned? What's the deal there? They all have interesting backstories that are kind of mysterious. Then one of them has disappeared. You're trying to find where this guy went. You keep getting sucked into this other dimension world with monsters and stuff. So far, I think the plot is great, and I can't wait for more. Okay? I think it'll be great if you hang out and you like survival horror. You're going to have a good time with me here today on the first stream. Late stream tonight is more Dragon's Dogma 2.
Nice 5-hour-long game.
We jumped back into this back on Saturday night, and so far, I think it's fine as a late night chill stream. There's definitely a lot of combat,
5-hour-long game because he hates video games.
Exploration of the world. It's not exactly the most plot-centric RPG you've ever seen at all. It's more action-based and travel-based, but I'm having a good time with it so far. We'll see what happens as we get further into it. We're about to finish like the major quest line for the capital city, and I'm assuming the game will probably open up more after that. We have like one more. I want to level up at the capital city at the inn, and then we have to go do one more monster hunt, and after we've done that, we return, and then we get to see what the next part of the game is. So we'll see tonight. Cool. Now, tomorrow's a big one, because tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, on Tuesday, April 2nd, mark it on your calendars, mark it in history, etch it on the nice stone tablet.
You failed at making a joke.
Tomorrow is the return of Elden Ring to DSP Gaming after about a year away.
Do the Elden Ring pose.
Last
Be
year,
super fucking cringe.
Magic run of the game, and we got 39 hours in, and my magic run had become incredibly powerful. The last thing I had done in my playthrough.
You mean your build, not your run?
I melted the Lich Dragon. Like, melted him. I got under him, and I just used this Kamehameha spell, whatever the hell it's called, Star Beam, or whatever the hell it's called.
Whatever, I don't even care.
And it just, and his whole energy bar went, and it was done. I was like, that is crazy.
Clown mode.
That is just so powerful. Now, I haven't played this game in a year. Already, I can tell you I'm going to be rusty. I don't even remember how to do the magic build. I don't. Like, I remember you have to, like, there's a setup to it. Like, don't you have to buff yourself first? Then you have to, like, put down a rune, stand on the rune, then charge and activate the beam. So that's a lot, right? Just to get one attack off. So I don't remember exactly how that's going to work. Okay? So we'll see. But I'm excited to get back into it. We have a lot to do still. We still have to do the second challenging underground area.
What a complex
magical
build.
Enemies you have to fight there. This eventually leads you to the big boss fight against the alien. And then we have the other magic plateau with dragons. And then we have other stuff to do. We have to go to the upper
Then you have other stuff to do.
We have to fight all the frozen enemies, the giants. Then we have to go underground to Mohg's Blood Palace.
Okay, moving on.
Go to one of the
autism.
Go to one of the optional dungeons.
Yeah, sure.
Get
Just
that information out.
lay out the entire game for us.
What be or what they're expecting you, what expected level is. So I guess we'll see. As I play Elden Ring over the course of April, you know what content I'll really do. But I just told you kind of what I want to complete the magic quest line, because that's going to make my build even better. That's the whole Lonnie quest line, right? Or
Lonnie?
The Ronnie quest line. I want to complete that, obviously.
Again, this is the extent of his memory. He just forgets everything.
I'm definitely on the fence about
Lonnie,
the Lich.
And I don't want to
put myself out of range of the DLC. So we'll see as I play Elden Ring over them. Also, it depends on
It's not
how many
gonna go
people are
well for you,
liking
but
it,
to
how it's
everybody.
doing. You know, if everything's going well and you guys are liking Elden Ring, then maybe we'll do as much content as possible. If you don't, if you're like, it's all right, then we don't have to do as much. We just get in line, get ready.
What is
for
it based
DLC,
off of?
Get to the Moog's Palace.
It's based off of
finish it,
money?
and then just stop there, right?
Or is it based off the wealth of friendship? Anyways.
The DLC will be Sekiro styled. Every boss you beat makes you stronger. It scales independently of the main game. I don't know what that means. That's the second time I heard someone say, oh, it's like Sekiro. Every boss makes you stronger. What does that even mean? I don't remember that in Sekiro. At all. I don't. I really don't. How did Sekiro? Every time you beat a boss, you leveled up? Why do I not remember that at all? Seriously. I have no recollection of that whatsoever.
Anyways, I guess we'll see.
Whatever. Anyway, so yes.
Whatever.
Tomorrow, I'm very excited for the return of Elden Ring and to see how it does. I hope you guys will join me for it as I get reacclimated.
Hopefully it does
to the
badly.
universe, okay? Tomorrow night on the late stream, I'm going to attempt to play the Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection, which apparently has been fully patched, updated, and improved since its launch over 2 weeks ago when it was a humongous botched fail because it didn't work. It was glitchy as hell, lag, teleporting, hit detection was off. It was just a mess and completely unplayable. Supposedly they fixed it. They made it now. It's actually playable. Of course, the problem now is the player base is way less. But maybe we'll be able to jump in and enjoy a nice night of it. We'll see. I'm curious to see how it will do. Number one, how it will play, if it'll be fun to play and viable and working. And number two, if people will actually come to watch me play this game as a multiplayer game. I don't know. We'll see. Let's give it a shot tomorrow night and find out. And then Wednesday will just be another day like today. More Alone in the Dark and more Dragon's Dogma 2. And that ends my streaming week. I'm off from streaming on Thursday. When I return on Friday, it's going to be more Elden Ring. And if it worked, more Battlefront. If it didn't work, we'll find something else to do on Friday night, whether it's Dragon's Dogma or whatever. We'll figure it out. Okay? Then Saturday, April 6th is my big birthday bash marathon event for 2024. So now it's really starting to solidify. We're starting to see what exactly it is we're going to be doing during this event.
Congealing
so
like
let's
pig
very
fat.
briefly recap what we'll be doing. Number one, I'll be drinking. We're going to have liquor of some kind. I already have the Long Island iced tea left over from the Super Bowl event, but I'll try to get something else. I don't know what it'll be, but I'll have some liquor to drink over the course of the day as we relax together. Number two, schedule update. Going through the games release schedule for the rest of the year, solidifying the dates and games that I definitely want to play, finding the times of year where there won't be as much or it'll be lighter, and then trying to maybe brainstorm ideas of games or playthroughs we can do during those empty parts, okay? Number three, we're going to do a special React event where I'm going to be reacting live to my most viewed videos of all time on YouTube, including videos from the Dark Side Phil channel, this DSP Gaming channel, my old vlogging channel, as well as the KO Gaming channel when it was called KO Gaming. So it's going to be neat. I'm going to make a playlist of actually in order the most viewed video and then count them down basically, and we're going to watch them together. And that's going to probably be pretty fun.
Yeah, he calls a party where no one is invited, and he calls it a bash.
Food. I'll have some food delivered that day, and we'll have a meal together, a feasting with Phil, if you will,
Cringe.
which you guys seem to enjoy. Number five, cake. My wife will be making me a birthday cake live that day, and I'll be having a slice of it live on stream. And outside of that,
we'll
since
see about
probably
that.
is going to be a lot of content, no matter, even just that. We'll see where the day takes us. I believe that Derek said he was making some kind of a celebratory questionnaire that we can do together. Where it'll be like questions about me and my
Thanks,
history. That we
Derek.
could like do a live quiz together and see who gets the questions right and stuff like that. In addition to that, I'm totally down for like multiplayer gameplay. Like if you wanted to see me do some Battlefront, or maybe you want to see me return to Street Fighter 6 for the first time in months and do some casual matches with the characters that I'm good with, I'd be down for something like that as well. Whatever the day takes us, I'm totally okay with that. Let's see how it goes and go from there. So yeah, let's find out. All right, it'll be a fun, chill, relaxing day. I'm sure we're gonna have some people coming by to wish me happy birthday. A good day to swing by just to say hello and hang out for a few minutes. Whether you could be here all day or you could be here for just a few minutes, it's still gonna be a relaxing, fun day where we just spend time together. I'm really viewing it as a day of just relaxation and celebration. This is not ultra serious. It's not like, oh, we have all these segments that we absolutely must complete in this time frame, and we have to do this. No, it's more like just lean back and relax. What do you guys want to do now? Right? What's next? You want to just chill? Want to just talk for an hour? You want to have a topic conversation? You want to play a game? You want to do this? It's more relaxing. That's what it's all about. It's about a relaxing day to celebrate my birthday. All right? Because I'm turning 42, and 42 is the answer to the life, the universe, and everything. The problem is we don't know the question. So it's kind of useless.
The question is, what is the answer to life? That's the question, dipshit. How is this confusing, you fucking moron? Yeah, just take a big sip. You absolute dimwit.
Adam's humor for those of you who don't know. What in the holy hell?
Yeah, explain the joke, moron.
Okay. Anyway, all right. So that's Saturday. Then Sunday, React Day.
What a fucking
we'll
idiot.
have my ESP versus the Internet clip show, and then Retro React, and we're gonna see how your poll goes. We're gonna see what people are saying.
42 is the answer to the life, universe, and everything, but the thing is, nobody knows what the question is. The question is the life, universe, and everything.
But we'll see. We'll see what you guys vote for.
Yeah, it's stupid you have to be to not get that.
And then after that, still have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll probably finish up Alone in the Dark next week because the game's not that long. For one to understand,
yeah, that's a bad thing.
You know the answer to every puzzle, and you kind of skip story elements. It's about 10 hours. If you take your time, you do the puzzles, you read all the logs, and you understand the story, it's about 15 hours. So probably we're gonna beat it next week, which is good. That means we'll actually beat a game within like a year to a year and a half, or a year. Wow, a week or a week and a half after playing it. I rarely beat games that fast these days, so it'll be nice to have that playthrough done. And then basically start maybe something new. What would it be? I have no clue. Could it be a game we missed? Could it be a game that I started and you want me to resume? It could be whatever. We'll talk about it. I'm sure we'll figure it out when we get there. All right, but I don't want to jump the gun and get too ahead of myself. In addition, on my birthday, we're going to look at what games are out or coming out that you might want to see me play, and that'll help me make my decision. I actually heard there was another survival horror style game that was very interesting. People said it's right up my alley, this type of game I would want to play. And it did come out during like the last 2 months, and it just completely went over my head because I was playing these RPGs, but I can't remember what it was. Now that I'm thinking about it, I remember someone distinctly talking about it in the chat saying, this is really good for you. Okay. And I can't remember what it was.
Cool.
But I might like to stay on the track. If Alone in the Dark does good, because it's doing good right now, maybe I want to keep that pattern going. You know what I mean? But I can't remember what the hell it was.
You don't even know what you mean.
There's a Souls game where you play as a crab coming out in April. Yeah, someone told me about that too. A crab Dark Souls game. It's not really Dark Souls, but it's that style of difficult game where you play as a crab. Oh, that was definitely Pizza Tower. That was the name of the game. Anyway. All right. So that's what's going on with the schedule and everything right now. I'm looking forward right now to my birthday event on Saturday. I think that's going to be pretty special. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for DSP News. It is absolutely official. As of this morning, Elon Musk is purchasing Take-Two Games, saying that he wants to advance video games to the next level, just like he's done with his purchase of Twitter and turning it into X.
Not funny.
In addition, CD Projekt Red has announced, in light of this news, their collaboration with Rockstar to make a hybrid Grand Theft Auto Cyberpunk game.
I thought he was against April Fool's jokes. Now, you're not funny.
I wish that I was joking, but this is just stupid. It's April 1st. And these are the dumb news stories that are all over the internet right now.
You
the
are
dumbest
joking.
Things possible you can think of. Like, first of all, just think about this. Elon Musk buying Take-Two Games. Elon Musk is up to his fucking hair plugs in debt. You understand? He spent so much money to buy Twitter, and Twitter has not turned a profit for him.
It's not
so
dead.
He's completely up to it in debt. He can't buy anything else right now, even if he wanted to. You know what I mean? Like, he's not going to start buying
SpaceX.
Fucking game companies. Okay? He'd be out of his fucking mind to do that.
What the fuck are you talking about?
So, no,
Elon Musk in debt? According to what?
Cyberpunk teaming up with GTA. Just think about it. Rockstar and CD Projekt Red together. Why would they do that? They're direct competitors. Why would they team up in order to make that? It doesn't even make any sense. Like, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense at all. They're that they would be teaming up. They want to make games that are going to be good and make money for each themselves. There's no need for collaboration there. They would never do that. So anyway,
Yeah.
basically,
Just do that right into the microphone. It's so funny.
There's like no exaggeration. I saw like 10 stories like this morning, and I was like, I'm not doing a DSP news segment today. There's no point on April 1st. There's absolutely no point in paying any attention to really anything going on the internet. You know, if there's something fun going on, like me, I'm streaming and I'm playing games. It's not a super serious thing. That's one thing. But you can't believe a word anyone says on the internet today. Everyone's going to be so full of shit.
Or you can use a healthy level of skepticism and not be a gullible idiot.
You know,
but, well, you can't ask for that
I wish
from
that we could have a nice
Phil Burnell
news segment today, right? Where we could relax and talk about stuff coming up. But it's just a complete waste of everyone's time. The sad fact
What are you talking about? He's just admitting he's too stupid to understand the difference between a joke and a real thing. That's how stupid he is. Like, these people don't try and pass these news stories off as real. It's very easily able to be detected. It's just tongue-in-cheek. But he's just sitting here admitting he's just incapable of telling the difference. So he's just giving up on it. Okay, moron.
There probably
keep calling everyone else stupid.
Will be like one person who has like a real news announcement to make today, and they idiotically will actually release it today, and no one will believe that, right? I remember.
Or they just say it's not an April Fool's joke.
Google announced Gmail. Gmail is launching on April 1st, 2004, and everyone said April Fools. That's a funny joke. You know, Google would never do email. They come to find out it was real. They're just idiots. They put out their fucking press event on April 1st. Like people would believe them. They're so stupid. And then like a few days later, people were like, "Oh wait, what? It actually exists? Huh?" And now everyone uses Gmail, right? Anyway. So.
What was
pretty
that?
silly. But no, there's no news segment today. I'm not wasting my time. I'm sure maybe we'll have some real news tomorrow to talk about. But yeah,
Don't pay attention to the news. Yes, gotcha. Okay, move on.
The internet right now, you're just going to be wasting your time. Okay.
I guess if you're like literally retarded like Jade is, then
what I think
don't pay attention to the news.
Shout outs because I have a few to do already. Let's see where that leads us. If that leads into discussion, great. Excuse me. If
no,
not,
you're not excused.
We want to do something else. We want to do Q&A. You want to do suggestion box. Let's see. But let's start with the shout out so that way we can get people their credit and get questions answered and the like.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
All right, so, and by the way, I'm already feeling good about my choice to wear this today. The sun has come out and is beating on the office wall.
Don't care.
The short sleeve shirt today.
Yeah, whatever. No one cares.
It's Saltwater is the brand, I think it's called, or something like that.
Literally don't care.
Okay. Let's get started. BB Phil did a super chat this morning. Says, any news on a possible new variety necklace goal? Right now, I'm not too keen on wearing jewelry or necklaces. No, I'm not really caring about that so much. Someone made a suggestion. Oh, okay. Someone made a suggestion the other day. You ready for this? Because I forgot about this. I was playing Alone in the Dark, and the main character wears a fedora, and I have a
I was wearing Alone in the Dark. I was playing Alone in the Dark.
But he also has like a tie. Like he dresses nicely. And someone said, "Do you have any ties in your house?" And I was like, "Well, I don't dress up in shirt and tie." And they're like, "Well, do you have them?" And I looked, and guess what? Lo and behold, I do have 2 ties.
But you don't know how to tie them.
From years and years ago.
Because apparently your father never raised you.
I bought these ties for my wedding. Because I wasn't sure which one I wanted to wear. So I think I bought both. And then I just chose that day which one I was going to wear. And I couldn't even answer for you which one I wore. I have no idea. So
wow,
I do have
what
2
a
ties.
memorable occasion.
And someone said to me, "Phil, do you remember how to tie a tie?"
No.
Let's see. Do I remember how to tie a tie? Well, this might be very sloppy because I haven't done this in ages, okay? I think it goes somewhat like this. See if I remember.
Not wasting our time with this.
Just from memory, shirt out. And,
wow, you look ridiculous.
Do you have a tie goal on your stream? Probably not. Unless people would care.
Yeah, sure.
Right? And we would add
another way to beg for money.
I don't. We didn't do that ever in like months and months. I don't think we're hitting that. You know,
cool.
To show you that I have it.
Cool. Wow, awesome, amazing. You have ties and you're charging money to put on a tie. How pathetic.
And I thought it was all right, and then basically the gimmick died out, and people were like, "This is stupid." So I stopped doing it.
Okay.
You know, the whole idea is I do want to have like a buzz during my birthday. So I think I'm just going to drink over the course of the day. Maybe we could figure something out that if I have hard liquor, 'cause I don't know what I'm going to have yet, that we maybe have like hard liquor or whatever, and someone does a big contribution, then I'll commit to taking a shot or something like that. But it won't be like a goal or anything. It'll just be something that we do, right? But I don't want the whole day to just be about, gee, will people contribute and get Phil sloshed? Like, that's not the point of the birthday marathon, okay?
Hey. I thought, okay. Yeah,
Your boy
getting drunk
Lem,
is not the point of a
31 months as a
birthday.
member. The last member milestone I remember was like 25, so he can't even, he can't remember the last time when he was paying attention, but here he just hit 31. You know, guys, it's April. In May, some people will be hitting their 3-year anniversary, and they're going to earn the Diamond Crown in chat for being a member for that long. Some of the longest running supporters will be hitting that big milestone come next month. That's cool, right? All right. LK did a super chat and says, bragging about cheap clothes is not a W. Bragging about cheap clothes is not a W. First of all, I wasn't aware that I was bragging. I was informing. I'm here to sometimes try to give some useful tidbits of information to my
Okay,
audience.
now you're
And what I've been
triggered.
saying is, you can get shirts like this, which actually is a designer shirt. Izod is a designer clothing brand. It's not an El Cheapo knockoff brand. It's a name brand. And you can get shirts like
What
this.
the fuck is this retard saying? $5 super chat. What is wrong with these people? A suggestion. You should do on-air ads for your own products or sponsorships. You could be the Paul Harvey of YouTube. He doesn't have products or sponsorships, dumbass. How the fuck do you give someone money knowing literally nothing about them? Get fucked.
By going to one of these
Stupid
more
moron.
discount store.
Who is Paul Harvey? Oh, geez, making me feel old. Yeah, Paul Harvey is a boomer radio host.
What I'm saying, like I go to, there's one of them that's a reseller where it's either very lightly used or never used clothing, and you can
Okay,
get
Phil, can we move on from you being
size
triggered by someone calling you out for bragging about your
right?
clothes?
Of course not.
Anyways.
But yeah, you go in there and everything's cheap. Like
Yeah,
I said,
I don't care.
still,
I literally
people
don't care,
write
man.
about $5, and I came out. No, it's
Okay,
first of all,
he's
who the fuck needs a
seriously
watch?
Triggered.
Your phone tells the time now. No one needs a watch anymore. It's completely worth.
If your phone tells the time, then why do you spurg out about daylight savings time?
Worthless. You could have been an idiot.
You're an idiot.
To the store where every day can be how'd you? I
Yes,
am not
clothing.
trying to brag.
Holy shit, dude.
Products
Move
or
on.
sponsorships. You could be the Paul Harvey of YouTube. I have no clue what you're talking about. What is an air ads and who is Paul Harvey?
On-air ads.
I don't know. Thanks for the super
Ads.
chat, though.
Thanks
I
for the money,
appreciate it.
dipshit. Fucking moron.
Excuse me.
The super chat said on-air ads, and he's like, what is an air ad? Good job, dumbass. Get your just money taken from you.
I don't know. I never heard of him. Okay.
Okay.
So that's the YouTube
Anyways.
side of stuff so far. Now we scoot over, and we got the first tip of the day. It's a $15 tip from BB Phil. Wow, BB Phil's all over the place. BB Phil with super chats and BB Phil with a tip. Thank you, BB Phil, for the first
Yeah,
tip
what a
of the day.
moron. Almost like he's an obvious sock account, pretending to be a new viewer by asking questions that anyone would know.
Couldn't find the dollar sign. I don't know where the
Maybe
hell
you
it
should
was.
look at your keyboard.
I missed it like 7 times in a row. Okay, so BB Phil says the following.
Such an idiot. Look at this. Look at this trial and error shit. Just when you think he couldn't be any dumber. Wrong one. No, it's the same one. He did the same one like 3 times. He did the pound sign like 3 times. Pound sign deleted, pound sign deleted, pound sign deleted. At sign, percent sign, dollar sign.
I don't know where
Just turn your head, idiot.
the hell it was.
Good
I
God.
missed it like 7 times in a row.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're
so BB Phil says the
you're
following.
ridiculously stupid. Holy shit.
Final attempt to salvage Phil's feast for Europeans. While I'm really looking forward to it, I understand we can't buy the exact same meal for the same chef.
Bro,
Can you announce?
this fucking guy has been saying the same thing day after day. Please, Phil, tell us what food you're going to eat so I can buy it at the same time with you and pretend like I'm eating it with you. He's been saying it every day.
At 1 p.m. what you're having from a local place you're getting. Are you going to get some kimchi or bibimbap or whatever
Oh
else?
my
I live in a
God,
big city. I
dude.
could at least attempt to match
I
the
want to
dish.
just skip what he's
Even though my
saying.
bibimbap would be very different, it still feel more like we're having a meal together. Also, ordering at 4 p.m. on your end, you'll have to announce the order at 1. I don't even know. Here's the thing. My wife and I probably won't even know what we're doing till the night before. Just being honest. Like, we'll probably look at food the week and then decide the night before.
Okay.
We'll probably end up, like, ordering the night before because you can order ahead of time.
Uh-huh.
So that way, it's already set up and we don't have to, like, rush to do it or whatever. Well, I have no idea what we're doing right now. Maybe I could tell you during that stream. We'll see. But I don't know. Sometimes I just like to have it be a mystery because then it's the element of surprise when I do it and people are more interested, right? Like, what if I announce?
I don't care.
I'm getting a big sandwich, and people will be like, sandwiches aren't that interesting, and then people won't tune in. But I don't say what it is, and more people say, "Ooh, I wonder what Phil ordered."
Oh, a sandwich. I'm bored of sandwiches. I'm not going to watch him eat a
And by the way, I'm not saying we're
sandwich.
getting a sandwich. We're probably not getting a sandwich. It'll probably be something else from a restaurant that.
Yes, Phil, it's about the food. It's not about the streamer. Oh, I don't want to watch him eat a sandwich. That's boring.
We'll have to see. But anyway, do you see my point?
Nah.
If I know ahead of time and I feel like telling you, I will. But I don't know. Right now, I have no clue
I don't
what
know.
I'm going to do.
Get fucked. Tip me again tomorrow so you can ask the same dumbass question
Thank you,
again,
BB
stupid cuck.
Phil, for the first tip of the day. I really appreciate that. See,
You
Dr. Fuji says,
ridiculously
"It's
stupid
Italian,
idiot.
some eggplant
Ask me
parmesan
again,
and
and maybe I'll
calamari."
give
I
you a
wish.
non-answer again.
I seriously wish. There just aren't many real Italian restaurants out here. And what I mean by that is, I'm serious about this now. The most popular Italian restaurant out here in this area of the country is
I don't care about his ranting about food.
So we can never get Italian.
Yeah, I don't care.
Spaghetti or a side of linguine.
Like, tips and super chats have dried up, so he just wants to talk about Italian food because he's a gluttonous fuckhead. Fucking caveman.
Squid ink risotto.
I don't care.
Get back to the East Coast.
Bitching about
Why would I
food.
push- The only benefit was like the food.
The villain. The stupid incel. Super supporter, 34 months. When is the return of Street Fighter 6?
Other thing, American style.
I don't know, maybe on my birthday.
Exist. That's not good. To
Don't care about food.
That's what I miss. So I would say that's what.
Don't care about
50%
food.
Tip from a huge throbbing penne. He says, "Have you had
Gay.
any interest in watching the Emperor romance scene in Baldur's Gate 3?" No, absolutely not. I think that was one specifically
Gay.
for Japanese people who prefer the tentacle persuasion, I think they call
Nice
it.
racism.
But I have no interest in seeing that. Thanks. Let's see here. I received a $20 tip
From 1 Minute Man.
from 1 Minute Man.
What a surprise. Hold on, let's wait in silence as he reads it. Because he's afraid of 1 Minute Man and doesn't want to get tripped up by anything that he says. Oh, it's a $sign. Hold on, I'm going to look at my keyboard this time. There, I hit the $sign.
Biggest tip of the day so far. Let's see what he has to say.
Phil, I'm an idiot. Oh, yes, I know.
He says, "Oh, what did I do?"
I don't know. What did you
this
do?
up.
Just read it first. This guy.
Okay, so he says, "Alone in the Dark is probably a good choice for you as you recover from RPG overload. However, for a seasoned player, hard difficulty should be more
He just wishes
appropriate
he would just shut the
and
fuck
make the
up.
gameplay more unpredictable. So far, the game seems to be an entry-level game concerning enemies, puzzles, and pacing, as opposed to games
Thanks,
like
1 Minute Man. We really
Olive
need your
Branch
input
be more
from now on, every single day with your daily
Olive
tithe. You couldn't have just shut the fuck up.
I understand your entire comment, and I'm gonna answer it. But what is olive? He says, would olive branch be more appropriate? I don't know what that means. That you lost me on the last part. Okay,
Is it the name of the game?
In regards to this game, whenever I play a brand new game or a new IP, I always play it on the standard difficulty. So that way, when I judge it fairly. Like, for example, if I played Alone in the Dark on hard on the first run, and then I feel like it's too difficult, Well, that's on me because I picked hard. I'm an idiot. I should have played it on the standard difficulty first to see what the game is intended to be like. And then if I want to do another run later to challenge myself, I play it on hard. There's a few exceptions where I haven't done that. And for example, Resident Evil 2 Remake. The reason that I played it on the hardest difficulty there was because I've already played Resident Evil 2. I already know the entire plot. I already kind of know the general way to play it because I already played the original game. So playing the remake on harder difficulty makes sense. It's kind of like making an added level of challenge for something I might already know a lot about, right? So that's why I did that. Sometimes it backfires. For example, playing Resident Evil 0 on hard, it makes it unfun. You get to the point where you can even soft lock yourself, right? So that's why when I play a game genuinely for the first run, I always do standard. You know, that's why. And I hear what you're saying. Survival horror could be more tense if you pick the harder difficulty. But I definitely, especially after having not finished Resident Evil 0, because I soft locked myself playing the harder difficulty, that's not what I wanted to do with this one. That's a brand new one. So that's why I did that. But fair enough. It's a good suggestion. Now, as for Olive Branch, I don't know what you're talking about. Would Olive Branch be more appropriate? That I don't get what you mean.
Maybe it's the
you
name
lost
of the
me on that
game.
part. Everything else in your tip comment, I understood. So thank you for the tip, 1 Minute Man. Appreciate that. Okay.
Good fuck,
Let's
idiot.
see here. The Villain, at 34 months as a member at the super supporter level, thank you to the Villain, says, when is the return of Street Fighter 6? Well, we could see it as early as Saturday during my birthday marathon. If you want to see it, I could do a segment of casual play, picking the characters I know, and maybe get me into it again. Okay? As for when will it come back regularly, I'm enjoying my break from fighting games right now. Okay? I really am. We will go back to it. I'm guaranteed to check it out when Akuma comes to Street Fighter 6. That's the earliest that will go back like a full-time coverage and trying to get it back to the mix. But we don't know when Akuma's coming out yet. There's no date. Nico, thank you for a super chat this morning. I appreciate that, Nico.
Okay. Doesn't even tell you what the
Let's see,
amount
I received
is.
Another tip here. Thank you guys for your contributions this morning. At a $3 tip
Wow. Thank you for $3.
from Big Huge Star Delt Shoulders. Interesting name. Can you add any of your Metal Gear Solid playthroughs in your throwback selection playlist? Would love to see you react to one of those. Oh, fair enough. We could do that. I could react to my classic playthroughs of Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, or 3 if you wanted to see that on Retro React. That's actually a good suggestion I don't think anyone came up with yet. Thank you. I actually really like that suggestion because people might want to see me flub through and how bad those playthroughs were the first runs. Great suggestion. All right. Let's consider that.
I already watched This Is
For
How You Don't
sure.
Play.
Let's consider that. And maybe we'll get that into the
I've
poll.
already
for the next
seen all
one.
the flubs
Good.
in an
Good
edited
idea.
format.
In fact, I would add it into the poll right now, except I already redid the poll this morning. I don't want to keep redoing the poll and having people's votes be erased.
Whoopsie.
So maybe for next week. I really like that idea, actually. Which one would you guys like to see more? Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, or 3? Out of the original runs that I did, which one would you like to see the react of more?
Just figure it out, because the polls are meaningless anyways. Just figure it out on your own, because no matter what people vote for, you're just going to pick whatever one you want. Dead
We
Air.
reacted to the This Is How You Don't Play a Metal Gear Solid 2 2
Yeah.
years ago. You remember, I already did a react to it.
Yeah, so this is really stupid.
I don't know.
To react to the unedited playthrough after you've reacted to the edited playthrough with all the dead air taken out. Why in the world would you want to do that?
I like the idea. That was a great idea. Whoever you were, Giant, what was your name? Giant Delts or whatever? That was actually
Whatever your name
significantly
is, I
good
don't
idea.
even care.
Thanks. I don't know why I didn't even think of that. Sometimes you have a brain fart, right? Like that's a super good idea.
It's not what a brain
Everyone
fart
always
is.
made fun of my original runs of those games. I wasn't intending for those to be serious runs regardless. I was being a jackass during those playthroughs, so.
You considered yourself one of the best overall gamers in the country.
Oh, let's see here. I received a $10 tip. Thank you so much to Gregor. He says, wow, you have editors now? I remember a few years ago, there was no way for you to have paid employees. You've turned your life around financially. Well done.
It's not paid.
Gregor, I've already stated many times that I don't pay any employees. I can't afford to pay employees. These are people who stepped up and said they wanted to help out with the channel.
You gave him
Particularly,
$10 to dunk on him, dude. You're dumber than he is.
Wanted to help out with the idea of a throwback channel where I preserve my content for posterity purposes. Ideally, these people are learning skills that they're going to use.
So
in
once
the
they're
future,
done learning, are they just
right?
going to quit?
Like they're editing my old content into 30 minutes. They're upscaling. They're audio scrubbing. They're adding frame rate. You know, they're doing thumbnails. They're doing all this work, and this work is going to add to their
They're
repertoire
adding
that they can
frame rate. They're
use in
just
the
running it
future.
through a filter,
That's why
dude.
they're doing
It's not that complicated.
They offered their services to me as a way to make the Throwback channel viable, and also, you know, get some work experience under their what do they say? Under their skin, under their I don't know.
Under their skin. Yeah, that's what that means.
That's why.
What?
No, what do they say? Under their skin, under their I don't even know how you say it.
Under their belt, dipshit. This guy is indescribably dumb.
What?
Under their skin, or under their, I don't even know. Yeah, because it's terminology that involves learning skills, something you've never done in your entire life.
That's why. No, I can't afford. Like, for example, someone who is it? OP Boone. He had a
Ridiculous.
great suggestion. He says, "Why don't you do once a week a night stream where a bunch of people submit content, and basically you scrub the content, go through the content, and watch the submissions live and react to it." I was like, that would be great, except I need a team of people to take the content, scrub the content, put it into threads. That's how other YouTubers do it. They pay employees to sit there and edit for them, to edit their content submissions, to do that work for them. I don't have time to do that myself. I'm already here 6 days a week full time, streaming and working as it is. I can't do all that myself or juggle it. And I said, well, why don't your editors do it? My editors already have their hands full with what they're doing. Do you not notice the great thumbnails on all the videos? Do you not notice all the work going into DSP Throwback?
Oh, such great thumbnails.
They're chock full loaded with work as it is.
Each one is a
They
work of
can't do
art.
anymore, right? And I can't pay someone to do it. So that's what I mean. I'm very limited in what I can do. I'm happy that people are enjoying the improvements and things that we're doing, but then continuing to request more and more, it's like you got to draw a line at some point, you know? But anyway, thank you for the tip. I received a $2 tip from Lady Charisma. I know I'm a few months late. Back when you asked about VR as a display to work, I forgot to mention I use it when I do 3D modeling. It's a way to
Wow,
get a
good for
full view
you.
of what
Who
you're working
cares?
on. Not going to be around for the streamers today. I'm a sightseeing. Oh, okay. So you're saying you can use like 3D model viewing in VR? That makes sense. I like that VR.
Cool. Who cares?
Applications.
Didn't have
It's
to
just
tell
funny that you
anyone
never
that,
hear
you
about it,
narcissistic
right?
dork.
Like I remember when the PSVR first came out.
Hey,
people were
guys,
like,
you know what I do at
VR
work? I use
technology takes
VR
off.
to do
You know,
work.
doctors
Pretty cool,
can
huh?
use this
But you all care about it,
as a
right?
way to look at scans of the human body and do medical stuff. Like, that's great. Did a doctor ever do that? I mean, we're almost a decade later. Did a doctor seriously ever do that yet? Like,
Probably.
it's like we have this technology that has potential, but no one has ever actually delved into the potential and to see what application it really could have.
Okay,
Instead, we're-
stop getting tripped up on this, man. We can move on. Is that it? You gonna end the stream? No. Skip ahead. We just got dead air. Just dead
See,
silence.
A few troll accounts in here. I'm just getting rid of them.
I'm just gonna ban some people in order to make myself feel better.
Okay.
Just gonna ban some people. Regain my
There's a
shattered
forklift
ego.
Operator VR application. I'm glad to hear that there's useful applications for this outside of gaming. Because I'm just being honest. I just don't think it's ever going to catch on as a mainstream thing with gaming. Just like motion controls never did. There was an era where it was a fad.
It's already
and a gimmick,
mainstream.
and then it completely died and no one wants it anymore, right? It's kind of the same deal. It's just another accessory we don't want. We don't want to put a
Accessory.
giant fucking thing on our head to play a video game.
By the way, give me money to
And
put on a
giant
hat and
amounts of space
glasses.
to waggle around and play a video game. We just want to sit and play and enjoy, right? So the
When
whole
you can't
point
do that with VR.
is not to have some lap setup.
Again, gaming just leaving him behind.
Dax Magain says, I'm getting a PS5 for the first time. I want to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and 16. Any other exclusives you can recommend?
Stellar
God of
Blade.
War, although it's cross-platform, God of War Ragnarok, super good on the PS5. Obviously, the first
It's better on the
exclusive that everyone
PC.
played and talked about, Demon Souls, runs better, looks amazing on PS5 actually. But it's a very outdated game as it is gameplay-wise, so expect older, frustrating gameplay. But it looks great. Outside of that, it's hard to find exclusives. It just is. Like, there just have not been many or any good exclusives this entire console generation when you really think about it.
Well, there's Stellar Blade, which you're skipping.
Spider-Man, I guess Spider-Man 2. It's a good game. Is it groundbreakingly amazing where you must play it? No, but it's still a solid game. It's a fun game. One of the best games of last year. Yeah, it is. Right?
Okay.
BB Phil says, might there be time to react to your Evo East match versus Justin Wong on your birthday? If people really wanted that, I figured people would like more of me reacting to my most popular videos of all time. We can analyze them and figure out why they were so popular, if they were funny at the time, you know, as opposed to watching fighting game coverage. Like, I could see me doing like a fighting game event at some point in the future where I react to matches of me on the internet. I react to my old classic playthroughs of fighting games. I play fighting games online that day. Like, that'd be cool. Like maybe a fighting game marathon, right? I think that would be neat. Maybe like if they announce season 2 of Street Fighter 6 is coming out on a certain date, I set up a marathon for right before that. It's the fighting game marathon, fighting game frenzy or something we'll call it. And it'll just be me reminiscing.
Pure autism. Unable to say anything without any sort of alliteration.
Birthday though.
Fighting game fun? Frenzy? Jeez. Alright. We're already done with half the battle.
How do I deal with trolls trolling me on my main channel? Block them. Just like everybody else.
And cry about it.
I don't know what else to say. Set it up. It's just simple. Set it up, just like I have, that all your comments on your channel are approve only. Meaning when someone leaves a comment and goes into a queue, you review the queue a few times a day and you approve comments, and all the other troll comments you just delete and block immediately. That's how I operate my channel, and it works fine. For Elden Ring, am I planning to respec to a melee build for the DLC because magic is an overpowered steamroll? I don't know. What I thought we would do
Answer's
is
no.
play the DLC and the first new weapon we get, go respec to use it, right? Because we have a ton of respecs built up for that run. So why not do that? Why not play till we get a weapon? Like, oh, I want to try the new weapon, so let's respec and use whatever the new weapon is. Because I don't know. Didn't they say there's going to be like 12 new weapons or something in the DLC? Try them out, right? That could work.
No,
I don't want to just run through the DLC nuking everything with one hit. I think that'd be pretty stupid.
It's what you're doing already.
Inflamed Nut, what a great name, says your old DSP Tries It videos are a neat catalog for old food items that are no longer around. That was kind of the point. I was always trying to do the limited time special fast food items that were out. And it's kind of fun to watch the old DSP Tries It videos and reminisce about old food things that they used to offer. Because there's some weird shit that I tried over the years. Like, what the hell that existed? Some weird burgers or sides.
Burgers.
Yeah, it's pretty neat in that regard.
Burgers. Yes, burgers. Burgers. It's the rolling bee.
Anything else, guys? Anything you want to talk
Any
about
money?
before we begin? With
Any more money?
Today? We're coming down to the wire.
Got any more
here at the
money
end of the
for
show.
me? Got any more of that money? Wrap it up. End.
You guys are quieting down now. What's going on?
Where's the money going? Where'd all the money go? Come on.
Bill says,
you know I need more money. You saw I raised the tip goal by double the amount.
Labeled a fence sitter.
After I said the tip goal was 50.
I don't listen to anything they say. I just talk.
What did
I
they
don't know
say?
anyone who labels each when you're offering a nuanced.
Huh?
Bill says, I feel you're unfairly critiqued when you're offering a nuanced perspective on societal issues but labeled a fence sitter.
I feel that you're unfairly critiqued. I feel you're unfairly critiqued when you're offering a nuanced perspective on societal issues, but get labeled a fence sitter. Nail biting emoji. Yeah, sure.
And say what I want to say on my streams, and I move on, and I don't hear nothing, so I don't care what they say.
Yeah, you do.
Better to have a tempered perspective on something than to be an extremist who literally swings one or the other way just to get attention for yourself, screaming like a fucking petulant child trying to get attention on the internet, which is sadly
what you're known as.
What a lot of these political creators do. They literally have to just whine and complain about every single thing that the opposing party does to try to get clickbait views and attention. It's a joke.
Projection.
It's fucking stupid as shit.
And how is it clickbait if they mean what they say? Doesn't even know what clickbait means. It's just clickbait is just bad. Bad thing equals clickbait. It just has no meaning.
Game Boy says it would be cool to see
Dude,
react to
wrap
the
it
first few
up.
parts of East Metal Gear Solid playthrough. The audience can gauge to see which playthrough they want to see react to in full. Jack says, I tried to join your throwback channel. It wouldn't let me. but I can join the reaction channel. Is it a setting? No. I don't know what that means. You mean become a member? If you can become a member on one channel, you technically should be able to become a member on any channel. So I have no clue what you're talking about. And we got new members last night on the Throwback channel. So it's not like the memberships don't work. They do. So I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, it makes me think like...
Seems as good as you're getting support. You're great to watch. Appreciate the way you handle detractors. But thank you. At this point,
Yeah, the way you cry about it and complain and have them completely run your life for you.
Leave idiotic comments on it, so I know that they're doing it because they're so stupid.
Mhm.
Then I'll take care of it. But
You know.
idiots, just ignore them.
Yeah, they're idiots who've ruined your
How
life
old does the playthrough
somehow.
have to be on DSP Throwback? Currently, it makes more sense to do any playthrough that's my old camera style. That would be, early 2013 or previous, because that would be considered my old style playthroughs. Eventually, we'll probably get to other ones that were direct capture but not interactive streaming. But I think right now we'd probably want to keep it to the more retro style first.
They're idiots.
Did I ever play the Curse of
They're
Monkey
just
Island? I
idiots.
played the
If I
first
keep
one,
calling them idiots, then
I
they'll
want to say I
feel
even played
bad.
the second
So
one.
bad that
At
they'll
one point,
stop
they were
making
released
fun of
on
me.
Xbox 360. And remember, I was
That's how
a
it works,
console gamer
right?
for most of
I
my run on
mean,
YouTube.
it hasn't worked at all.
And so
But
when
it
came
should
out, I think I
eventually.
played the first one, and I raged at it, man, because I wasn't cheating. I wasn't looking stuff up. And that game is so cryptic on how to, find an item in the environment, how to use a specific item, where you use it. Some of this stuff doesn't even make sense. It's like, use the bucket on a donut.
Yeah, we're idiots, but we can get through an entire
Yeah,
sentence
use the
without
bucket on a
spamming.
donut. That's how you get the bucket of sprinkle juice.
you know?
And you pour that on top of a parrot, and the parrot shits out.
He's doing the same thing, the same
But they just think they
point and click adventure game shit where he just strings two things together for 5 minutes and
popularity,
thinking he's funny.
and they benefit by always trying to fucking bring me down or make fun of me.
Wow.
So I don't care
Rent
what
free.
happens to Rich. I wish him the best because, as I said, I feel like people.
What? You contacted Jay being like, let's have chat and let's purposefully not bring up Rich in order to really piss him off, which doesn't really work that way because it shows that you do want to piss him off.
So I don't care what happens to Rich. I wish him the best because, as I said, I feel like people.
He's a fat two-faced piece of shit and he's a whore, but you wish him the best. You wish fat two-faced pieces of shit whores the best. What does that say about you?
Who are happy,
Hmm.
truly happy. Don't.
Why would you want to
need
wish a
punch at
fat
others,
two-faced
right? If you're
piece of
truly
shit
happy,
whore the best?
If everything's going good for you,
Unless you're
having
one
a good time
too.
with your life, a good time with your work. You're not jealous of anyone. You're not angry at anyone. You don't have to attack other people around you. You can just be happy. Correct?
You're attacking other
That's the
people
thing,
around
I really
you.
feel like these people out there who do this kind of content just aren't happy. Whatever reason, something's happened in their life, or they can't be successful doing the kind of stuff they want to do. So they have to go on that trend of drama or negativity towards others. It's the only way they can even get a view.
Just
Because they're not
pretending to
pertinent in any other way. In
psychoanalyze
fact, They're
people.
just not pertinent at all. But because they ride that toxic wave, they get views. And it's sad. It's fucking sad. If people would just be nice to each other.
Oh yeah,
I think
DSP, the
world would
king
be a
of
much better place,
niceness.
and no one wants to be like that on YouTube. Everyone's like, oh, every chance I possibly get, let me fucking jump down someone else's throat. Let me.
That's why you
take
constantly
advantage of
call
the bad
people
thing happened
idiots.
to this person for my own personal gain. Gossip, gossip, gossip. Right? And I'm not like that. I don't care.
Yes,
you
you
guys
are.
told me about the situation with Rich and his editor, and I'm like, listen, I don't care. I wish Rich the best. I wish.
Dude, does he not know that the DMs were leaked? Are you really that stupid? Like, Jay told everyone what you said to him. How you were trying to, like, orchestrate this interview that would piss off Rich by pretending he doesn't exist. Like, what are you talking about?
That
I don't care. Wait, the DMs were leaked? What? Oh shit. Whoops.
there would be no drama at all.
Okay.
I feel like if everyone was just getting by nicely,
Who do you think you're
no one would
fooling?
be, mean to each other, right?
Right?
And that's it. Some people are like, well, he's talked so much crap about you over the years and he's benefited financially from you for so many years by making fun of you. Don't you wish that he had a downfall? No, I don't. I really don't. I don't care.
Then why were you trying to piss him off?
I have nothing to do with these people at all, ever.
You were
Tell me
trying
about
to talk to
any
Jay,
interaction I ever
stupid.
had with Keemstar before he started creating drama for me. Zero. I don't even
Because they
fucking care about
reported
him.
on
Why
you
do I give a shit
jacking
about
off on a
him?
live stream.
Right?
He doesn't have to
It's
know
when
anything
they
about
start
you to
the shit with
report on
me,
something ridiculous that
right?
you've done.
To try to get some kind of benefit for them.
It's called news
and then I
reporting.
get pulled into their vortex of shit. So I want everyone to just be
know?
happy. But I never stuck up for Rich. I don't know what you're talking about there. I basically just said, hey, live and let live. I'm sad to hear that he's having a bad time and things are bad for him. I don't want people to have bad times. and
Yes,
have
you
things go
do.
badly for them. I don't.
You want bad things to happen to people
Right?
who don't like you.
There you go.
There you go. Again, who does he think he's fooling?
Did I ever play Maneater? No, I didn't. I knew about it. It was even on either Game Pass or PS Plus at one point, but I never got around to playing it. So
You played Man-Eater in Baldur's Gate 3. Man-Bear-Eater. Duh, bitch.
And like I also said, I just want to say personal thanks to my viewers and fans for not pulling me in the drama. I'm well aware that there's idiots who try to cause drama all the time, and you guys don't bring it up anymore, and I'm happy for that.
'Cause you
I'm happy
ban
that
them
you guys
all.
literally don't bring drama to my attention.
You just
I don't-
ban
you
them and
know I
pretend that they
care
don't
about it.
exist.
You know I have no response to it. I don't care what people say.
You're responding to it right
Whatever
now.
they want. And let's just be here and have fun together every day.
Let's
And
just pretend like I didn't message Jay and try and set up something that
Right.
was
They don't mandate
stated
it,
to
you know.
piss off
Thank you for
Rich.
not trying to bring down my content.
Thank you for not
trash
bringing up that
drama.
fact,
I just
because I
don't
would have
care.
banned you if you did.
Okay?
Cool. Uh-huh. Awesome. Really cool.
El Grey Zoro says he's been playing the Tomb Raider remastered games and he loves the original Tomb Raider games.
Good
They
for
did a good job with the
you.
remasters. Hopefully I'll play them. Yeah, when they came out, I wasn't super interested, only because I knew that the older Tomb Raider games are kind of rough around the edges when it comes to, especially the end game of like Tomb Raider 1 is so tedious and I don't like it. I remember having it on PS1, hating it, trying to finish it.
Maybe you just suck at it.
But I heard some people played the remasters and liked them. More power to you. I just was not interested. Maneater is now back on Game Pass. They brought it back. There you go. Maybe I'll play it someday. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
No Sleep Real Vibes. I don't know. He said, I'm excited for more Alone in the Dark. How many chapters are there? I don't know. I'm playing the game and enjoying it. I don't spoil. I don't pay attention to that.
How's it spoiling to find out how many chapters is in a game? And also, you have done that with other games. But sure. Ugh. Just end.
We need I Am Fish 2. I Am Fish was great, remember? Puzzle game? Wasn't that from the same makers as
I Am Bread.
Surgeon Simulator? Was it? But I Am Fish was great. I loved that game. It was cute. It was challenging. It was fun. I agree with you. I hope they do make another one or a sequel that's the same style of game, but maybe something even wilder, right? That was a great game.
Okay. You know what else is a great game? Stellar
Lords of the Fallen,
Blade.
I don't think I want to. The thing is, Lords of the Fallen has always been a FromSoft knockoff. The first one sucked, then they improved it later, apparently, but I never went back to it. When the new one was
You could
announced,
say
I
the
was
same
like,
thing about Lies of
I played
P.
Lies of P. I love
Yep.
Lies of P, and I knew that Lords of the Fallen wasn't going to live up to that, so I never played it.
How'd you
And now
know?
Lords of the Fallen is like on big discount everywhere, and no one's really talking about it anymore. I'd much rather just play Elden Ring and the Elden Ring DLC and just pretend like it doesn't exist rather than waste my time with it, right?
No. It could be good, just like Lies of P was. You don't even
Cypress TV
know,
says
and you
it's not
never
even a thought
will.
for me to bring up any latest drama. It's irrelevant. It seems your name only gets brought up if they benefit from it. You're right. As you see, none of here's the thing.
Who
Some people
does
thrive on
things
them.
that don't benefit
Like,
them?
The day when someone brings them up is a day that now I don't have to do any thought in my content. I can just rant and rave about a person who brought me up, right? And that's think about what the lowest common denominator of content is. It's that drama style
Yours.
content, right?
It's ones where
no
you sit there and
effort,
just beg for
lazy
money all
shit,
day.
doesn't benefit anyone. It's toxic as hell. It just hurts everyone around you. There's no point in making it, but they do it because it makes them money, right? So some people thrive on it. Me, I want
Mario,
nothing
so
to
much
do with
better.
it. I'm completely against it. I don't like that style of content. I don't like to ever have to bring it up at all. I only bring it up when someone drags my name through the mud and there's something so big that people keep asking about that then I'm going to have to respond to, you know? And that's it. So I don't, I really don't care. I don't care what anyone's saying or doing. The
Sounds
the
like you
less
do
I
care
know
'cause you're
about the
ranting about
bullshit,
it.
The better. And the funny part is then they don't get what they want because they tried so hard
Getting what we want right now.
Weeks in a row is my name mentioned on a show. How many, times do people name drop and insult me? And I never bring it up 'cause I don't care. I'm here to do my
Sounds
own
like you do
content, to
care.
enjoy games, to chill with you guys, to have fun, to react to the past.
And beg for
to do
money.
good stuff. Positive, fun, productive stuff.
And
Not
it's-
here.
But you're begging.
Drama.
It's not positive to beg. It's cringe.
Insults.
Gross.
Gossip.
Insults, you bunch of
toxic
idiots.
trash
You
content
stupid
to make
idiots who are just miserable. You stupid dumb
easy way in life,
fucks.
and,
I don't
all it does
insult
is it
people.
completely screws up YouTube, in my opinion. It just creates this endless circle of trash,
Okay. Well, I mean, you're an endless circle of trash.
As what's his name? That fucking guy, Turkey Tom, when he made the documentary about me. he
Pretending not to
literally
know
admits in
what Turkey
videos on
Tom's
that
name
channel,
is. Turkey
I do
Tommy?
it to
Turkey
milk
Tom?
people, right? And the more that they bring me up,
Man, and then he brings up the guy's name. Isn't that amazing? These people just want you to bring them up because that's how you end up with this circling pile of swirling garbage. Anyway, so Turkey Tom.
that fucking guy, Turkey Tom, when he made the documentary about me, and he literally admits in videos on that channel, I do it to milk people, right? And
He's so fixated on that. What an autistic spurg. DSP, go to a doctor. Just own the trolls. Be like, hey doc, everyone on the internet says I'm autistic. Can you debunk them? Give me a diagnosis? And just tell them that I don't. And then he has like a 30-minute conversation with him, and the doctor is like, well, you definitely have autism.
the more that they bring me up, then I can respond to what they've said about me, and it gives me more content. So it's an endless cycle of me profiting from this drama.
That's
It's
not what he
like,
said.
Well, then I'm not going to give you that. I'm not going to
But
ever
just pretend like that's what he
address it.
said.
I'm not going to do an interview with you. I'm not going to watch
You
your
wanted
fucking
to.
documentary. It's stupid as shit.
To see what it's all about. To see if it even makes fun of me or it even gives me a fair shake. I'm just not going to watch it. Okay, cool. You're going to watch the June the King documentary, though.
I'm not going to pay attention to you at all. So you get nothing. You get your initial views from morons, and then that's it. And then it goes away.
That's a lot of
Right?
money, though.
There you go. And then the cycle ends, and I get to just enjoy.
I mean, didn't your chat all watch it? Are they morons, too? I mean, he got the ad revenue from all the views. So, I bet you wish you could have that. It's what you beg for.
Doing my content and being left alone.
How dare he actually make a video in order to earn money? He should just beg all his audience members for money. That would be way more dignified, huh?
There you go.
There you go. Anyways. How dare he earn his money? He should beg for it like everyone else.
Yeah, we haven't done a Game Pass game in a long time because we haven't had a chance. We just haven't had a chance.
This is miserable.
To check out Game Pass because I've been
Move
so busy
on,
with so many releases.
and-
I would say later this month would definitely be an opportunity for that. Once we beat Alone in the Dark, which is probably next week, we will have opportunity to figure out what we want to do next. And we'll see.
You can wrap up if you have nothing to say. Nobody in your
Dark
chat is going to be able to say anything insightful, and neither are
Working on
you.
the season 2. This is the first 4 games were so good that they greenlit the whole new, a whole new slew of them. Okay. I did play Stardew Valley once during an Indies marathon ages ago, and we never went back to it. So.
Turkey
All right,
Tommy,
it's time to
Tommy
end the
Turkey,
show.
whatever,
All right,
Turkey
it
Tom.
is, time to begin.
That was pathetic.
Let's say goodbye for now. Thanks for a fun April
Autistic
1st
wave.
podcast. By the way, this entire podcast has been a joke. We're now going to begin the real podcast.
So funny. The most low effort joke he could possibly do, which is just play the intro again. How long are you going to keep this one up? Are you going to play the entire intro? Is he really going to replay the entire intro? Holy shit, dude. Swallow a shotgun
Cast from
shell.
Monday, April 1st, 2021. I'll get to talk a little bit. Hard to talk about real news today. On a second here.
So fucking lame. Well, that was dumb. Just saw him spurg out and try and be funny. Oh, I don't care about the trolls. If you mention them, you're giving them exactly what they want. So anyways, Turkey Tom, he said he wanted to milk me. Pretty crazy, right? That's why I'm not going to watch the documentary. By the way, stay tuned for June the King as he makes a documentary about me. Okay. Cool. So did he make a new poll over on DSP React XX? DSP Reacts. Wow, these thumbnails are fucking awful. No, he didn't put up a new poll. Oh, it's a DSP throwback. It's the third channel. These stupid channels. Anyways, okay. Does he mention the trolls here? Hello all, your feedback is needed regarding which game I should react to for next week's Sunday night stream of Retro React. Please vote below and good luck. No, I do not feel that Bully performed well during our first stream, so for now I'm removing it from the polling options. Oh, is that why? Because he's not making enough money on it. Oh, I get it. Please vote on one of the 3 games below, and thank you for the feedback. Let's see, which one did the worst? Was it Dark Souls? Red Dead. Okay. See, if a lot of people vote for one of them, then he's just gonna be paranoid and think it's like the troll submission. So whichever one gets the most votes, just vote for that, so he'll want to take that out of the running. And then one by one until he just has one selection, which is the truth of the matter. He'll just pick whatever he wants. The polls are all fake. It's like democracy. Anyways. It's almost 3. Smokey has a Cyrax documentary? Cyrax, the definition of insanity. Let's take a look. Not even for sustenance. Didn't even milk me for sustenance? It's like, well, I mean, the documentary he made on you made him a bunch of money. So technically that is sustenance, right? Let's see what Smokey NCC, Smokey McCrack has on all Chance Wilkins here. While I continue editing. I'm nearing the end here. Probably gonna be at this all day.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been so long since we talked about the Attic Goblin, the race car driving extraordinaire, Akron's favorite son himself, Chance Wilkins, and by God, let me tell you something.
Turn on a fan.
He is doing the same stuff that he was doing when we last left off talking about this little guy. He's bitching about the trolls. He's claiming that he got set up and isn't a predator, despite later on in the video admitting that he doesn't care about that incident, and yeah, people can think what they want. He messed up, who cares anymore? I feel like anybody that has watched Cyrax for any extended period of time can see that he's going through the same cycle that he always does, and we all...
That must be a really old video, because it's like, his head actually looks smooth and there's no red bleeding sores on top of it. Back when he actually could resist picking at his scalp. Man, it looks like he has a smoothing filter on it compared to what you see nowadays.
Of time can see that he's going through the same cycle that he always does, and we all know where this ends up. Sooner rather than later, it's going to be on someone's panel, and he's going to be freaking out and losing his mind. And I haven't seen any of that recently, but I tell you what,
his hammer makes me feel powerful.
I've seen Cyrax sitting in his room trying to threaten any and all comers who may dare troll him. And is it working, ladies and gentlemen? Do you think it's dissuading all the trolls who have made it their life's mission to make sure this little predator's life is a living hell? Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's probably just going to keep going till the end of time, or at least until Cyrax drops the attitude that he always has, but we all know that's never going to happen. And so with all that being said, let's see what Cyrax has to say to these trolls.
I was illegally entrapped. Why? For 2 things.
Not illegal.
Clicks and views, which adds up to the 3rd thing, which is money. You guys saw me, and you saw an easy target.
Yeah, because they knew that you were gonna message
Fuck
the
all you.
underage
You guys
kids
burn in fucking hell.
that you thought
and
were
I hope you
underage.
die sometime soon. I really do.
Jesus, he's just coming out the gate swinging. Look, I know he's always been pissed off about people making videos on him or people like having him on streams and getting money. He's never liked that because he's never been able to make money himself, so it's always greatly offended him when people can make that almighty dollar off of his name when he can't do the same. But to just immediately go from that to, I really hope you die soon. I really do. Like, I really do. We all know that he gets trolled to like a crazy level, but still, it's such an unhealthy thing to be talking about people in the sense
Thanks
of
for
just,
that,
"Oh, I can't
animator.
wait
Good
till these
God.
people like." You know what I'm saying? Like when you're just thinking and hoping and waiting
Fucking
for
hate
a
Joe
certain
Biden.
group of people to not be
Don't
here
get
anymore,
political.
you got a problem. Like you're not all
No
there
need
in the
to be
head. And
political here.
Cyrax, this is just something that he's always got.
No, I didn't.
Every single one of you deserves to feel the pain that I've felt over the last several years. You guys deserve to feel the pain that I have felt. And that I still feel because of you guys to this day. Every single one of you deserves to be hated on. Every single... And don't get it twisted. This ain't me raging out. This is me speaking on what you've done to me over the years. Every single one of you that has ever attacked me deserves to be hated on, deserves to be shut down, and deserves to not have a normal life ever again.
So Cyrax falls under the belief that all these people who criticize him for the terrible things he's done in his past
Yeah, I saw that.
also deserve to have like a terrible life like him, where people are just basically hating on him all day.
I saw that Pippa bought a bunch of VTuber merch. Good for her.
You can see the amount of hatred that he harbors towards these people, and because he believes he's the innocent
like a drop in the
victim here,
bucket in
he's
terms
just
of
begging and
how much she
pleading
makes.
with people to, hey, like, let's turn things on the trolls. Let's make them be the ones who are hated on, and them be the ones who are getting bullied, when it's never going to happen. But it's something that most locals do. They expect that one of these days they're going to get this giant own on the trolls, and things are just going to turn around and everything's going to go back to normal. It has never happened for any of these guys, and Cyrax here sure as hell isn't the difference.
Now, with that being said,
Hey,
have
I
one
love
thing to
that
say to
show.
the troll community.
Go
You're never gonna stop
fuck
me.
yourself.
I will never stop doing what I love doing.
Who does that
You're
sound
never
like?
going to get in my motherfucking way again. Because your guys' time is over. Finished. You've had your spotlight. You've had your time. Now, it's my turn to do one thing.
Yep, folks, that's right. He's about to pull his out on his own stream now. Fuck with you.
Starting today, as of the end of this stream, Cyrax is dead. And in 6 months,
Oh my god.
in 6 months, I will be coming back as a brand new person.
Always does
And
this.
my stepdad is not dead. He is very much alive.
I don't know why, but it always cracks me up when he goes from like, I'm dead, guys. Cyrax is dead. I'm no longer going by that name. This is super serious to me. In 6 months, I'll be a changed man. Hey, by the way, Ed isn't dead, guys. Like, Ed, I don't know why you just spread more rumors that Ed's dead, but it's a constant in the Cyrax verse for people to make rumors about Ed or Sally passing away. I'm not gonna say it's right, but I am gonna say that the trolls do it a lot.
Classic
so just
April Fool's
imagine you
joke.
have to come onto the internet
And other
every
times of the
single
year
day,
joke.
get in front of the camera, and have to argue with people and tell them, hey, they're still alive. Like, I don't know why you're doing this. Like, it seems like it's something Cyrax has to deal with pretty often, and it's a thing that most normal people never have to deal with. The internet just throwing fake death rumors about people that you yourself live with at you. I mean, they're basically just third world locale problems. Things that only people like Cyrax have to deal with.
He is alive. I don't know who the hell spread that rumor, but he is alive. He is not dead. And I know why you guys are trying to do that. Because you're trying to start shit.
You're jealous.
It's not gonna work.
Well, they got you to mention it in your stream, Chance. Despite you going downstairs, seeing Ed, and knowing he's still alive, you had to bring it up here. So I'm pretty sure they got what they wanted.
But like I said, over the next few months, I will be reinventing myself in a whole brand new way. And when that day comes, and I come back, you guys won't be able to touch a single lick of any of my content or any of my music at all. And you wanna know why? Because I'll be set to roll.
So I think what Cyrax is hinting at here is him finally getting his license. I don't even know if that's legally possible, but either way, he's about to start rolling, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if that's going to be on a bicycle or...
No.
On the street race scene.
I don't do the furry shit. Never have, never will. Not that I have a problem with that community, because I have a few friends that are in that community, but I myself don't run that way.
Don't get it twisted, ladies and gentlemen. Known internet predator Chance Wilkins is not a furry. Like, don't affiliate him with that degeneracy, by God. And I know, he didn't talk about it like that. He actually said that, you know, he respects that community because he has some friends in that community. But he himself, quote unquote, does not run that way. Now, of course you can take Chance's word for this. However, you can also look at the times when he said that he does not run another way, that being the gay way. And if you know about Chance's history, you know about the Blind Billy story. And if you know about the Blind Billy story, you would know that Chance is most likely lying about that as well. So, I can imagine that Chance would probably get down with the furry lifestyle. He just needs to find the money to buy himself a suit. That's probably why he's so pissed off at the trolls not letting him get any money, because he's trying to buy like a furry suit, and tailors, like, it costs a lot of money to get one specifically fitted for such a small frame. Poor guy's going through a lot right now.
I'll be coming back a brand new person. But like I said, as the end of this video comes to a close here in a couple short seconds, or minutes, I should say, Cyrax is dead, and will be dead forever. I am personally killing that part of my life off, because that part of me is attached to nothing but hatred and disgust and filth that you guys, the troll community, created. And that ain't really me. I want these people to actually see who I actually am, which is not an evil person.
You guys want to hear one of the most evil things Cyrax has ever done? Alright, so if this video already isn't demonetized to all hell, this is probably going to do it. And it involves a song that Cyrax made called Lost Innocence. Now, I shouldn't say that Cyrax made it, more so that he stole it. And if you know this story, you're probably already cringing because you know what's about to be coming here. Cyrax released a song years ago, and this song that Cyrax apparently wrote himself describes the story of a young girl being sold into doing stuff. I'm not gonna say it explicitly, but you know what I'm talking about. Like a very young girl, and she was sold into stuff by her own mother. It's a terrible story, and this girl wrote a poem online about this. Now, I'm gonna try to repeat what I believe the poem went like, because I can't find a copy of it, but it went something like, "Listen to the story I have to tell you. I want to take you back to that specific day where I was laying on the bed and I heard my mom talking on the phone with some man." Keep that in mind now, listening to Cyrax's hit song, Lost Innocence.
Now then, listen to what I have to say. I'm going to take you back to that one specific day. I was lying in the bed alone while listening to you and him talk on the phone. You said, well, if they had the money,
It's got the rhyming cadence of a song translated from Mandarin. It's so smooth. What a flow.
I don't see why not.
So again, I want to reiterate that is a song here that Mr. I'm Not an Evil Guy over here claims he wrote. Why even turn that into a song? Like, what about that poem made him think, like, wow, this needs a beat behind it? Like, what the fuck? And also, this is the same guy who wants you to believe that he's leaving the internet and gonna come back with like a cleaner image so that trolls can't keep stealing his music. Because again, it only matters when it's happening to him. When he's on the receiving end of the thievery, now it's a problem, ladies and gentlemen. The final thing I wanted to bring up regarding that song is, what was Cyrax looking up to find that poem? Like, why was that something that came across his feed? Like, what was he either searching for? How did he come across that? Because why would it... You know what I'm saying here? Like, think of the context in which that poem was. Why would he even find that? I don't know. Let's just move on.
And trust me, when the day comes, I will be doing all of that. Everything I've said. Reporting, attacking the trolls, fighting back. I am gonna do that for sure. But this time, I've come prepared with evidence to show what these people do to me. And I will not rest until every single troll channel that has ever covered me is shut the fuck down.
Where we got a lot to go.
I will make sure that
got a lot to
every
do.
little single fucking channel, there's the documentary channels, whether it's these people being
Tom Turkey, you're going down, sir.
Make sure that the world sees that you're all pieces of shit.
By the way, the jerkiness is not on my end.
So with that being said,
for once,
farewell.
Bye.
For a good.
See you tomorrow.
While. Cyrax, as of this very second, is dead forever. He is no longer a part of my life. He is no longer a part of who I am as a person. He is no longer who I am going to be known as. Cyrax is dead. Finished. Gone. Because that part of me was weak. That version of me was weak. And when I do come back, I can promise you that I'll be ready for a fight. I'll be ready to shut every single troll down with a snap of a finger. I can promise you that. So with that being said, fuck the troll community. Fuck every single troll in it. And I am gonna say this. You trolls, as far as I'm concerned, because you guys are pure fucking evil. So do yourselves a favor and get the fuck off the internet and get a real job. Because I'm not going anywhere and you will never be able to beat me.
You've already been beaten.
I know what you're thinking. Oh, he's gonna be gone only for a couple days. No, I'm not. I'm stepping away for good for a very, very, very long time.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, an internet legend has come and gone. Cyrax Chance Wilkins, just a great musician, an all-time entertainer here on YouTube, someone who is known up there in the ranks with Markiplier, PewDiePie, one of the greats. He's finally walked away, and maybe one of these days he will come back. He said he will, and by God, us fans are gonna wait on that day with bated breath. But it's a long time away. It's a long time away. It's kind of like Grand Theft Auto 6, you know? It's like, oh, you know, I want it so bad, but you know they're working hard on it, and when it finally gets here, it's going to be worth the wait. So all of us true and honest Cyrax fans, we're going to wait for that day, and when it comes, my God, is it going to be sweet. So until the next time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm out of here, and...
What's going on, guys? Today we are checking out
April Fools.
the official music video for Friendly Fire, which is a brand new song by Linkin Park.
I was like, that was quick.
I actually missed out on.
I actually ended up missing this song completely by accident. As you guys know, or may not know, Linkin Park is hands down my #1 favorite band in the world. I've been listening to them since their very, very early days of
Man,
2001,
it's a real shame.
2002, 2003. So, you know, I've been on this journey with them for a very long time now, and when I heard that they were dropping a new song, like, I was excited, but also kind of, you know, sad because of the fact that obviously, you know, Chester not being here. Now, I was told that this song is very emotional and very, very heavy. So if you guys do like this, you already know what to do, and let's get into it.
So less than 12 hours he's back, right? Like, I mean, look at this. He's loving this Linkin Park. He is just in a trance. He's mesmerized by Chester's, like, his sultry, his pipes, you know? Like, he loves Chester. We all know that. He tries doing the scream. I mean, he broke Chester's screaming record. So, I mean, that's something that's gotta, like, eat at Cyrax, knowing he took that from Chester and now Chester's gone.
Damn. Dude, right off fucking rip, I know I'm pausing it super soon, but dude, oh my god.
I think it's...
Seeing Chester like that, man, holy crap. Like that... Wow, dude, I got fucking goosebumps, man.
So I think I know what's going on here. Cyrax decided to switch the 6-month window of him going away to more of like a 12-hour window. And in that time, he realized what he has to do to change. It's to put on a bandana to hide the head scabs, because you bet your ass that's why he's wearing that thing. You probably saw him in one of the videos he made and was like, oh, not doing that anymore. So just expect to see bandana-headed Cyrax, I would assume, for here on out. But Cyrax is back, and he's here to do what he originally was here for, to review music, to make music, no more talking about the trolls, and less than an hour later he put up this video.
I would say this one time only. Every motherfucker out there that's ever attacked me, y'all can go the fuck to hell.
I'm gonna say this one time and one time only. So this thing he said, God, literally like 1,000 times at the very least. That's being safe. Sure, he said it way more than 1,000 times.
Everyone,
all you people who make fun of me, you can go to hell. I'm gonna say this once and never again. Anyways, see you tomorrow.
He was a lifeless piece of shit. You're garbage. Every one of you is trash. See, y'all don't want me to tell the real fucking truth. What I find funny is this. I've been sitting back and I've been watching. And you know what's funny? Y'all continue to regurgitate the same fucking old ass bullshit videos. Why? Because that just proves my theory correct. Actually, that doesn't prove my theory correct.
It proves my fact.
The facts correct.
There it is.
And you know what that is?
So predictable.
That y'all are no-lifers.
No, Cobes hates Cyrax. Every time anyone brings up like a shout out Cyrax, Cobes is like, fuck that sicko. Which is pretty based, I guess. As based as Cobes can get.
That depend on me for money. Y'all regurgitate and spew the same fucking garbage. Over and 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 over again. Why? Because you're interested in money. You want to make money off of me. Well, I'm done with that shit.
So he's basically back to do the same thing he did in yesterday's video. He's complaining about the trolls, saying they have no lives. All they do is make money off him. And, I mean, it's so funny again because he's complaining about these people regurgitating the same shit, just spewing the same stuff, as he spews the same nonsense that he said just yesterday, and he said the day before, and he's been saying for years now. But again, it's classic Cyrax to deflect, even if he's not fully aware that he's doing it. Something that Cyrax loves to do, it's one of his biggest defense mechanisms, is to just throw things that he himself does at other people. As I said, it's deflection, but I really don't think in his mind that he sees himself doing this stuff. He just sees the trolls as the big problem and him as the guy who's like bravely fighting against them. But if I'm being honest, I'm just doing what I used to do in the old Cyrax videos. I'm trying to make sense of something that there's no sense to make of, and that's Cyrax's mind. He just says stuff that comes to his mind as soon as it hits it. He doesn't think if it's a good idea to say it or not. He's just gonna say it because, well, it's there, and it's the only thing that's there. That's why there's so many N-words most of the time. But speaking of that, I gotta give a shout out to N-Word Boy 3.0 for archiving all these Cyrax videos. Cyrax goes after people like him a lot who archive Cyrax and tries to copyright strike him down. So go give that man a sub if you want to follow along with Cyrax's antics, because he's one of the few people left around still archiving the Goblin.
And let's be honest, dude.
Man, how crazy is that? Like, just thinking about the pre-stream today. Yeah, Tom Turkey or Turkey Tom, whatever. You see what he said? He said literally he was milking me for content. How disgusting is that? And it's like, Phil, you told people to eat poop out of your butt with a spoon. Like, what are you talking about? But totally lives rent-free in his head. And that came after a segment where he's like, mentioning these people is exactly what they want. And then you apparently gave them exactly what they wanted. Like, how many times is he gonna just harp on this? It's like, yeah, he made a documentary calling you a fucking failure, and that's how you're seen on the internet. like the documentary was pretty neutral towards him. It trudged up ancient history with the SOK, which is lame. I'm sure he would have appreciated that if he would have watched it, but no, since Turkey Tom said milk, that means he's never going to watch the documentary ever, and that'll show him. He thinks by not watching it himself, then Turkey Tom is going to be like, oh no, I made it so he would watch it. It's like, he doesn't give a fuck if you're going to watch it. Of course he knows you're not going to watch it. Your ego is too fragile to see anything critical about you. That's not an own. It just makes you look like a pathetic bitch. Like, you're incapable of watching anything that outside of your bubble. It's like it's not a W. It just makes you look pathetic.
Everything you do is a motherfucking
oh god, yeah,
lie,
those
dude.
Teeth. Yikes.
You lie on your counterclaims to keep my shit.
God, he's got like this weird.
You openly admit.
He's got this weird like triangle jaw. God, that would be so be uncomfortable. Imagine having that. Imagine having like the first like 20% of your mouth just jutting forward. It's like a horse mouth.
To stealing my music so I can't make money. Why? Because you want to use me for money.
He's so deformed.
You don't want to make money because you know once I start doing, I can start fighting back. That's why y'all don't want me to make money. Because the minute I start fighting back, every one of you little scam artist motherfuckers is screwed. Every single one of you is fucked.
Free expression.
That's why you don't want me making money. That's why you hide behind fictitious names. That's why y'all put fake ass things.
Well, don't you have people's real names?
Shit, so y'all can hide like a bunch of bitches.
What do you do about it?
If you ask me, anybody that hides behind a fake ass name like Lance Chokins and all these other names shows you're fake as fuck. Shows you're a phony, bruh. Shows you're a punk ass bitch and a coward.
Just so much blatant hypocrisy coming here from Cyrax, saying that people who go behind fake names are cowards and this, that, and the third. Let's go down Cyrax's list of fake names he's gone by in the past. Shadowblade, DJ Otaku, Retro Gamer Official, DK Customs. I mean, the list goes on, and it's so rich to see him just be like, hey, Lance Chilkins, you're an absolute coward for not actually going by your real name.
Yeah, I talked about that earlier. Like, as far as Medicare streams go, it wasn't the best unless you're interested in Mersh drama. But yeah, it was sort of a mini takedown of Mersh. It was mostly him going over all the stuff that he's dealing with, Medicare is dealing with, like medical wise. because Mersh was trying to claim that Medicare was lying about being sick, and Medicare went into a huge amount of detail about all the medical shit that he's going through. So if you don't care about that, or if you don't care about Mersh, you're probably not going to think it's one of the better streams, but I watch them all because I'm a big fan.
Says the artist formerly known as.
Yeah, the seizure on stream. Like, DSP is going to be having those. Like, DSP, he wants to, like, flex and be like, I'm never going to go away. I'm going to stream until the day I die, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I'm just sitting here being like, good. We get to see you have, like, strokes and seizures on stream. That'd be hilarious. Cool. Keep it up, buddy.
Cyrax.
Just him ranting about the trolls, and then just... Dayton, Ohio, female lady cop. Oh my god. It's like, that's not really a win, Phil.
And you know what's funny to me is this. The
The
reason
second
why
stroke,
y'all
yeah.
want me to apologize is for
Then maybe his face will even out.
one specific
Get the stroke on the other side of his mouth, and then it finally becomes aligned.
reason. See, y'all just want me to apologize for every specific thing so y'all can use it against me even more. Which is why I'm not apologizing for the shit I did. That's why I'm not apologizing for falling for that fake shit. Should I have fallen for it? No. But guess what? That's a part of fucking life. That's how you learn. You make mistakes and you learn from your mistakes. You can't be afraid of making mistakes in life. Because if you're afraid of making mistakes in life, then you're never going to learn. You're never going to get anywhere. That for me was a learning lesson. I had to learn that lesson the hard way to know not to do that again. The only reason why y'all want to fucking use that shit against me is so you can continue to tarnish my reputation and keep me held down, just like you always fucking try to do.
So this is that part of the video I told you about where he's saying that he's completely unapologetic for that mistake he made in the past. He doesn't want to outright say it, but he's talking about when he got tricked into talking to someone he thought was a minor. And he tries to face this as like some, oh, it's an issue about me making mistakes. And everyone makes mistakes. And when you make mistakes, you learn how to get better, you know? Like that's the motto he's trying to say here. He's trying to turn this into something it's not. Because he was a 30-year-old man when this happened. You're not some poor innocent victim, Cyrax, who didn't know better. You knew that you shouldn't have been talking to someone who you thought was a minor, and now you reap what you sow, and you just can't handle that. You want it to be the people who, quote-unquote, tricked you to be the ones getting in trouble, because you just don't want to be facing any type of, like, consequences for your actions. At the end of the day, that's all this is to Cyrax, is an outlet for him to vent and bitch about being just cast aside and ridiculed for the stupid shit he's done on the internet, and he just doesn't want to be ridiculed anymore. Sadly, it doesn't work like that when you're a known predator on the internet, but Cyrax will fight tooth and nail to try to change that, clean up his image. I mean, you heard it in the last video, but he can't go 6 months without getting on the internet. It can only be about 12 hours until he needs to call out the trolls again, and that's why we're watching this train wreck of a video right here.
And let's be honest, N-word boy, you're jealous of me, motherfucker. That's why you steal my shit. Cause you're jealous of my skill. You're jealous of what I can do, the money I can make. See, y'all want to rob me because I look like an easy target. Just like y'all did with N-word boy and Daniel Larson. Just like y'all did with White Bowser. Just like y'all did to so many other people. You guys are fucking snake-ass scam artists.
Scams? What's a scam?
Somebody would say that
Who's
y'all
scamming?
are demons in human form. Because the shit y'all do is clearly quite evil.
So again, let me get this straight. The man who wrote the song I keep
That's what it
saying
sounds
wrote.
like.
The man who stole the song Lost Innocence, the man who was caught talking to people that he thought were underage children, and the man who did just weird acts to a blind kid back in high school is going to point the finger and call other people evil. All the while he's sitting here taking up for Daniel Larson and White Bowser. This guy is just a bastion of humanity. Like, he is the best type of person there is. There's no one better than Chance Wilkins. And all these trolls need to get with the program and become better people. That's all I'm seeing here, ladies and gentlemen. But no, let's be real. He's just doing what he's done for years now, blaming everyone else for everything that's wrong in his life. He's blaming everyone for him not having any money, and all these troll channels take everything he's earned away from him. He hasn't earned a thing. Like this video you're seeing on screen right now, he would never be able to monetize this if it were on YouTube, because he's dropping the F slur 4 or 5 times in it. So Cyrax's whole idea that he would be making so much money with his content is such bullshit, considering most of the time he's considering whipping out his bird, saying the N-word, different things. These are things that YouTube or most sites just wouldn't monetize anyway, but he's going to blame everybody else for that problem, not him.
Did I make a mistake? Yeah, but let me tell you, I'm not sorry for that mistake. And you want to know why? Because that mistake allowed me to see what's really going on.
Yeah, I made a mistake, but am I sorry for that mistake? No. So I'm confused. Is it a mistake then?
That mistake showed me the broader picture of what you guys are really about, which is scamming
Or are you talking
people
about Jupiter?
and targeting people.
The
Targeting
werepire?
people that look like me, that look different. Why? Because y'all are lazy as fuck. You're talentless fucking hack jobs. You don't know how to create your own content. So you go about making money off the backs of other motherfucking people. And you do it by ruining their reputation and then targeting them and then making them look like shit. And then the minute that they've had enough of your shit and they fire back, all of a sudden they're the bad guy. Nah, motherfuckers, we ain't the bad guys. Y'all motherfuckers are the bad guys.
Whoa,
Y'all are the
deep.
ones that need dealt with. Y'all are the motherfuckers that need shut down. Yeah, I may have done a lot of bad shit, but guess what? That bad shit was brought on by you motherfuckers. I take no blame in the way I reacted, because y'all put me in that position. And you know what I find interesting? What I find very funny and very interesting?
Very funny.
Is this. Y'all tell me to take responsibility for what I did. Why should I take responsibility
for
what
you've
Take
done?
responsibility for what y'all have done.
Whoa. Fascinating.
Take
Never thought about it that
responsibility for
way.
what you've done is a two-way street, motherfuckers. Cause and effect. Action, reaction.
Oh my god, he is unbelievable and he'll never change. I know I've said that a lot in this video, but I mean, just listen to him there. He doesn't regret making the mistake he made. Again, he's alluding to him talking to the person he thought was a minor. He doesn't regret that. You know why? Because it made him see all these fakes who want to make money off him and all these scammers and this, that, and the third. What do these people who make fun of you and make videos on you have to do with the mistakes you made in the past that most likely caused these people to make those videos? Cause and effect, Cyrax. Action, reaction. What did you expect to happen? I'll tell you what he expected to happen. He expected people to go, no, he's right. He's right. You know, look at all these assholes, just a bunch of talentless hacks using Cyrax's hard work on their own channels to make a buck. Just pitiful, pitiful. Let's all praise Cyrax for the great things he does while we throw tomatoes at all these pitiful trolls. And, you know, I know that's much more eloquent than Cyrax would think about it. You know, he'd just think of himself driving a monster truck over a troll's house or something. But he thinks at the end of the day that he's gonna walk out of this victorious. Somehow, some way, come hell or high water, he's gonna get the W on these trolls. He doesn't know how he's gonna do it, but by God, he's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen.
Manifest it.
And do I think he's going to? No, no, and I imagine most of you know that he's not going to. But the fact that he's going to sit here and sulk about it for years to come, most likely on YouTube for the entire world to see, is going to be a pretty humorous thing to see every time another Cyrax video pops up. But let's hope it's more stuff like this and him bitching about the trolls, and less of him just being the horrible little person that we know him to be. And with all that being said... do my best Cyrax impression there. But with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I know a lot of you have been waiting for these Cyrax videos to return for a long time, and this is more of a one-off. We're going to see what the Goblin's up to. It was pretty interesting, and if anything more happens with them, you know I'll have you guys updated. But for right now, this is it, and we got a lot more videos coming out soon, and I hope you guys enjoy what I've been putting out and what I'm putting out soon. So until I get all those out, and until I see you next time, I'm getting out of here, my friends. So until then, take care, stay safe, and have a great rest of your day, you goats.
God. That April Fool's joke was so lame. So, that's it for the intro. Now we're going to start the real podcast. Plays the intro for 5 minutes. Wow, dude. So funny. DSP offers to replace vest with a tie as the $150 tips goal. Well, has Only Iced Coffee already taken the bait? Let's see here. Or is he stuck at 50 still?
Back at you. May the power of Christ compel you. Up face. He's gone. I struck his arm and he ran away.
Oh no. The new tie goal hasn't worked. Step it up, Ryan.
Sure,
what are you doing?
Weapons.
Don't you know that people want to see the tie? The cool tie, the awesome new gimmick? Oh.
Oh.
This game looks like garbage.
Now where will we be? More ammo.
It's trying to be clown mode.
Oh my!
Oh my!
It's a big boy. He's got a big arm. Must be a boss. Okay.
Can't even pretend to be immersed.
Oh shit!
He's a
more
big
than
boy. It sounded like a. Sounded super gay when he says that.
His arm came off.
Wow. Amazing. This game looks like ass.
Well, that's that, I guess.
Wow, how exciting. That was scary.
His whole arm looks like a maggot. Ew.
Ew.
Disgusting.
Gross. Right, guys?
There's a lot of throwables in this
Anyways, I haven't gotten a tip in a
I don't know what
while.
we're supposed to do with them. Like, I never really used one, right? It looks like I really need to use one. Looks like you could squeeze through here. Oh, okay. We didn't do that yet.
Wow, man, he's like hyper animated, trying really, really hard to make it sound exciting. I haven't done that yet. Oh, look at that arm. It looks like a big maggot. It's like, careful, Phil. Careful saying those words. You don't want to let anything slip out. It's checking in on old Philly boy. I'm about, let's say about like 95% done with this video I'm editing. So I have been making progress while listening to videos in the background, as I usually do, even when I'm not streaming. Yeah, the game is pretty crap. Like, always hypes up these below average games. Not only that, he attacks journalists for giving it bad reviews, which is just a whole different layer of water carrying. It's like, why should you care? If you like the game, why do you care what reviewers have to say about it? Why do you have to attack them? Just be like, okay, they have their opinions. Like, I guess the things that they criticize mean more to them than they do to me. That's really all there is to it. But no, he has to call them idiots and accuse them of doing clickbait. As if that makes any sense. Yeah, they're doing clickbait. They don't actually dislike the game, they're just saying they dislike the game, because that's clickbait. And then they click on it, and then they realize they've been scammed. Actually, they do like the game, because that's literally what clickbait is when you click on something and it turns out to be something deceptive. So where's the deceit, Phil? Like, what was different than what they set up in the article? Do you just not know what clickbait is, or do you just call everything you don't like clickbait? Because you don't really know how words work. Let's see what Rev has. I do want to watch this one. This is the new Microsoft guidelines when it comes to how you're allowed to design characters, which is
video game
fucking
characters
weird.
with curvy.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. So today we're going to return to another discussion about the design of female video game characters, because recently we've seen a very concerning set of statements coming from Microsoft directing their developers to avoid making female video game characters with curvy aesthetics.
Oh,
now,
no.
this is something that is concerning
curves,
because that's not
unless they're
something
fat,
that
then it's
gamers want
okay.
to see, and people have been praising more curvy and attractive female character designs like that of Eve from the upcoming release of Stellar Blade. However, speaking of very attractive and quite nearly irresistible designs, guys, it's time to check out my new official Rev Fumo that is live the minute this video has been released. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, just in time for Easter, here is my limited edition Rev Bunny Fumo. As with any makeshift campaign, this is a limited time offer, and you can see the beautiful prototype that I received on full display right here, looking smug with the bunny ears. A great combo as always. And with makeshift, you know the quality is top of the line. You guys went absolutely insane when I released my first official Fumo back last year, and here is another chance to either
So like a
get
Build-A-Bear where you can just
Fumo
make
or to
your
add to
own
the
whatever.
Rev Fumoverse with this new bunny-themed version. This will be available, like I said, for a few weeks. I will put a link to this in the pinned comment, so make sure to check this out before it is gone. Now, returning to the topic for today. So recently there's been a lot of discussion about female character types in terms of their design, and a lot of people have been praising Stellar Blade because they are featuring what a lot of gamers want, and that is an attractive female main protagonist. And the developers and the directors from Shift Up, the studio responsible for Stellar Blade, have been unapologetic about their focus on the attractiveness of this character and also fan service shots of this character. They want to create something that gamers want to see, something that is beautiful. Now, of course, Kabrutus here gives us a very helpful walk into today's main topic. Which way, Western man? Do you want to go with the attractive design of characters like Eve from Stellar Blade, or do you want this disturbing new standard that apparently is going to be more of the mainstream moving forward? Now, what is this standard? Well, let's check it out. It is covered in this tweet stating, Microsoft urges developers not to create female characters with exaggerated body proportions on their official site to support game devs. Site is titled as Product Inclusion Action Help Customers Feel Seen. Holy moly, that sounds like something that would be a conference at the latest game developers convention that was hosted in California last week. This is the epitome of woke. This is game developers and their bosses basically telling you that these character designs like Eve and the real life woman she's based on are something that is exaggerated and unrealistic and something that should not be shared with gamers. This is absolutely outrageous and something that is made to solely impress woke developers and their bosses, not gamers who actually appreciate designs like Eve. Now, of course, we're talking about Microsoft, who only a few weeks ago on their official Xbox account was hounding after sexualized male character designs. However, we've seen this policy in action from Microsoft over the years, at least in regards to female video game character designs, we've seen how Cortana has been changed over the ages from a more curvy design to what we see here from the latest release in 2021. Now, moving forward,
Halo has only gotten better since then, right?
This entire situation,
it's not like
stating
no one wants
Microsoft
to play
cautions
Halo
developers
anymore.
to avoid curvy female video game characters. Story below. Now, if we check out the article, it says this. The site titled as Product Inclusion Action, Help Customers Feel Seen, includes a bullet list of considerations they urge developers to make when working on their products.
Yeah, why doesn't that work in
Twitter
real
user
life?
pointed out the language
Hey,
expressly condemning certain
you know that actress you have in your Hollywood movie, you know, Scarlett Johansson? Can you just, like, I don't know, like, punch her in the face a couple times just to make, like, her eyes swollen and bruised? Because she looks too pretty. Can you just, like, I don't know, put her in some, like, a garbage bag? Just to make her wear a potato sack? Can you go ahead and do that, Hollywood? You can just go ahead. Like, people find her too attractive, so we're going to have to do something about that, okay? Or else you can't get published.
female
We're going to remove your movie from theaters if she looks too good.
characters as reinforcing negative gender stereotypes. Now let's see that tweet in question.
Sydney
It says
Sweeney,
this.
yeah.
This is from Microsoft.
Yeah, Margot Robbie, can we just, like, chop her tits off? Because she's too busty.
Doesn't end. It's been like 10 years and they're still complaining about video game boobs. You can see this actual quote saying, "Are you reinforcing any negative gender stereotypes?" Here's the bullet points. "Are you unnecessarily introducing gender and gender barriers into your code or design? Are you creating playable female characters that are..."
So basically, you can't have differences in male and female characters. Like, you can't have the men have a higher strength attribute than the women characters, even if it's offset by an increase in a different attribute for the women. Like, does this have to be the same no matter what?
Equal in skill and ability to their male peers, and highlighted, are your female characters equipped with clothing and armor that fits their tasks? Do they have exaggerated body proportions? And going forward, when the story allows, do you show male characters
he's married
who display
to
a full range of emotions, including joy, sadness,
GFE
and vulnerability?
stringer.
Now, of course, we see the most important section about this exaggerated body proportions. Now, here is a slow-mo provided of Eve from Stellar Blade. Now, would they consider this to be exaggerated body proportions? Likely based on the design of this character and the kind of woke terminology that they're using at Microsoft, it probably does fall under these exaggerated body proportions. However, as most of you are probably already aware since we've covered it on this channel, the design of Eve is based on a real-life Korean model. They made a 3D scan of this model. So quite literally, it is a realistic body type. And they'll probably label something like that as unrealistic, because that's the way people like Microsoft are. Now, moving forward, we've seen some other examples of companies like Pokemon Go doing some ESG-approved moves as they have added more options for characters like this. So let's read this tweet. Pokemon Go company is ESG approved. 2024 changes. Change the visceral cranium of the female. Remove chest, modify hip, expand chin, broaden their shoulders, delete makeup. The industry has been pushing androgyny, specifically oriented to male features for years. They hate women. So here's the before and after, of course, making this character much more boxy looking and really just kind of bland looking. And this is real. It's a part of their testing app, and changes will depend on feedback from social media. It's not made up, and depending on your location, you might see these options or not. Now, that is very curious. It's very odd and really eyebrow-raising to people like me when these changes are being only introduced to certain regions. Now, is it better than a global release like we've seen with other changes in censorship? Maybe, but it's also very nefarious that they are just picking and choosing regions to apply these changes to without even fully disclosing where these regions are. But moving forward, if you look at the actual website that Microsoft is promoting, you can see some of these quotes on here that are very, very odd. So they say this right here. 80% of media consumed by the world is created in the United States, and yet most media, including video games, doesn't contain characters and content that align to that broad consumer. And you can see some statistics that they cite down here. 50% of players in the broader gaming market didn't play certain games because the games weren't made for them. Over half of the global gaming market. 53% of developers felt diversity in storytelling should be a priority, and it was ranked as the third most important factor in industry growth. 41% of retail consumers have shifted 10% or more of their business away from brands that do not reflect their own value in diversity and inclusion. Now, that's very odd because we know that a lot of very successful games have not relied on the race of the character even being relevant. Think about Halo, for example, okay? Let's talk about Xbox-related games. The reason Master Chief was so beloved for many, many years was because nobody knew the identity of Master Chief. Everybody related to the character because that character could be anyone. It could be them, it could be someone else, it could be this skin, this type of skin, or whatever. It didn't matter because it was Master Chief. You believed in the character. And despite what the Paramount Plus show might do by...
And the thing is, like, Spider-Man was a lot of the same way. Like, when he had his mask on, you could believe he was anyone under the mask. It didn't have to be racialized, but Brian Michael Bendis was trolled by a letter, in my opinion.
Revealing the identity of Master Chief, that's one of the reasons why that character was so beloved and so popular
played with Batman
for so
and
many
Superman,
years. I
and
don't
they made
really
me
believe
play
a
as
lot of these
Spider-Man
statistics, and really,
as I was black.
that's fair to say because a lot of these studies right here that are used as references
Let's make
have
a
been
black
openly
Spider-Man.
memed on and criticized for many years. And that's pointed out in this thread right here. So based on some of the statistics shared in those studies, as this user points out, this study, if the numbers are correct, would mean that 20 million gamers have been swatted as results of X, Y, or Z. Basically the toxic gaming culture. That doesn't seem to add up. Yeah, there's some very extreme circumstances like that happening. But really 20 million gamers have had this happen. I don't really believe that. It makes me question a lot of these statistics and studies that they're citing at Microsoft. But moving forward, we see some very positive things. This is a actual clip involving the Shift Up director here. So you can see this is an interview asking them basically what their goal is as developers. What are they trying to create with their games and what is most important to them? And this will give you some faith in an industry that is definitely going backwards.
독창성, 새것, 재해석. 그러니까 답습하지 않겠다는 거고 양산형이 되지 않겠다는 거잖아요. 그 마인드 자체로도 되게 희망적으로 들립니다. 자, 김영태 대표님에게 게임이란 무엇인가요?
저한테 게임은 모든 것이죠.
모든 것?
예.
오.
저는 게임을 만드는 것 외에 취미가 없습니다.
게임 개발 덕후다.
예. 그래서 게임을 하는 것보다도 만드는 것에 더 재미를 느끼고 있고요. 그래서 제 인생의 모든 것이기 때문에 허투루 할 수 없는 그런 것이 바로 저한테는 게임이지 않나 싶습니다. 가장 즐거운 순간이죠.
즐거운 순간.
게임 개발. 이브와 니케 모든 걸 쏟아부을 예정입니다.
People are calling this guy like the Kojima of Korea.
So I don't think it's very surprising
Very
that
nice.
the product they are working on at Shift Up, Stellar Blade, is a product that is reflecting some very good intentions behind the directors creating it. It is something very positive. There is a reason why people are so excited for Stellar Blade. It is providing content that gamers want that reflects the wants of the directors and developers, and this is a cohesion of those wants and needs, and it's exploding in popularity. It shouldn't be that surprising. It's a simple formula. Give gamers what they want and be passionate about providing those needs. And that's exactly what Shift Up is doing. And that's why so many people are excited about this upcoming release. But of course, this whole situation is very odd. To see the standard of avoiding curvy female characters by Microsoft is concerning, to say the least, and something that is reflective of a lot of issues going on in the gaming industry. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below, and I'll see you guys next time.
Okay, I'm about like 99% done with this video. Thanks for hanging out with me while I edited and show you guys a little bit of a sneak preview as Thanks. Let me switch over the audio device so you can hear what I've been hearing. I've been hearing it through an earbud. Which one? This one? Make this bigger. This is the new news about Stellar Blade. Make sure you can see that. Let me blow this up a little bit over here. Okay.
The Stellar Blade demo dropped last night, and the hot takes are flowing. I have a feeling this game is going to sell better than most mainstream Western releases, and gaming.
I used a lot of the footage from the game. Just when I didn't know what to include in the video, I just used a clip from the game. Because why not? Because that's what people want to see anyways. They want to see more about the game.
Releases, and gaming journalists are going to go into a catatonic shock while screaming,
Gamers are bigots. Ew, they're
Everyone's
perverted.
favorite. This poor lady, this poor stupid lady is just like the epitome of rage. Just ever since 2016, just screaming at the top of her lungs. She's just been internet famous in every meme.
Ew, they're perverted.
while in the same breath praising spicy content makers.
Still.
Yeah, the gamers are the ones that are perverts and have no moral compass. By the way, check out my feet pics.
Dan Snyder and DSP, of course. He's a big fan of the feet, because why not? Just make fun of him. Just, if he wants to be such a prude, then that means that what he would hate to be compared to is a pervert. So let's call him a pervert.
Feet pics.
This DSP is right. We're just working hard to discredit him and ruin his reputation. Sure.
Some gamers on
It's not
Twitter
just because it's funny
love
and everyone finds him ridiculous.
Stellar Blade.
Anyways.
So I finished Stellar Blade's demo, and I've decided to cancel my pre-order. I'm getting the deluxe edition instead. Other gamers, not so much.
If you played this game like this.
Let me move that.
Other gamers, not.
Let me move that here. Make it a little bit more reactive to what he's saying.
Other gamers, not so much.
If
other
gamers move it a little bit more here.
Instead. Other gamers, not so much.
If you played this game like this, you're just a weirdo who could.
I'm sorry.
Who should have their hard drive checked.
If you found.
You know what? I should probably actually include the video from this, so it's more than just a flat image. I should go to that actual tweet and just record the video so people get a better visual sense of it. I'll make a note of that.
Like this, you're just a weirdo who could.
I'm sorry.
Who should have their hard drive checked.
If you found this woman to be sexy, you're an offender. Now we switch gears to Reset Era. Remember that site? Well, apparently this game harms some of the people by existing somehow. Reset Era having meltdowns over Stellar Blade.
I live alone, and I'd still be embarrassed to have this on my TV.
These are some of the tweets that Rev had looked at too. Or not tweets, but Reset Era posts.
Intro sequence is so
Because we're both looking at the same Drums tweet.
fucking bad. It's just so many elements of fetishistic, infantile nonsense. What the hell is with that slow motion? It's sad.
What the
I
hell
guess
is with
that's
that
what it
slow
comes down
motion?
to. They're really talented people working really hard to make a game that glorifies a fragrantly
Maybe I should find that too.
depiction of its cat.
Yeah, I know, right? It's just sad.
I'm not participating much in this thread, but I am reading it. But I have to write this in response to Stellar Blade. I haven't been this disgusted at a game in a good while. This is bad, especially given the developers themselves and their gender war in South Korea. It's just aggravating. Agreed. I tend to be ambivalent with sexualized character designs in games, but everything about Stellar Blade
in
is
this
just
case,
beyond embarrassing
no.
and gross. Kinda hate how Sony's funding and publishing it. I feel like it wouldn't get anywhere near as much media attention if it wasn't.
It'd probably get the same amount of media attention and maybe a bit more hype because Sony wasn't getting a piece.
Wow, just wow. This is so much more ridiculous and worse than I even thought this game would go for. Edit. I see people elsewhere being like,
Sexualization isn't even that bad.
There's no voyeuristic camera angles. And I'm convinced I do not inhabit the same world as them.
I have a feeling the world you inhabit has a lot to do with box wine and cat litter that stinks. God, there's just so much complaining here.
I think we're going to see Sony prioritize how to make money with certain titles.
They really need to, because Spider-Man 2 didn't, and that was very gender diverse and stupid.
I would be surprised if Shift Up and Sony don't do more collabos. Hell, when Sony partnered up with Stellar Blade, the CEO of Shift Up bought everyone their a PS5.
Wow, what a tyrant. He gave everyone a free game console. What a misogynistic pig.
I want to believe Sony was fulfilling a contract and that they won't work with Shift Up again after it came out.
What a great boss. I should go move to Korea. Get a free PS5, work in game design. Later, Lonely Sully. Hope you have a good one.
Pig.
I want to believe Sony was fulfilling a contract and that they won't work with Shift Up again after it came out. They were a misogynistic developer who punished women working for them for supporting women's rights, but unfortunately, we all know they probably don't give a fuck.
Reset Era being miserable.
Thank you again, Red Animator, for sending me this JPEG. It's perfect.
With a BMI in the triple of digits. If you want to know what they're talking about with the gender war quotation marks in Korea, check my old Stellar Blade videos with more context than the word of some dumpy feminist with a clear bias on a site built for people with social autism. There's a lot more information there for you, and it's not as black and white as they painted. While American IGN was virtue signaling about Spider-Man 2, a group of animators on Marvel's Spider-Man 2 discussed the challenges of their work on the game, and they kicked off the...
Need to add the pitch filter to that clip.
A group of animators on Marvel's Spider-Man 2 discussed the challenges of their work on the game, and they kicked off the story of Haley Cooper, whose portrayal may be one of Spider-Man 2's most impressive accomplishments. I'm not even getting into Spider-Man 2. I should have reviewed it. French IGN decided not to be left behind.
The French.
This resulted in everyone from Twitter taking notice, so I decided to look deeper. And then I turned on my VPN. Sorry, kids. Daddy has no sponsorship code for you this time. IGN is already bashing the game for not making its main protagonist ugly with square hips and pink hair, claiming the person who created her has never seen a woman. Who's going to tell them? Let's see. Now, I actually got to French IGN, which is a bit more of a pain in the ass than you think it would be, right? The design of the game, particularly its character, heightens an obvious bias. We're going to smash the alien, but if we can do it while pleasing these gentlemen, and the result is not really a success, it's not new, and other
A fucking French.
games have chosen.
And the result is not really a success. The design of the game, particularly its characters, highlights an obvious bias. We're going to smash the alien, but if we can do it while pleasing the gentleman, that's a bonus. And the result is not really a success. That doesn't even make sense. Maybe it's a translation error.
Highlight the strengths of
We just
their
got lost.
female characters. But where Bayonetta stands out with an iconic character design
that people thought was problematic at the time. Anita Sarkeesian from Feminist Frequency hated the game with a passion. What do you
I like this tweet. Apparently, Hideki Kamiya, the director of Bayonetta, was sent a Photoshop image of Anita as Bayonetta, and he responded cute. I wonder if that pissed her off.
Talking about, dude.
Or 2B from Nier Automata inspires a generation of cosplayers that
People, when it first came out, said it was fetishizing lolicons and all this other stuff. Dude, get out of here, bro. What are you talking about, little dude?
Eve from Stellar Blade is
I couldn't find. It was so hard to find any sort of negative articles about Nier Automata after 2014, because since then, like, the journalists just like backpedaled on their criticism of it.
Stuff. Dude, get out of here, bro. What are you talking about, little dude?
Eve from Stellar Blade is just bland. A doll sexualized
So
by someone
bland.
you would think has never
How
seen
is she
a woman.
bland?
The last sentence has been slightly edited for French-speaking people pretending not
to understand what we
mean,
meant.
and the English-speaking mom who Google translated the
It's not like they understood what we meant. It's just that they pretended not to understand what we meant.
initial text.
So they edited it from the original one that we saw on Twitter because they got a backlash for what they said. Yes, it's all the
Ew.
readers, French and American, that have reading comprehension issues. It wasn't just someone virtue
glad I didn't
signaling
read that
the
chat.
current talking points of the day. How about you take back your country, Frenchmen, and leave the anime titties alone? The tight jumpsuit featuring absurd proportions, perfect
Oh, I should need
heels
to,
for going.
I need to pitch shift that too.
The tight jumpsuit featuring absurd proportions, perfect heels for going to war, a ponytail so long that they have to put an option to shorten it in the settings.
Oh my god, how dare they?
Nothing works. Fortunately, the animation
The ponytail is so long, they have to make an option to
shorten
shorten it in the settings. Like, how is that a criticism?
Shin Ji-eun, the Korean model serving
Like,
as
you can
the
make it
character's
shorter if
model,
you
is
want. It's
lost under layers
customization.
of clumsy plastic modifications that make her unrecognizable both in body and face. Well, of course the face is unrecognizable.
Let me pitch shift that. Up it by 3 semitones. There we go.
The painting, but Shinji that make her unrecognizable both in body and face.
Well, of course the face is unrecognizable because it's supposed to be original character. If they kept it looking like her, they'd probably have to pay her for the rest of their lives. 2, obviously the character has been enhanced, for God's sakes. It's a video game. What are you talking about, bro? The Kardashians literally normalized excessive
This is from a
plastic
previous
surgery
video.
for the last decade.
It's
And
faster.
everyone sleeps, puts them on the cover of magazines, and say how they're beautiful, glowing, and doing amazingly. But a video game character that isn't real is the problematic issue. Kim
Memes.
Kardashian has done more damage to
This is a crazy magazine cover. Black Widows, how the Kardashians destroyed their men. Lamar attempted suicide.
Western
Scott does drugs
society.
for breakfast. Kanye's career is in tatters. And Caitlyn, 25 years of mental torture, which ended up how you see this happened.
the beauty standards for women than any video game ever.
God, that picture is just... That's not attractive at all. That's just gross. Like, having a butt shelf is the kind of thing you see on, like, really fat women. Like, I don't find this attractive, where your butt sticks out so much you can set things on it. Like, this is not the right kind of curves. It's the kind of thing you see on really obese women.
Created.
But it broke the internet, right? I'm sure it did, and it wasn't just completely astroturfed.
In fact, all of them combined. Prove me wrong. The rest of the article speaks glowingly about Stellar Blade's gameplay mechanics and whatnot. But even in context, this dude is off the mark. It's actually kind of wild to read this
Like,
myself.
Eve looks
in its
conservative
entirety.
compared to
There's just so
butt
much
shelf lady.
anger towards this character that's just attractive. Something we haven't had in a good while. This is the new Bayonetta, my dude. This is the new 2B. Guess what? Twitch dots are going to be cosplaying as her. Mark my words. Quote me on it. Women will be dressing like this chick. But this is...
I noticed there was like a 3x option on the purchasing website. So can you imagine? Oh god. I hope not. I hope nobody picks the 3x option. So when I saw that, I had to like...
Quote me on it. Women will be
I had to include like a shocked reaction.
dressing like this chick. But this is typical IGN. And what's typical IGN do in this day and age? Stuff like this. Our boss is clocked out early. Time to post Venom cake. Oh, okay.
So it's okay to sexualize men and write articles about how attracted you are to men's butts, but women's butts? No, no, no. Get them out of here.
Anime Club discusses
It's a DSP opinion right there.
3 types of fan service that need to change. IGN opinion. Boobs, bad games, and misogyny.
Ugh.
Also, let's take it on another level, for God's sakes. The Fist of the North Star games feature hyper-exaggerated male
Need to add a little bit of overlay to this.
characters with
So it's not
muscles
just
so unrealistic you could never achieve it on the
unmodified
most potent
gameplay
cocktail of
footage.
roids. Kenshiro's arms are bigger than his head, but not one gaming site talked about how sexist the designs of the male characters were. Because when it comes to men, nobody cares.
Oh, I need to have a reaction PNG right there. Really quickly. Need to see how I do this. There we go. Ah, see how the magic happens.
characters were. Because when it comes to men, nobody cares. Just get that venom cake. Not to mention Stellar.
I was looking like actual Venom cakes, like birthday cakes with Venom on it, and I was like, I don't know about that. And I kept scrolling until I saw like a sexy she Venom, and I'm like, hey, I'll just include that. I don't think anyone's gonna complain. I'll just have pictures of good-looking she Venom. There, that's.
Just get that venom cake.
Who's gonna complain?
Not to mention, Stellar Blade will also
like
feature no microtransactions. But you don't hear much about this positive stuff about the game. The only thing you do hear about is the male gaze. Oh, they've never seen a woman. It's like they all have the same talking points over and over again. The male gaze is a phrase literally made up by angry feminists who would rather see women sell themselves for the price of a chicken McNugget meal than be a stay-at-home mother. So make that make sense in Western society. Watching Twitch streamers play this game, and I'm really surprised. A lot of them are choosing to put Eve in her skin suit. Even female streamers that I temporarily watch were having her show more skin. It's kind of refreshing to see Twitch isn't always filled with prudes. Oh, Moji, you have no idea what women are doing in the just chatting section. It's wild, but that's a story for another day.
I had to add a mosaic filter to that just to be safe. I didn't want to get demonetized over here.
It's a story for another day. Moji had a point. Even women like playing attractive characters, not regressively ugly ones. My overall concern.
So this is the last bit I have to finish right here. I was looking for like a statistical analysis of how much women like playing as attractive female characters, but I don't think I can find anything definitive. So I'm just going to have to put like reaction PNGs here.
My overall consensus of Stellar Blade, it starts off a little slow. The story's a little odd, hard to follow. The English voice actors are a big meh as well. But by the time you get to the boss fights, the penny clicks and the game will just grow on you instantaneously. The combat also requires you to pay attention and not just haphazardly hack and slash your way through fights. You actually have to think or recognize patterns. Kind of like Dark Souls, you just can't be stupid. The pole swinging, that seems a little janky. I hope they improve it. I didn't really care for that, but you're not going to be swinging through poles the whole game, so what does it matter? And her shoes are ugly. I give the Stellar Blade demo 4.5 snorts out of 5.
4.5 snorts.
4.5 snorts out of 5.
Should I include like snort sound effects there? Probably. I should do that. So you can see I'm about like 99% done with this video. It's about 10 minutes, 3 seconds. I should finish it up soon and send it off. Maybe take a nap. 'Cause I've been working on this for a little while. Let's see who's over on Twitch. We can go raid. Yeah, looking up, trying to find articles. Following, we got Tevin. We got Marked One. Tevin or Marked One. That's pretty much what we got. Let's do a poll. Where's my spin wheel? Oh, it's right here. Let's see. Evan Marked One. Okay. Spin. Let's see who wins. Marked One. You win the spin. Okay, let me pull up chat over here. Raid. Gotta remember 2 underscores. Marked __1. There we go. Intended for mature audiences. Thanks everyone for hanging out, watching videos while I edit. May the good blood guide your way, and see you guys Thursday, as usual, for a nice little gaming break. Oh no, an ad! Shit. We'll see you after the ad. We'll go hang out with Marked One. See ya.
Bye-bye.